On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger long. On a strip of sandy soil lies a county called Norfolk. It's Ontario's south coast, you know, and it's surely not remote. If you pass through or spend a day or decide to call it home, you'll see why we love it here and are proud to call it our own. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. Take in the small town atmosphere, be amazed at all that we grow. Like our kids that go and see the world and can't wait to return home. Drop a line in a placid lake or stroll along the shore. Take a tour on a peaceful country road and bound to be back for more. Of Norfolk, Norfolk, my southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger long. With hard work, we built a dream that only willing hands could do. It's on display at our fall fairs and at all the festivals too. Erie beaches, Carolinian forests, where the flower and dogwoods bloom. Patchwork fields and rolling hills, it's just the place for you. Norfolk, Norfolk, a southern county home. Norfolk, Norfolk, we know you can't go wrong with the friendly folk of Norfolk. You won't be a stranger along. Norfolk, 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 you won't be a stranger along.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the December 13th, 2022 Council and Committee meeting. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. I would ask you to ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn your camera on and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and to remove it after you're finished speaking. With that, I call the December 13th, 2022 Council and Committee meeting to order. To begin, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair of Committee, and I do have a conflict of interest to declare with respect to consent item 4.4, summary of bid awards regarding tender issue EIS ENG 22-60 Norfolk Avenue and Eagle Street reconstruction. I have a financial interest in a property located on Norfolk Avenue, and I will refrain from discussion and voting on this item, and I've asked the clerk earlier to have it pulled and dealt with separately.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus and Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a conflict of interest to declare as well related to closed session item 12.2 OPS 2022-C21. I have a family member that is involved in that situation.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy, and I believe the clerk has also been made aware of that. And I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the agenda with the following changes. The recommendation and attachment A was amended on consent item 4.4, summary of bid awards for the period ending November 22nd, 2022, CS-22-182. Item 8.6.1, new procedure bylaw, attachment 6 was replaced due to clerical errors. The following deputations have been added. 5.4, Murray Porteous, Norfolk Family Health Team regarding the Port Rowan Medical Center. 5.5, Jordan Golly, Project Microphone Task Force. The following presentation was also added. 6.2 Dallas Waldy regarding project microphone. We will be amending the order of the agenda today to have the staff presentation regarding project microphone to follow deputation 5.4. Then directly after the project microphone presentation, we will proceed with deputation 5.5, and then we will move to item 8.2.1, staff report CD 22-122, which is in relation to both the presentation and the deputation. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Huffman, seconded. Councillor Van Indrishi, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We have one early closed session item. And can I have a mover and a seconder to enter into closed session regarding the matter that is pursuant to litigation update pursuant to section 239, subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I need a mover to enter into closed session at 1:09 p.m. Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Thank you very much. And we will then move into closed session. The clerk will need about 5 minutes to set that up.
I'm Connor,
And I'm Steven,
and we are
Norfolk County's Digital Service Squad.
We're here to let you know that Digital Main Street is offering 3 unique ways to help small businesses right here in Norfolk County. The first limited time program is the Digital Service Squad. We're traveling all across Norfolk County to help small businesses with their digital strategies by offering free assessments and consultations. The Digital Transformation Grant. This $2,500 grant is available to qualified Norfolk County businesses who are looking to achieve their digital goals. We're instructing all interested businesses to act fast as the deadline to apply is October 31st. The grant application window is open now and all entries are reviewed on a first-come, first-served basis. Don't miss out on this great opportunity. Apply now. Digital Main Street has also extended their Shop Here program. This amazing initiative creates online stores for independent small businesses and artists at no cost. Find us on Facebook or send us an email at digitalmainstreet@norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey, Benny. Working hard or hardly working?
Ho, ho, ho. Very funny. I tell ya, I had enough with peppermint.
Well, what do you say I bust you out of candy cane duty, we head back to Norfolk County, and you help me get the gifts on this list?
What list?
This list.
Whose list is this?
This list?
That list.
What does it matter whose list it is? It's a list full of gifts. And as elves, it is our duty to get the gifts on this list.
Well, have you checked it twice?
What do you mean if I... Let's just go.
Okay, Norfolk's a big county, so we're gonna have to move fast if we want to get every gift on this list. Extra virgin olive oil from the barrel. A Christmas doormat from Nifty Gifty Norfolk. Wait, can't you just order these at shopnorfolk.ca?
Yeah, but don't you just love a road trip?
Okay, first stop, Port Dover. Here we'll grab mint fudge from Coco Cabana, handcrafted earrings from Cabin 509, and an Oxygeno Superfacial from Magnolia Metaspa.
Now that's an elfful. I don't know. I was looking for something with more bells and tinsel.
Yeah, it needs more blingle.
How about a pair of Christmas socks? Does that add enough blingle?
Blingle all the way! In Simcoe, we'll grab Norfolk barbecue sauce from Sloth and Molasses, guitar strings from Eerie Music.
VG bacon from VG Meats. Bacon.
Can you believe they had this in the fiction section?
It should be in True Crime. Santa was clearly breaking and entering. Jackpot! What the elf? Waterford has such an eclectic range of shops.
Yeah, and they're all so different too.
Welcome to Brush Designs, ground zero for all your Christmas shopping. In fact, it's a little like a Christmas bomb went off in here.
Jeez, I hope no one was hurt. Brothers.food?
Check. Hey, what's that?
Yeah, it's a dwarf mini horse. That's as big as they'll get.
Kind of like you, Benny.
No, Pixie, I'm regular size. You're the colossal giant.
Not around here, Benny. Not around here. Next up, Port Rowan, home of the shops along the shore.
This is where we'll pick up an antique vase from Franny's Attic, leggings from Sheer Creations, and a handbag from Cheshire's On Bay. You know, there's something about this list.
Hey, Ben, let's take some elf selfies.
And finally, Delhi, where we'll find toys for kids.
And toys for big kids too. Did you get the gift certificates for the extensions?
Gift certificate? Well, that's it for the list.
Wait, I want to add something to the list.
You can't just add to the list. It's an official gift list. Wait, is this your list?
Whose list?
This list. Is this your list of gifts? As in gifts for yourself?
Candy canes?
Check the flavor.
Bacon? Bacon.
Find uniquely perfect gifts right here in Norfolk County, both in store and online at shopnorfolk.ca. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from your local businesses.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family lives in Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were just talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like #1 for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look
It's
around.
a good representation of Ontario's garden when
Exactly.
you visit this place, isn't it?
Yeah. This is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big
food
ones,
and
yeah. Like
stories.
the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. Just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games. I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird
Like,
book.
go to Lone Point or
Oh,
where's
well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans along Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that. If you're into that, I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is there
of course.
decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
So do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
We live in a pretty cool place.
Yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an Associate Purchasing Specialist here at Toyotetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyotetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We're a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kiln-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice. In winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make the similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting.
So Jess, for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater, I love music, I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore. And I was really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We were like, if we start doing high school shows, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? That's a small community,
that's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And that's what it requires, right? A show is like a mini village coming together, making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, that connection,
totally.
Right? Yeah.
I just think community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you. That you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling.
Yeah.
You just have those people that believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community. You're volunteering places. You really want this place to grow and thrive. And so why Norfolk? And what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here, and that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me is just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, I love performing music too. Mm-hmm. There's something really cool about being on stage like that. Before I came here today, I was thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive.
Yeah.
So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk, people that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times, so
I'm a believer of, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what, if we get involved, then you learn so much more and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's show off. Not that I wear the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important to you.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And that makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in your community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person. Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
what's
stuff.
Happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really I mean, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath. We have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. Like, there's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Carrie, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it out. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. People that are involved in our community, people that bring a lot of energy. So this is about a conversation, this is about their story. So welcome to episode 3. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to dig in people's lives, ask questions, and learn about people's passion. Today I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hi, how are you doing, Emily?
Great. I'm happy that you're here, taking the time to sit down with me today. So I've known you for a little bit. Small community, but people that don't know you. Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
So, my name's Adam Van Passen. I grew up here in Norfolk County. I was born onto a farm, and I got to work on that farm growing up, which was a great learning experience. From a young age, I got to understand what hard work was and what it was to be close to nature. So that was very cool for me. Growing up like that, my dad also was a counselor for Haldeman, Norfolk, and he had a big part in shaping what is today Norfolk County. So I got to see that, and watching him and experiencing him work through that really sparked an interest in me for the county and what it could become.
Great. So not like the typical kids. We hear most high schoolers like just ready to get out of their hometowns and go explore the city and something else, and it doesn't sound like that's your story.
Not at all. I heard a lot of kids saying that they wanted to move on to bigger, better things, and I just really didn't have that feeling. I always thought the biggest, best things were here in Norfolk to start.
So I asked you to pick a location today, and you bring me to a place that I don't know very well in Norfolk. Yeah. So tell me about where we are and why you picked it.
This is a very cool spot. I know a lot of people drive by it, maybe on their way to Long Point or into Port Rowan, but this is Boose Harbor. So I grew up on Boose Harbor. My best friend, his family owned this place. So I grew up here hanging out, relaxing, boating, going out fishing, going out hunting. I worked here for a while. I did some volunteer work for the Shriners Club here, doing some chicken barbecues. So I really got to experience Norfolk and how community comes together. There's a lot of people that take up their summer residence here in trailers, and it's very cool to see all these people that are coming from other places in Ontario to enjoy what Norfolk has to offer. So it's just very cool to see that and experience it. One very cool fact about this place is that Boose Harbor has the largest amount of indoor boat storage on boathouses for all of the world.
The world?
Yes.
Wow, that is crazy. This little place.
Yes, absolutely.
Very cool. Something to be proud of.
I would absolutely say so.
So we've been talking about nature, and we spend lots of time outside. You bring me to a boating place where you like to fish and spend time. So tell me about your passion. Obviously there's a connection somewhere there.
Yes, absolutely. Especially recently with everything that I've been seeing happen in the world, I'm very passionate about the earth. So I want the earth to be a good place. I want Norfolk County to be a good place. Everything that I love about Norfolk has to do with outside, has to do with nature, has to do with clean water, clean air, fresh trees, everything. So I just really think it's important to take care of everything that we have here in Norfolk County, and it's not an easy thing to do. So
no. We all have to start and do our part. That's the thing, right?
Absolutely, and I'm doing my best, but it does get very difficult. It's easy to make the change, it's just hard to start.
So we were talking earlier about, doing things around Norfolk and visiting places. I know you're a busy guy, like you work, you're a volunteer firefighter. Mm-hmm. So what do you do to de-stress and relax?
I would say my number one most favorite thing to do to de-stress would be to just get out on Lake Erie. Whether that's ice fishing, boating, swimming, relaxing. It's just such an amazing place. As soon as you get out on Lake Erie and you get away from shore a little bit, you just come out to this different zone.
Other than this place, like where else do you like to visit in Norfolk County? Where else? What's one of your other favorite spots?
I would say that my favorite spots in Norfolk County would have to be broken into two categories. One is nature, being Lake Erie, boating, all of that kind of fun outdoor stuff. And I also like Norfolk's bounty.
Before, maybe you had to go out to a place far away to enjoy all of this beer, wine, food, amazing service, but now we can just go out the back door, and before I can drive for 10 minutes, I found something that I can go to locally that's amazing.
Couple winery on the way here.
Yeah, it has passionate folks in it doing things. Like, it's just great. All around here, there's so many amazing things you can do, and it's just growing, so I love seeing that.
I thank you so much for your time. I love your connection with nature and what you want to do as far as your passion with the environment. I'm in line. We need to come together for this to happen, so hopefully we can inspire a few people with this little conversation here. So
Absolutely.
Thanks, Adam.
Cool. Thank you very much.
We'll
for
see
your
you
time.
soon.
Yeah.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. It's about people that have high energy, that get involved in their community. We sit down, have a conversation, learn about their passions. Welcome to the next episode. Hello, I'm Emily. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I love to ask questions and discover people's passion and having great conversations. So today I'm here with Nick. Hi, Nick.
Hi.
Might be you here, might be you invited me to a great place. I got to know you a little bit more today, but I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about you.
Sure. So I'm Nick Pranks. I was raised in Langton, and I live in St. Williams now.
So Norfolk County boy.
Yeah, Norfolk County boy. Yeah. If you're going to put a location on it, and if you're asking someone where you're from, this area, you always say Norfolk County. Unless you're from Port Dover.
Did you say Port Dover?
And then you say Port Dover for some reason.
I invited you to pick a place. So tell us where we are and why you decided to invite me here.
So we're at where I work, Blueberry Hill Estates, which my family owns as well too. This is where I spend probably my entire day every day of the year. So we're located on the patio here, and we basically are overlooking the patch. And you probably cannot see from the camera because it's on the other side of the camera, but the lake is just on the other side.
I love to hear about people's passion, and I know you have a lot of projects going on, and I want to dig further into your passion. So what do you think really stands out for you? What are you really passionate about?
So day in, day out, I'm typically making wine or working the field, so that's something I'm really passionate about. I'm also the president of the Ontario South Coast Wineries and Growers Association, which encompasses Norfolk along with other neighboring counties. And so I'm really passionate about trying to raise awareness of this area for growing grapes and making world-class wines.
And so winemaking, like what draws you to it? Why are you making your whole life right now? And why winemaking in Norfolk County?
Well, I guess you could say it's one of the best agricultural products you can make.
I agree.
It's something that you can preserve, and like even after the crop is finished, you still have to work with the crop that you were working out in the field all year round. And when you put it in a glass of wine, you have memories of how that year was when that wine was made.
So it sounds like you spend a lot of time on this farm, a lot of time on this like part of Norfolk County, but if you have time to de-stress, where would you go? What do you do in Norfolk?
I definitely like going to the beach. So, getting out in the water when it's a hot day is truly nice.
Not too far from Turkey Point, I guess. You can roll down the hill.
Yeah, we got excellent restaurants here too, so which is pretty amazing for the per capita, the amount of people that live in Norfolk County, that we have enough restaurants that you can count them more than your two hands or whatever, which is
really
nice.
Good ones too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It is so exciting to see how our agro-tourism industry is developing in our area, and it's kind of cool to see you guys like working together and really promoting this area.
Well, when you think about farming from what it was in the past, it has to evolve over time though to make it an industry that can support itself. It allows people to be able to figure out ways to succeed or have succession in their family, to go to that next generation, so that way we can have countless more generations of those families living in Norfolk County growing the things that their grandparents grew.
and keeping the passion alive.
Exactly. Yeah.
I thank you so much for your time, Nick. I thank you for inviting me in this beautiful place. I cannot wait to explore some more. And
It's too bad it's not pizza day.
No, I heard that was really good. I'll come back. I'll be back. Thanks, Nick.
No worries. Cheers.
Welcome to episode 6 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people of Norfolk. We sit down, have a conversation, hear about their passion and what lights them up. I'm excited to introduce the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. My name is Emily. I love to connect with people, having some conversation and learning about people's passion. Today I'm sitting here with Sue. Hey, Sue.
Yeah, you bet.
I'm so glad that you took the time to come out and have a conversation with me.
Well, thanks for asking me.
Yeah, so for people that don't know you, can you start with introducing yourself, where you live, where you're from, and a little bit more about you?
Okay, sure. My name is Sue Downs. I live in Simcoe, born and raised here. And I work for the Simcoe Reformer newspaper and started there way back in 1988. So, and loved my job, loved Norfolk County, and was really pleased that Emily asked me to be part of this. I think.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. Yeah, so far, so good.
Great. So, as always, Sue, I ask a guest to pick a location so we can explore it and discover a hidden gem in Norfolk County. And this one is a little bit different. So, tell me where we are and why you brought me here.
So, we're at Norfolk County Fair. We're at the bottom of the Junior Farmers Building and here.
So, why do you pick the fair? What's so special about the fair to you?
I think for myself, Norfolk County Fair is like one of the largest events that happen in Norfolk County every year. It's always been near and dear to my heart. Like I think so many childhood memories. It's all about tradition. For us growing up, at my age, I've only missed one fair in all of my years, and that was when I was in Timmins. So I just love the fact that you can come to the fair. There's so much excitement. There's always lots of things to see and do. Like family would come home during Thanksgiving weekend, and I think that still happens today, right? Like it's all about tradition and all about community, which I feel like I'm pretty passionate about.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask you a little bit more about your passion. I see you a lot being involved in the community and supporting local businesses, and it seems like it's really important to you and close to your heart.
I like to promote local as much as possible. So whenever we go out for dinner, a lot of people go, "Do you ever stay home?" Because you'll constantly see posts on social media, on Facebook or on Twitter, and it's like, we're at the Barrel, we're doing this, we're at Long Point Eco Adventure, we're,
It's so good that you're taking the time to promote those local businesses and support. And I remember when I started my business, you were one of the big supporter of sharing what I was doing. And I know a lot of people have felt the love that you give to entrepreneurs. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. But it does make you feel good. And it is important. I feel that, if we can, support each other as much as possible, like it's again, it's all about giving back.
So Norfolk County and specifically Simcoe has changed quite a lot. We are moving in a different direction in our county. So from you like growing up in Simcoe and in the downtown and what's happening around now, like what's the highlights for you?
Okay, well the highlight growing up was always going downtown on the weekend. People that are watching this that are my age would remember you used to be able to go to the Tartan restaurant and Woolworths and different places down there. But I think a lot of the exciting thing that I see now is a lot of the collaborations that are happening within Norfolk County. And one that stands out is, Burning Kiln and then Long Point Eco. And then along came, my buddy Dusty and the guys from Hometown Brew. And then now Joy Cafe out there. So it's really cool to see a lot of the business people working with each other and stuff like that too. So that sort of stuff.
You don't have to go too far. You show up there and
I
everything that you love is right there.
It's like a lot of renewed, it just seems like a lot of positive things are happening within our community, and it's really good to see.
So I know you have a pretty high stress job. So maybe tell me a little bit more about what you do to relax, calm down, and look after yourself.
Okay, well, I do like to garden. I find that, if you're kind of stressful in a stressful day, you get out there and take it out on all the weeds in your garden. I also like to, walk along the trail from Davis Street and then head out along the 14th or whatever. And you can, it's heading right towards Waterford, so you can actually walk from there right into Waterford. I've got a dog that keeps me pretty busy, and then a group of really good friends that we are going out with each other all the time and stuff like that.
I know you have a lot of favorite spots in Norfolk, so we already named a few, but if you have a day off and you want to explore Norfolk County, is there one specific place that you actually love to visit that you feel just at home?
I would say for myself, it depends on the day. So if it's just something that I want to go and do a walk or whatever, it would be my trail on the 14th, because it is kind of private. There's not, you do run into a lot of the same people and stuff like that. I also like going down to Dover, and I'll sit at the cafe and kind of look around there.
You can watch a little bit?
Yeah, that sort of stuff, and then even take off and go to the pier. Actually, my mom has a bench there for my grandfather, who was a fisherman down in Port Dover as well, too. So it's kind of nice.
Memorial benches?
Yeah.
Cool. It sounds like pretty much everything you need is right here.
Why should I go to town? Why do I need to go out of town? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here that, right in Norfolk that we need. We use, yeah.
I'd love to hear your passion for Norfolk and how well you support the local businesses, and just, I see you at fundraiser and you're always involved in your group of friends and supporting whatever is happening in the county. So we need more of you, Sue, in Norfolk. So thank you so much for joining me today, and I think this little chat, I'd love to get to know you better and hear more about your passions.
Well, thanks very much for allowing me the opportunity. It was great. Thank you.
Welcome to episode 7 of Passionate Folks. This is a blog and video series about the people who live right here in Norfolk. I sit down with them, have a conversation, ask them about their stories, their passions. I'm excited to present the next guest. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. Today I'm here with Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey there, how are you?
Great.
Excellent.
Might be you stop by for coffee?
Yeah, well, nice of you to have me. I'm really delighted.
So we already had a good chat, but for people that don't know you, can you tell us a little bit more about you, where you live, and what you do?
Yeah. My name's Dan Fewings, and I was a Simcoe boy, an SCS grad growing up. From 0 to 18, I lived in Simcoe. And then I think I lived in Brantford for a year, lived in Dover for a bit, and then followed a gal up north to Peterborough, or Lindsay, and I ended up spending 28 years there teaching high school. Loved every minute of it. A bunch of different experiences. And when I retired in 2014, I thought, my ma's not doing so well down there. It's going to need some attention. And also followed a friend here, and bingo. And now I live just outside of Simcoe, in between Simcoe and Victoria on Highway 24.
Great, I'm so glad you took time to have this little chat. I want to go know more about you today, and I'm going to be asking some questions.
Yeah.
But first I ask you to pick a spot that means something to you in Norfolk. So maybe start by telling us where we are and why you picked this place.
Well, I love this place, not only for the food, although in my new machination I'm more careful what I eat, so I only have one crepe a week. But I love this place because Jim and Penny, the owners, are good friends. They've hired me to play here. They give the artists freedom to be a little zany here. They're good to their staff. They run a good ship. And I love the outside in the summer. It's rocking. They do a great job getting lots of music in. I think they have music all July, August, and September, like a whack of things. And I also, a few neat experiences sort of got born out here. I have a character, I do the song chef, and they were like the first ones to say, oh, you've got to come in and do it. So.
I love what you're talking about. Like, you're involved in so many things into your retirement that you seem to really enjoy the art. Is that the main thing you're passionate about, or
Well, I like joy spreading, and like the most rewarding thing I think I do is my gal Rosie and I, after we had a trip to Newfoundland, and after I did a tour of Newfoundland, we picked up on the kitchen party notion, and so we have a little duet called the Kitchen Party Orchestra, and we go to the seniors' homes and the respite center in Hagersville and Simcoe, and we give them the folks their instruments to play with us, so they're part of it. They're getting some exercise, and like that is joy spreading 101.
So spent a lot of time away from Norfolk, decided to come back to Norfolk in your retirement. So tell me, like, if you don't have a gig, if you're not involved in something, like, what do you do to hang out, to relax? Where do you like to go?
Well, I love the geography, so I always like going down to one of the many shoulders, while there still exist.
Yes, Port Racing's a little small this year.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. I love, and
Are you a beach guy, or?
not in the summer I'm not, but I am, sort of going to the water for answers kind of a guy, you know what I mean?
Yep.
The Leonard Cohen dimension. And so Long Point was always like hugely special as a kid, you know? I spend a lot of time at the Simcoe Little Theater. That's a great organization, and they're doing fun and they're welcoming, and so I'm going to play coming up that I'm doing, and
You don't seem to have too much downtime, like you seem to keep pretty busy.
keeps me out of the housework, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's all busy making some ass right now. Sewing,
Yeah.
And so
Is it hard to get artists to come and play here, or? People, are they curious about wanting to see Norfolk and see what this is
and you know
about,
what? Like more people, like house concerts are amazing too. Like and I was never a musician on the road. I did 2 1-month tours with a student, and I had a buddy of mine, Jimmy Boskill, who was a student of mine. And he said, "When you retire, we're going on tour." My son is in a band, the May Hemingways, so he traveled lots east. So he booked us from Peterborough to Newfoundland, 24 gigs and 26 nights. Both, but you make, as a musician, you make way more at a house concert and play more concerty, less with people listening. People love to play, right? So oftentimes people think you need the applause as much as you need the money. And many people are lined up. So it's like, you don't want to do it? That's okay. I've got Tiny Talentime and his brother here that'll play for you, and so people, that's why it's so nice to be in a place like this where that their entertainment budget is a really significant amount of money. And there are a lot of places in town here. The 211 does it as well. Even the Norfolk has a whack of music, and it's getting bigger around here with all the with the craft beer industry, the wine industry. All those places are looking for some entertainment to get their clients in. So I think it's it's going to be significant. It's just a tricky game.
So music, obviously a big part of your life?
It is a big part of my life. Yeah, I think I started when I was 13. My brother handed me a John Prine album, the very first one with him sitting on the hay bale and a guitar, and showed me the C, F, and G chords, and I never had a lesson after that.
You just learn on your own?
I just learned on my own. Guitar has, and stringed instruments often have tablature.
Yep.
Especially ones that have frets, so it's a grid really, so they can it's easy on notation to put a number 1 on a 1, you're at the first, so it's an easier system. But what happened was I was working in the teachers union. I had been seconded out of teaching for a couple of years. The head of music was leaving to become a minister, and he said, Dan, can you teach kids how to play guitar? And I said, absolutely. And I said, now Larry, I don't read music, right? You don't? And I said, no, but I'll buy tablature. So at any rate, made it work. And down the road it was funny because Jimmy Boskill, who's a wizard player, doesn't read music either. He had auditioned for this art school, and I was sitting they weren't going to let him in because he didn't read music. And I said, I should let you folks know, as you know, I don't read music. And I said, if you're not letting this kid into the program, give me 2 weeks notice, because I'm not going to be the guitar teacher that wouldn't take him in. So you got to keep it moving.
Is that one of your favorite instruments?
It's a Latin instrument. It comes from the Andes, so Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Chile. It's usually used in But then I found, being sort of a folky dokey player too, it's like a good bluegrass instrument too, and it's like in the day and age of cutbacks, when the bluegrass bands start firing the banjo player and the mandolin player, you get both with one.
You show up with this one, you're good. You're good at drumming gig.
That's right.
Perfect.
And this is a Chirango, and it is higher up. So I started with one of these. And then I'm a big fella, so it's, and you don't need that strap, it sticks right in your belly button. Like you couldn't peel that off with a crowbar.
All right, so you do some improv.
I do. So like, give me a title to a song never before written. Can be anything.
Let's go with the Bikini Crepe, I guess.
Bikini Crepe?
We're here, the Crepe House.
Well, it's more appropriate on a day like today to not sing about martini. So let's think while we're in the land of sand about a crepe martini. No pina colada beside you now. No, it's done somehow. Here comes the customer now. He's probably gonna order the crepe bikini. Now the thing about the bikini crepe, it's teeny weeny, it's how they make it. I'm not sure if it's a Speedo sauce, but it's nice all the same. It's teeny weeny, but it's my favorite, that old crepe bikini. Yes, sirree, I think he's making me one now. And it might be true that you can't wait for your bikini crepe, but that's okay. Got time on my hands. Right on.
All right, cheers, Sam.
Cheers.
Thanks for joining me. Have a coffee. That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Right on.
Love it.
Good. Thank you very much. Great. See you later. Thanks, Drew.
Great, guys.
No, it's not possible. No, I cannot tell you what to say.
Hey, Benny. Working hard or hardly working?
Ho, ho, ho. Very funny. I tell ya, I had enough of peppermint.
Well, what do you say I bust you out of candy cane duty, we head back to Norfolk County, and you help me get the gifts on this list?
What list?
This list.
Whose list is this?
This list?
That list.
What does it matter whose list it is? It's a list full of gifts, and as elves, it is our duty to get the gifts on this list.
Well, have you checked it twice?
What do you mean if I... Let's just go.
Okay, Norfolk's a big county, so we're gonna have to move fast if we want to get every gift on this list. Extra virgin olive oil from the barrel. A Christmas doormat from Nifty Gifting Norfolk. Wait, can't you just order these at shopnorfolk.ca?
Yeah, but don't you just love a road trip?
Okay, first stop, Port Dover. Here we'll grab mint fudge from Coco Cabana, handcrafted earrings from Cabin 509, and an Oxygeno Superfacial from Magnolia Metaspa.
Now that's an elfful. I don't know. I was looking for something with more bells and tinsel.
Yeah, it needs more blingle.
How about a pair of Christmas socks? Does that add enough blingle?
Blingle all the way! In Simcoe, we'll grab Norfolk barbecue sauce from Sloth and Molasses, guitar strings from Eerie Music,
VG bacon from VG Meats.
Bacon. Can you believe they had this in the fiction section?
It should be in True Crime. Santa was clearly breaking and entering. Jackpot! What the elf? Waterford has such an eclectic range of shops.
Yeah, and they're all so different too.
Welcome to Brush Designs, ground zero for all your Christmas shopping. In fact, it's a little like a Christmas bomb went off in here.
Jeez, I hope no one was hurt. That's a dwarf mini horse. That's as big as they'll get. Kind of like you, Benny.
No, Pixie, I'm regular size. You're the colossal giant.
Not around here, Benny. Not around here. Next up, Port Rowan, home of the shops along the shore.
This is where we'll pick up an antique vase from Franny's attic, leggings from Sheer Creations, and a handbag from Cheshire's on Bay. You know, there's something about this list.
Hey, Ben, let's take some Alfies.
And finally, Delhi, where we'll find toys for kids.
And toys for big kids, too.
Did you get the gift certificates for the extensions? Gift certificate? Well, that's it for the list.
Wait, I want to add something to the list.
You can't just add to the list. It's an official gift list. Wait, is this your list?
Whose list?
This list. Is this your list of gifts? As in gifts for yourself?
Candy canes?
Check the flavor.
Bacon? Bacon.
Find uniquely perfect gifts right here in Norfolk County, both in store and online at shopnorfolk.ca. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from your local businesses.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about people who live in Norfolk. People that get involved in our community, people that are passionate about living here. We sit down, have a conversation, and learn about their stories. Welcome to Passionate Folks. I am Emily. I love to connect with people. I love to ask questions and get to know people better. So today I'm sitting here with Scott. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So Scott, to start, can you tell us a little bit more about yourself, who you are, where you're from, and where you live?
My name's Scott McCrae. I'm a chef here in Norfolk County. I'm the chef at David's Restaurant in town, and I live in Port Dover, or just outside. And yeah, all my family lives in Port Dover. I moved here in high school and left for a bit and moved back, and now
Made it your home.
Made it my home. Yeah, it was my home before. I realized it was my home while I was away, and yeah.
Came back to the roots.
Yes, exactly.
So as I do with every guest, I ask you to pick a place in Norfolk County for us to do this interview.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me where you invited me and why you picked this place.
Well, we're here at Matt's Fruit Barn, just outside of town, and it was a pretty easy choice. I know we wanted something that was kind of related to what I do. We were talking about how diverse Norfolk County is as far as things that grow here, and it's like #1 for so many different fruits and vegetables. And one of the first things I always think about is just, especially considering what job I have, is food. Norfolk County produces so much food and grows so much food. This property here that Christine and Jess and the family have, kind of, they grow more things here than I can even think of. Like, you look around.
Representation of Ontario's garden. When
Exactly.
You visit this place, isn't it?
Yeah. This is kind of just like a little example of what this area has to offer.
So I love to dig in people's passion and see what lights them up. And I'd love to know about you. I think I may have a little bit of an idea, but what are you most passionate about?
That's a tough one. I think definitely I'm passionate about food and what I do. That's something that since I was young, I've always associated memories. Like a lot of people with songs or with like smells or things, it'll just trigger a memory. And a lot of my early childhood memories have to do with food. There'll be a weird little thing that I remember, like, oh, that was my first like black olive I ever had, or that was like, there's a lot of memories that kind of are associated with that.
Big connections to
Big ones, yeah.
Like
Like the mulberry tree in my grandparents' backyard, and we just stand for hours underneath just like eating picking mulberries. And
So I know you work long hours. It's a busy season for you in the restaurant. When you have some downtime, where do you like to go in Norfolk? Where do you like to have a good time?
Well, I'm lucky that all my family lives here. I moved away for a while. I moved to the city. I was in Yukon for a bit. Just being back and being able to see family is I don't get to see them enough still, but it's definitely a big reason why I came back and something I like to do. Friends too, you know, just hanging out on local patios or at their house or watching Leafs games. Well, I've always been kind of, from my grandma when I was a kid, I got really into like birds. Yeah, so I mean, there's binoculars in the truck right now with the bird book.
Go to Long Point or where?
Well, of course, like that's Long Point. Well, around here, like I'm lucky I live out of town. You can drive out and see the tundra swans at Long Point when they come through. It's really a mecca for that. If you're into that, I'm a bit of a weird, obsessive record collector, and I've got a lot of records.
Do you like to see live music around? Is there decent bands that are around that you like to?
Oh, tons. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. I mean, like a lot of my friends are musicians, and there's not a ton of downtime, but when there is, it's like sometimes just things that are just nice and relaxing. It always helps when you have like a local brewery.
And there's a lot to pick from. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of great ones. It's really exploded, especially since I moved back from Toronto about 10 years ago, and even in that time, it's the wine scene, the beer scene, the ciders, like all that has just exploded, and it's all really good. Like,
so do you think, like, just back to the winery and the brewery, like, after high school and when you wanted to leave and get to the city and get out of here and coming back and finding it like right here?
Well, even when I originally moved back, I was intending on going back to the city, and I came back and just realized that this is where I wanted to be. This is where my heart is. This is where I really belong, and I have friends there, but the friends that I have here are friends I've had since I was like in high school, right? So there's something there where there's
We live in a pretty cool place.
Yeah, it's great.
I thank you so much for your time. I love connecting with you and learning about your passions, so I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thanks.
My name is Jim Toombs. I'm an associate purchasing specialist here at Toyo Tetsu, also known as TTCA. Here at Toyo Tetsu, we're responsible for supplying Toyota with car parts, mainly automotive frame for the Lexus, the Corolla, and other Toyota models. I started here in May of 2016. I was in welding. Here I am 2 years later, and I'm a salaried position. The job itself it's challenging. There are challenges in what I have to do every day, and for that I enjoy it. It's not monotonous day in, day out. There's new challenges that I'm confronted with and new tasks that I have to do. A high school student who's like, I'm not sure, I think this is an excellent opportunity to kind of answer that question for themselves. They can see what kind of the working world is like, as well as pick up skills. There are plenty of opportunities here. For example, for me, I was in welding, but that didn't mean I had to stay there. There's opportunities in stamping, where you'd learn different skills entirely. PC, again, the same thing, some different skills needed that you'd learn. Though we make car parts and they're welded, there are a lot of departments and areas that support that.
My name's Aaron Pace. I'm a yard manager here at Townsend Lumber. We are a sawmill that produces lumber. We make anywhere from rail ties to timber frame home products, kiln-dried lumber, which is used for wood cabinets and furniture. We also do pallet components, and we also do stakes for farming. We ship container loads to the Middle East, we ship it to Asia. We have gone to Mexico, Singapore. We've shipped to many different locations. My father has worked here for 30 years. He got me a part-time job as a summer student. I started as a regular piler, as a laborer at the entry-level position, and with hard work and dedication, I have been promoted through the system, and it took 9 years to become a supervisor. I enjoy the freedom of the job, like outside working with the heavy industrial stuff, talking to the range of customers and the way we produce things for them.
My name is Cam Kirkwood. I'm a production supervisor at Superior Essex in Simcoe. We make magnet wire and cable for the transformer industries. Our magnet wire products are found all around you that most people don't even notice. In winding motors, in alternators in your vehicles, transformers on the side of the road or on top of poles. I've been here at the company for 15 years. I started on the floor as a machine operator for 7 years, and then I did a stint in engineering for about a year, and then I moved on to production supervisor for the last 7. One of the best parts about working here is it is a build-to-order shop, so although we do make the similar products every day, it's very unique. We don't always see the same orders. There's always new challenges. One of the best parts about being in manufacturing for me is the shift work. So it provides an opportunity for you to adjust to do your own life on your days off, or you can pursue other interests. A lot of people have second businesses or hobbies that they really enjoy. There is lots of opportunity to advance. There's educational assistance programs. You can continue to learn new skills and advance to a new area if you were so desire.
There's a great opportunity moving up the manufacturing sector.
Try it, because you're going to learn a lot about the working world as well as yourself.
Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series where I'll be highlighting people from Norfolk County who have a passion, who are involved in our community, who are the movers and shakers. So I'm excited to introduce every month somebody new from Norfolk that will bring you their story, their passion, and share it all with us. Come on in. All right, welcome to the first episode of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily, and I love to dig in people's life and getting to know more about them. I'm here with Jess today. Thanks, Jess, for showing up.
Thank you for having me. This is so exciting.
So just for the people that don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit more about you and the person that you are.
Sure. Well, my name's Jess, and I grew up in Waterford, more specifically Boston, more specifically Bill's Corners. I'm a passionate Norfolk advocate. I love this area. I love theater. I love music. I love anything arts related. Also a passionate advocate for entrepreneurs in the area.
So I invited you to pick a location in Norfolk that meant something to you. So tell us where we are and why you picked this place.
All right, we are here in Simcoe Little Theater. It's on the corner of Talbot and Yonge in downtown Simcoe. And this place, Simcoe Little Theater, is a very special place to me. I spent most of my life in these walls, on that stage, behind the stage, in these seats, like everywhere in this space. It's something that theater is something that's has always been a big part of my life since I was about 8 years old.
You mentioned to me that you also in high school, you were really involved into the drama program and all that, so.
I had walked the halls of my high school and I had seen so many pictures on the wall of different shows they had done throughout the years, but nobody was doing shows anymore, and I was really bummed about that. So in grade 10, me and my girlfriends, we roped all our moms in. We were like, if we start doing high school shows, will you guys help? Will you make costumes? Will you whatever? And they all jumped in.
Involved.
Yeah.
I love that, right? That's a small community,
that's
everybody
it.
coming in together.
And that's what it requires, right? A show is like a mini village coming together, making all the pieces happen.
So this community, I think the word, you keep repeating it, and I think what you're creating in Groundswell is that sub-community within the community, and that really stands out. So would you say this is something that you're really passionate about?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yes, you're that connection,
totally.
Right? Yeah.
I just think community is everything. We're not meant to live life alone. I don't think. And I don't mean you have to necessarily have a romantic partner to live a life, but just have people around you that get you, that you don't have to explain yourself. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You just walk in the room and they're happy to see you. That's it.
That's always such a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have those people that believe in you too, right?
Yeah.
And just cheerleaders.
Yeah.
So I see, Jess, you're always involved in this community. You're volunteering places. You really want this place to grow and thrive. And so why Norfolk? And what do you love so much about this place?
Oh man, I think yeah, it's a really good question. It's a combination of things. I think the geography that we live in, the nature we have around us, that is a huge benefit of being in Norfolk. But it's also the people here, and that's why I'm so obsessed with community, because we have so many beautiful people who live here with ideas, with talents, with love and vision. And I think that's what excites me. Is like, just because we're a small town doesn't mean we have small ideas or small impact.
I want to bring some of the music piece because I know we've been talking a lot about the theater and acting, but I know that music is so important to you.
Yes.
And a big part of your life.
Yes.
So tell me a bit more about your maybe influences and what makes you feel alive in music.
Just like theater, you know, I love performing music too. There's something really cool about being on stage. Like that, before I came here today, I was like thinking about how alive I feel when I'm on stage. And I think that everyone kind of looks for that thing that makes them feel alive. Yeah. So for me, it's that.
Awesome. So I thank you so much, Jess, for taking the time to meet with me. There's going to be more feature of passionate, uplifting community people through this little video series. So keep watching. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you. Oh my God. This is so much fun.
Awesome. Welcome to Passionate Folks, a blog and video series about the people that live in Norfolk, people that are passionate, people that are involved in their community, people that bring a lot of positivity. This is about story and conversation. Join us for the second guest. Welcome to episode 2 of Passionate Folks. I'm Emily. I love to ask questions, learn about people, get some connections. I'm here with Carrie today.
Thank you for having me.
I've been chatting with you and I got to know you a little bit more, but for folks that don't know you, maybe introduce yourself.
My name is Carrie Bokenholt. I live here in Waterford. I've lived here for over 15 years. I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I just love the community.
From our conversation today, there's a lot of the community word showed up quite a few times. So
I'm a believer of, you know, when I moved into Waterford, I thought, wow, you know what? If we get involved, then you learn so much more, and you meet so many different people. I mean, people that I know if I wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yes. So I asked you to pick a location, Carrie, and so tell us where we are and why you picked it.
I picked the Waterford Heritage Agriculture Museum, WHAM, because in a couple summers we will be building our skateboard park here. So it's kind of a let's show off. Not that I wear the shirt or anything, but yes, this will be our future location on the other side.
Talking about passion and passionate people, what do you think your passion is?
My passion is youth. I love kids. You know what? There's no such thing as a bad kid. Kids make bad decisions. And as the old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. And I truly believe that, you know what? We give kids, that opportunity and show them that we support them and that, that we're there for them and they'll make the right decisions.
I made a stop at her business. She has a business downtown Waterford, and I was seeing that your family works there, your friends, your best friend is...
My best friend is with me. Both best friends, yes.
So this tight-knit community feel is really important to you.
When I was given my dream and somebody said to me, here, I'll help you, create your dream. And I thought, okay, karma. So this is somebody saying to me, it's my opportunity to use this to give back. If I have a restaurant, nobody should be hungry. I want kids to feel like they can come in and say, I need something or I need a drink or, whatever. I've been doing this for 30 years and the kids that I trained 30 years ago still come back to find me. And they come back and they tell me what they've been doing. And I guess the biggest thing is people don't realize sometimes the simplest thing can change a kid's life.
It is a ripple effect, don't you think?
It is, you know what? And I mean, so I get to see their, I feel old when I start seeing them coming with their kids. And I start seeing, that they've gone through and they're going to university or they're doing this or they've done this or done that. And that makes me feel like, I had a piece of that. Just by being involved in their life, maybe I made a little bit of a difference.
So you're an entrepreneur, you're super involved in the community, you're a mom, you have a lot on the go. So if I ask you, what do you do to de-stress and let go?
I like to go to the gym. I like to, boot camp, yoga. I try to take, a few hours a week for me.
Yes.
And it's just about me. And I honestly think anybody who's really busy, I think needs to learn. It took me 48 years to figure it out. But
never too late.
Never too late. As I said, I can go to the gym and I can be having the world's hardest day, and I always say I leave it on the mat.
Love.
So when I walk out of there, I feel like a completely, totally different person.
Good.
Leave it on the mat.
So other than that, when you're in Norfolk, like what else do you love to do? What's your favorite spot or place that you like to visit or something you love to do?
Love to go on the trails. I love going fishing on the ponds. Waterford, we have so many little places to go and see and do and
What's
stuff.
happening in this community?
You know what, there is. And I mean, the thing is we don't really, I laugh because there's so many of us who don't see what's here. They're right here. I mean, Whistling Gardens, Bonnie Heath, we have all the wineries and stuff. The museum. Like, there's so many places to go. You can have a staycation without leaving Norfolk.
Yes. So thank you so much, Carrie, for joining me today and being part of this blog and video series. I invite you to check it on. Every month there will be somebody new, a new story, a new connection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are ready to reconvene in open session. I do want to thank the members of the public for your patience in waiting for our council to return from their closed session. And now may I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 2:30 p.m. Moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Van den Driesche. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Clerk is going to read that motion.
Thank you. Through the chair, we will need a mover and a seconder that the litigation update as provided in closed session be received as information.
Moved by Councillor Van den Driesche, second Councillor Van Passen. Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. We have 8 consent items today. I understand Councillor Columbus has declared a possible conflict of interest on a matter within item 4.4, a summary of bid awards, and we will move that from the consent agenda down to the staff reports. Does any committee member wish to pull any other item from the consent list for discussion? Councillor Brunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some small questions, I guess, that I hope can be answered on items 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, and 4.7. I hope I'm on the right.
So through the chair, if I may, in the essence of time, so 4.4 has already been told that those questions can be asked when we get down to staff reports. 4.5, 4.6, and 4.7, technically, if the items need to be discussed, those should be moved off of consent and brought down into reports. If they're simple questions, then my suggestion, just being mindful of the deputations that have been patiently waiting, that maybe we move consent items to after all of the deputations and deal with it at that time.
That's fine.
Councillor Brunton, you're content with that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move those items so that we can move forward with the deputations. We have 5 deputations today. I would ask committee to accept a deputation for information after each speaker. Should committee wish to direct staff to bring back a report on any of the matters for further discussion, that can occur once all of the deputations have been made. We'll begin with 5.1 deputation from Bobby Jo Moran regarding homelessness. Welcome, Joe, and I don't see her. That event, then we will move forward to item deputation 5.2, Jean Montgomery regarding community policing. Welcome, Jean. You will have 5 minutes for your deputation. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Mayor, and council members and staff. I come to you today on behalf of the Norfolk County Community Policing Committee. I am the chair, and Gord Rollo here is our vice chair. And we have some concerns regarding the status of this committee. I must say, change is great. We need change. We have to adapt to the ongoing process, but we need to understand why we need change. We need some contribution, we need some input, and we need to know why. So the stated mission of the Norfolk County Community Police Committee is to facilitate and maintain partnership between the OPP, Police Services Board, community groups, businesses, and citizens of Norfolk to work together to advise the Police Services Board in matters of community policing and make recommendations to Norfolk County through the Police Services Board. So it sounds pretty simple. And the history for anyone who has been around and on any of these committees, we did have community policing in each ward with no staff present. And there were many initiatives that came out of community policing. Lock it or lose it. We had vests for offshore workers. We had bike rodeos, Crime Stoppers, lots of signage and information, and the list goes on and on. This was the contribution of community members, people who wanted to make a difference and were willing to spend their time and energy to contribute to Norfolk County. And as I say, I'm here today, but I have heard from many of our members that we need to do something. Change is okay. We don't have to keep it the way it was, but we need that voice. I was speaking earlier to Jay Eberly. He's been 14 years as a community officer, and he stated that we need that conduit of the community to be able to bring forth issues, be the eyes and the ears of the community. And he feels that it's crucial for this process to continue. So, you know, we've had a difficult start over the last couple years. We collaborated and condensed the wards into one community policing committee. And we've gone through a number of clerks. We have a clerk now that has been very good, and we just started things to get going. And members are eager to provide that view. So I guess I'm just here today to say we need this process to happen. We need the involvement of community to put forth issues in an appropriate manner, but we do need this committee in some form to continue on. So that is, I guess, all I have to say. And I thank everyone for the opportunity to present and bring this forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you to Jean. Thank you, Jean, for your presentation today. I did have the opportunity to hear Jean speak at the Police Services Board yesterday. I did want to make sure that all of my colleagues are aware that the OPP was very adamant that this community policing group, whether it be a committee or an advisory group, continue in some way, shape, or form. And the Police Services Board also strongly recommended that we find, as the word that Jean used, the conduit to somehow keep it going. My question would be to Jean, it's right now it's a committee, and there are an enormous amount of terms of reference that are very cumbersome. And I'm just wondering, would you be amenable to the group possibly becoming an advisory group as opposed to committee, because things are a little different, I think a little bit more flexible, and we might be able to look at doing things a little bit different. Is that something that you would be interested in?
Through the chair, of course, Kim, we're very interested, and actually in the terms of reference, we are an advisory group. And the advisory group makes recommendations to the Police Services Board and then onward to the appropriate staff. The terms of reference are pages and pages long. I don't know who made them up, but it's from before, long time ago, I think. And we actually had a subcommittee that looked at these terms of reference and really pared it down, and that was going to come to the appropriate staff to look at that, because we don't want to be so convoluted that we can't just meet and be a voice. And we would certainly, whatever form that would take to be appropriate, we certainly would be very amenable to that. Thank you.
Mary Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jean. Jean, thanks for coming and for serving on this committee. My question to you, is there any urgency that council should be made aware of concerning your group? And I pose that question to you, giving consideration to the fact that tomorrow, through discussions with staff, they have suggested that council really take a good look at how much of a strategic priority community policing and community safety is for this new term of council. And tomorrow we're sitting down to have that discussion as a group. We also know that Clerks is looking to revamp all of our terms of reference and so on. So is there anything pressing in your group, or could this be something that we can make a decision on at a later date? Leave it so that the terms of reference can be revisited by Clerks, leave it for a discussion with council that literally is going to happen tomorrow about how we see community safety and policing involved and how that serves us versus Police Service Board versus OPP. So that's kind of my train of thought. Can you fill me in if there's anything pressing that you need a decision ASAP on?
And through the chair, thank you. That's a very difficult question. When we delay things, I don't know about how long we would want to go. I feel very bad for all the committee members that had committed to this, and we were just getting our feet underneath us, and then, you know, we aren't able to continue on. So I don't know, and I don't know the procedure, because when people applied, there was people applied, and it had to be ratified by the council, and I was told that had to happen again after the new council was elected. So that's a bit of something that may stall us now, because there may be different people who want to be involved. So that process needs to happen, I would imagine. As far as pressing, there's a lot of things going on in the community. We know that, and it's only going to be, it needs to be addressed. There's no true urgency, but I think I would rather like to see it sooner rather than later be
Councillor Van Grishu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Again, thank you, Jean, for making the presentation.
I don't want this to get lost. I'm kind of agreeing with you, and we did hear what the services board, so I commend you for that. Now, the group itself, you are the ears of the ground. You do hear things and what's going on in the communities. And you had mentioned before that each ward was represented. Is it still each represented?
Through the chair, yes, that is the intent, and as long as people be there at the meetings, and we did have a youth representative, but he's no longer, and I think we need to get the young people.
Oh, absolutely.
And yes, it would be very beneficial. So, and that's the problem with the committee that is for all of Norfolk County. We want everyone represented for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I believe totally in that. And so you're not adverse, the committee is not adverse to changing, and I heard you say that you're willing for change, you're looking to change. It's all right to do that. So if it were an advisory group rather than an actual committee with less onerous rules to follow, probably would work better.
Through the chair, yes, probably, maybe, I shouldn't say. As I sat on the community group in Waterford for years and years, we had no staff represented there, and we accomplished quite a bit. Yeah.
So there's a point. Without staff there, you were still able to move forward whatever recommendations you had to the police services board or to whoever where it needed to go. And you saw a difference.
Through the chair. Yes, I'm not sure how that information flowed to the police services board at that time, or if the groups were more centered on projects in their community.
Very much.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gee, I was on the police services board and we went from 8 different committees across the county to one, as you were discussing today. And with these changes, as far as going to an advisory committee versus another committee, I guess, do you expect to report directly to the police services board, or would you be reporting directly to council?
Through the chair, to the police services board, and anything that they would receive our minutes and any recommendations that we would have.
And would you still require a clerk at this meeting?
Through the chair, I don't know. We may just have a recording secretary.
If you're all volunteers, perhaps that's a question for the clerk later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you, I just wanted to make mention that I am the council representative for the Community Policing Committee. So there is a liaison between the Community Policing and Council and Police Services Board. So we've got our bases covered.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Gene. Thanks for being here today. If you can you maybe just, and part of my newness, maybe give me a synopsis of some of the things that your group is passionate about bringing forward from a community perspective?
Through the chair, yes. And every ward has different ideas and things that are significant to them, of course. We had a number of, a few presentations on the cannabis illegal grow-ops, and it was very good to have that information provided to the members so that when they're in the community, they have that very important information. And we have had the OPP come and give us very detailed reports on speeding issues and different issues that were happening in the community, which is good. Again, we were a conduit to the other members of our community to be able to see what was really happening and to give feedback also.
Councillor Varian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a question for the clerk, but I'm not sure. She's already left. If they switch from a committee to an advisory capacity, like does the police services committee or board or whatever, not board, but the advisory group, they lose or gain any kind of abilities to comment on anything? Like I guess if they're two different things, they must each have a different role. So I'm wondering if they do make that switch, are they giving up anything or gaining anything?
So through the chair to Councillor Berry and council. So my understanding is years ago when the groups were all community groups within the communities, they weren't really a part of the county per se. They were community groups of volunteers in those communities. And the county provided like a grant funding to each group to utilize for community policing perspective. I am not 100% how that information came to the county. There was probably a bit of reporting, maybe sharing of minutes. And then my understanding is that there were a few of the community groups that were having troubles getting volunteers to come to the table. There were some community groups that weren't maybe spending the allocated annual funding from the county regularly. So the county kind of set up an advisory committee, which they called the Committee of Chairs. So the chair of each community policing committee sat on that as an advisory committee of council to provide guidance to these community groups. That also didn't appear to work very well. So in 2019, they put together a advisory committee of council, which ended up being one representative from each ward to sit on this community policing advisory committee with a very extensive terms of reference that was developed by the previous clerk, the previous chair, and staff that are no longer, unfortunately, with the county. And so when we picked this up in early 21, when COVID was allowing us to get this off the ground, we were all playing catch up, trying to understand what the committee was about. So we gave it, I think, a really good effort. An advisory committee of council really is a committee that is a way to consult with the public to bring recommendations to council, which council can choose to use those recommendations in their decision-making process or just receive it for information. It is a formal process, so there are rules of procedure to an advisory committee. And unfortunately, that's part of parliamentary procedures. So if you establish that committee, they're bound by our rules. That was a bit of a challenge for this group. I also had an extensive conversation with the Ministry Advisor for the Police Services Board on Friday. I believe he provided some context at the Police Services Board yesterday as well, that they had a bit of concern that the county had a community policing committee, that policing is really the Police Services Board mandate, not the county's mandate. The county maybe would want to look at a community safety committee if that was something they wish to look at. So those are things that I think if council wanted us to look at, we would have to bring back a report to say, you know, what is really being sought after and where this best fits for the county and the community group as well. So, to your question, if they're a community group, they're not bound by our procedures. If they're an advisory committee of council, they are, and they still can have the mandate that the county gives them, but they have to do it within the processes that the county puts in place.
So I guess through you, the chair of the deputation, does that sound like something you want to do?
Through the chair, well, as your question indicated, what would we lose and what could we gain by changing that format? We're all for change if it makes things easier and more approachable for volunteers to be able to contribute, for sure.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to receive the deputation as information and then give some direction to staff and allow our CAO to chime in for a quick second, if I may.
A motion on the floor to receive this as information, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess first maybe I'll ask for our CAO to chime in and just maybe share with council some of the conversation that we had concerning what council's priorities are and also serve this as a reminder for you to remind us to talk about this tomorrow and get a good feel for what council would like to do. And then I would like to give some direction following that, subsequent that, to have Teresa and Al or whomever is most suited to bring a report back to council with viable options on a variety of different committee levels, what that looks like, so that we are fulfilling any provincial obligations that we have, but that may also include some of council's brainstorming sessions once we set some priorities.
So if I may, through you, Mr. Chair. So part of the discussion I had with staff and with council and with the mayor, tomorrow we've got an additional orientation session for this council. And specifically, we are going to embark on an exercise to identify a term of council priorities over the next 4 years. And part of the discussion that I had was that I would be surprised if coming out of that exercise tomorrow, community safety isn't one of the priorities for this term of council. So part of what I would like is to sort of do a bit of a brainstorming session tomorrow in terms of what that would look like. Is it radar? Is it sort of community safety zones? What does all of that sort of look like? And let's do some brainstorming tomorrow from a governance perspective. How does the community identify some of their concerns and bring it to not only the Police Services Board's attention, but through the Police Services Board to this council, so that we can identify what those deliverables can look like over the next 4 years. And we can then work with OPP and our staff to make our community safer. And what does that look like? So that would be my recommendation to this council is let's do some brainstorming tomorrow. Let's arrive at a bit of a roadmap over the next 4 years, and then let's see what we can do and deliver over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Al. In that event, then, we've already received this deputation as information. And I believe then that we are ready for our next deputation, which is...
Through the chair, if I may, Mayor Martin did indicate she wanted to put a motion on the floor.
Forgive me, Mayor Martin, your directions to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's okay. Just as noted before, that staff, I'm assuming it's Teresa, but staff be given the direction to, oh, look at that, bring a report back in Q1 with regards related to community safety within Norfolk County, including options related to public engagement and volunteer committees, and take this opportunity to invite Jean to come back and certainly provide us her feedback on that report when the time comes.
That motion is on the floor. Direction, second by Kingston Advantage Rishi. All those in favor? That is carried. Our next deputation is 5.3, Julianne McCookie, regarding the South Coast Jazz 10th anniversary. No, Julianne is here. She is not. In that event, then we will go on to our next deputation, which is 5.4. Mr. Murray Porches, the Norfolk Family Health Team, regarding the Port Rowan Medical Center. Welcome, Murray. Just to let you know, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, your worship, fellow council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to make this deputation to discuss preventing the loss of the existing healthcare services in the Port Rowan area and provide the potential to enhance the range of those services to this community. The Norfolk Family Health Team is looking for an opportunity to obtain space in Port Rowan, which is best suited to our needs and help us focus more on funding, on providing primary care services. Doing so would allow us to continue to provide a high level of local care to the residents in this area, and also allow us to partner with other specialized services and provide a more holistic approach to healthcare for these residents. This would also be a more cost-effective approach than we currently provide. The Port Rowan Medical Center, where we're currently providing services, was established many years ago and operated as independent general practices until it became incorporated into the Norfolk Family Health Team structure in 2008. We're a nonprofit entity which receives its total operating budget from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. Access to healthcare in rural locations increases in importance as people age and mobility issues make them more vulnerable. Port Rowan is one of the oldest towns in Canada. The bulk of the population is in the range between 60 to 85 years. The median age in Elliott Lake, for example, Canada's oldest city, is 58.8, while the comparable median in Port Rowan is 62.8. With the funding we've had, the Norfolk Family Health Team's been able to provide primary care services in Port Rowan from our group of doctors, nurse practitioners, and other support staff on a part-time basis. Although we only have the ability to have practitioners 2 to 3 days per week, we're paying full-time rent to support these part-time services. Under agreement with the county, we're also prevented from subletting the space when we do not need it. Norfolk Family Health Team's been instrumental in physician recruitment for Norfolk County through several innovative approaches. We've brought 7 new doctors to Norfolk in the past few years. 3 doctors have been operationalized into their own family health organization in Delhi, and 1 doctor has joined a pre-established physician group in Simcoe. Last year, 3 new doctors joined our family health team. We're planning to add an additional 2 doctors, giving us a total of 8 doctors plus their support staff. This will bring Norfolk Family Health Team's complement of healthcare providers to over 48 full and part-time staff. In addition, we're expanding the mobile services we began providing to make healthcare more accessible to seasonal agricultural workers. We also operate the only clinical assessment center for influenza-type illnesses in Norfolk County. Providing these services has stretched our operating budget to the maximum, and we do not want to abandon our patients in Port Rowan simply to make ends meet, especially since we're the only option for this type of healthcare service for the vulnerable residents in this community. Unfortunately, the county's building we partially occupy in Port Rowan is larger than we need and costs us more for full-time rent than we can continue to afford. In addition, inconsistency in the provision of supportive landlord responsibilities such as snow removal and janitorial duties has meant these services have often need to be supplemented by our medical team to ensure patient safety. We're looking for an opportunity to obtain a space in Port Rowan which is best suited to our needs, helps us focus more funding on providing primary care services. This would allow us not only to continue to provide a high level of local care to the residents in this area, but would allow us to partner with other health services and provide a broader, more holistic approach to healthcare tailored to the needs of these residents. Respectfully submitted.
Murray, thank you very much for your presentation, and open this up to council for any questions they may have. Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you to the deputation. Thank you very much for coming today and filling us in on this concern that you have. I guess my question is, I was following along, but then I got confused at the end. Are you looking for a decrease or some flexibility in the lease rental amount, or are you actually looking for a new space?
Hey, thank you. Through the chair. This building is old and it's showing its age. And we recognize that council only has so much money to work with. It's oversized for our needs and we're the only occupant in this space. So if we could find a space that's better suited to our size and be able to partner with other healthcare type providers, that would be a much better option for us.
Do you know of any other spaces that would suit your needs in Port Rowan, or is this something that would have to be a new build?
Through the chair, we are aware of a space that would be ideal for our needs. Frankly, it's not very big, but medical being medical, it's expensive to outfit any space. So we recognize that it would take some money to get that up and going.
That's good news that there's already an existing structure. Thanks.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Chair. To the deputation. I think I heard you say you're not able to sublet a new space. Did I catch that correct? So if you were able to do that, then you would be able to stay in this space and it would be what you need, or is it still not what you need?
Yes, through the chair. The space isn't ideal for what we need right now. No. This building is showing its age and requires a fair bit of work down the road at some point and a fair bit of expenditure. And if we were able to sublet, you still have to be able to attract somebody to that space, and that could be a problem.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your deputation. How often and how many doctors come there on a weekly basis?
It's through the chair, 2 to 3 days a week is what we're providing services there now. Not necessarily doctors, sometimes practitioners, depends on the service being provided and what's requested.
Is it adequate, or would you love to have them more often, I guess is my question.
Through the chair, the services that are being provided now are adequate for what the demand is. Yeah, if there was more demand, we would be providing services more days a week, but we don't have that kind of demand.
Councillor Columbus.
Murray, I take it that residents outside of the Port Rowan area also utilize the Port Rowan. Correct?
Through the chair, I could provide a breakdown of what that might be. I don't offhand know what those numbers would be, but like any medical services, there's some ebb and flow within the community.
Because my understanding is the same doctors that perhaps go to Port Rowan also go to other facilities in town.
Through our chair, yes, the doctors that are attending in Port Rowan are based in Delhi, where our current main location is.
Councillor Van Nutrition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through, thanks for the presentation, Marie. And we kind of get it out there, but in the you have, I'm not really getting clear in my mind what the ask is. I understand that a smaller facility would probably be better, and you think you've got a location to do that, but to equip it, taking what you have in the existing building out and looking it over will assist, but probably isn't enough. So I'm looking for how do we solve the problem? What do we need to do?
Through the chair, it might not be appropriate to talk about financial dollars right here. But looking at preparing for facilities for medical versus other uses, I was saying before the meeting started that you can take what you would normally expect and multiply by 5 usually to bring it up to medical standards. There have been issues in this building over time. And as you stated, the equipment can be moved over to a facility, but there's always going to have to be renovations to take down a wall, create a reception, that kind of thing. So we can rough out a budget that would address your question in committee.
Happy to receive his information and know that council will discuss in closed session later today. Thank you.
Before we accept that motion, Maria, I just wanted to maybe make one comment as the chair to conclude. One of the things that I heard often during the election campaign from people in Port Rowan and outside of town was the desire to have more available days with a doctor in Port Rowan on a more regular basis. As you've pointed out, it's not necessarily a permanent thing, and it's different doctors. And I know you said that right now we're kind of meeting the demand. Would you agree that if we had a little bit more of a regular and firm commitment from an individual doctor, that the demand would perhaps go up and people would perhaps go to that doctor at the medical center if they knew that he or she was going to be there every Monday and Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday, whatever it would be?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. This excites me. There's lots of opportunities here. Number one, you've got an established community and people aren't getting younger, they're getting older. Transportation becomes an increasing issue. We've seen the effects of increasing fuel prices and so on for people trying to access services. So potentially as Port Rowan continues to grow, the demand for services will continue to grow. In the medical field, we're seeing things more and more specialized all the time. So when we're talking about partnering with other healthcare type providers, They could be, and it depends what's available in the area, obviously already. But it could be massage therapy, it could be pain management, it could be bereavement counseling, dealing with arthritis, dietary needs, dealing with diabetes, heart disease, and so on. So you bring, I'm getting chills just talking about it, because you're bringing a whole suite of services rather than just a general practitioner. And that's the way the whole healthcare industry is going. So we're helping keep work growing on the page and in tune with the rest of the medical field.
Thank you very much, Murray. I appreciate your being here today and bringing this to light for council. Thank you. We have a motion by, we have a motion on the floor, and I don't know if the clerk will allow me to have another question being asked.
So through the chair, the motion needs a seconder before it's formally on the floor.
That secondary is Councillor Huffman, I believe. Okay. Then any debate or discussion? And all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. As approved during the changes to the agenda, we will now move to presentation 6.2. That will be followed by a deputation of Jordan Gawley, directly followed by staff report CD 22-122. We ask that all members hold questions for staff and the deputation until after the staff report. So we will have 6.1 Dallas Waldy project microphone update. Dallas is ready. Welcome, Dallas. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation. If you have any slides for staff, we'll place them on the screen, and please let staff know if they need to advance them if you have those ready for today.
Through the chair, thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Yes, my name is Dallas Waldy, and I'm the project lead, Norfolk County, taking on Project Microphone, as you may have heard of before. And so I'm very happy to deliver an update as to what we have been planning with our committee and what we hope will be put in action in 2023. So here we go. Okay, I was told this might have problems, and it is having problems. So can we have the next slide, please? Great. So to begin, I just would like to inform everybody about the project elements of this campaign. Obviously, this is a live entertainment initiative. We're using live entertainment as an economic driver for Norfolk County. So obviously, a big part of this will be live performances, both in the form of major headlining acts, noteworthy names that you would recognize, and also putting our local artists, excuse me, on those stages as well, and developing our own artist community. Local collaboration and engaging our community is also a very important aspect of this project. Activating the town, lighting it up, letting people show their spirit, whether that's in the form of our arts organizations, our schools, our tourism operators. We want everyone possible to be involved in this project and people to showcase the best that we have. Now, on site at these festivals, we also want to make sure that there is space for immersive experiences, especially for our tourism operators, to showcase and sample what they have, so that people who come from out of town, as this is meant to be a tourism initiative, people coming can experience those things firsthand. And lastly, bundling is also a very important part of this project. So when people purchase a ticket, we would also like to incentivize them to not only come and attend our festivals and our events, but go off-site and partake in all the other great experiences that Norfolk County has to offer. Next slide, please. So there's a few main goals with this project. The first being to extend the shoulder season. When we speak to our tourism operators, this is one thing we hear over and over, that summer is already booming, accommodations are full, they want to push the shoulder season, and as you'll see with our plan, we are doing just that. Increasing overnight tourism is also a big goal for us because that increases the spending greatly in these projects. And live entertainment events have been known to attract that sort of customer. And lastly, we want to establish the brand of Norfolk County, both for those outside the area who want to recognize us as a live entertainment destination, as we've already been progressing over the years, but also internally. We here are creating a committee that allows people to have a conduit directly to council, to have assistance with permits, and to get the events that they want to have on the floor and be taking action. Next slide, please. So to do with Norfolk County's role, we will not be organizing these events by ourselves. We simply don't have the human resources or the financial resources to effectively host festivals of this size. So we are de-risking these events and doing our best to allow those who are hardest hit by COVID, for example, the tourism operators, accommodations, restaurants, to benefit from these events. On the left, you'll see the bundling of the tourism experiences I had brought up. This will be facilitated by Norfolk County, and we'll be actively reaching out to people who want to be a part of this program and incentivize the attendees of our festival. On the right-hand side, you can see the marketing of events and the branding. Norfolk County will play a large part in this field as well, and through our social media, through our digital marketing campaigns, press, and letting people know that Norfolk County is a place you can come to experience culture in a vibrant community. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we have been receiving advice and getting input from experts in our community in the live entertainment space. These people have been helping Norfolk County staff to put a plan together and offer their services and their input to put the best foot forward that we possibly can. Now, I'd also like to note that we have done our best to seek out additional members from the county to join our committee, and we're also looking forward to a member of council joining our committee. As we haven't had the results that we anticipated with finding additional people to join, we'll be setting up an application process where we will be allowing proactive, engaged, and experienced members to apply and become part of this committee, and then we will have all the strength and people that we need to actively represent the community as best as possible with the most experienced and the experts of our community. Next slide, please. Some of the key decisions that we have come to in our committee. First, doing with the operating model. Now, we decided as a group that it would be best to pool our resources together for a couple large scale events that would make the impact that we need rather than sprinkling across. And obviously there are many great nonprofit organizations in Norfolk County doing great events around here, but the way that we've decided to move forward was in larger events that will have the tourism draw that we're looking to have so that businesses and other tourism operators in our area can also receive those benefits. So as you can see, the couple organizations that we are working with at the moment are Agricultural Society, Fairgrounds, and Waterford Old Town Hall, who are very experienced in this field. Now, these organizations, again, I must stress that we're hosting collaborative events, and other people in the community will have their space at the events to show their brand, show their company, and benefit from these events that are meant to draw in tourists from outside of our area and also satisfy the people of our area and give them something to look forward to in Norfolk County. Next slide, please. So we took a vote in our committee to set up a schedule. And so starting at the beginning in June, just as sort of a summer kickoff, would begin with Community Week. Last year, Community Day was started here in Norfolk County, where there were events throughout all the wards, not just music, but also the swimming pools and just different patios were opened up, and there were lots of events that went on, and the whole community was activated. Now, one complaint with that was that in one day, it was so hard to get around and see everything. So we're expanding this into a full week of events, and this is what I'm talking about, community engagement, and getting anybody who wants to be a part of this basically can be a part of this, and seeking out sponsorship dollars to fuel this program, and eventually it will culminate with a major event on the following Saturday at the fairgrounds, hosted by the Agricultural Society, and that will be our first major event of the season. Now, originally we were thinking to do everything in June, but when Community Week became a part of the conversation, that was when we took the vote to decide, do we still want everything in June, or should we space out? So we ended up with this sort of goalpost approach of the summer season. So we're now hitting these shoulder seasons, and OTH, Old Town Hall, will be leading the way on a major fall event. Next slide, please. I'm sure you have all heard of Project Microphone, as it's been referred to in the past throughout the reports. We have made a decision to outwardly brand this project and its events as Amplify Norfolk. So on the posters, we'll see this sort of stamp, and then our digital media and the press and promotions, this will be known as Amplify Norfolk, but still internally, Project Microphone and the Project Microphone Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. So next steps, pending the approval of council, we are looking to finalize the recipient agreement with our partners, book the headlining talent that will be the big draw of our events, and then getting into detailed event planning, facilitating and developing the system for bundling, and lastly, setting up a grant system for 2024 that is more open to the public, and anyone with a great idea can come forth and put it through, and we can then offer support to all the different organizations in our community that will benefit from the precedent and the foundation that we set in 2023. Next slide, please. So to conclude, I'd just like to reiterate some of the economic potential of live entertainment events, not just music festivals. As you can see, in 2013, based on our records in Norfolk County, $10 million came into the county as a result of Gentlemen of the Road, a concert, an event that went on 10 years that people still talk about all the time to this day and would love to see again, and they oftentimes wonder why nothing ever happened. As you can see on the other end of the spectrum, also in 2013, the Coachella Music Festival, which also takes place in a small desert area hours away from any large city, earned $253 million by having only roughly 5 times the amount of attendees that came to Gentlemen of the Road. Now, aside from just the money that comes in due to ticket sales and staff and restaurants and food and transportation, you also have the county brand building and just the reputation and people wanting to come back because people remember the way they felt when they come to these type of places. The artistic development that we'll have when we put our own local artists on the same stages at these major headline acts, and the opportunities that will provide to them. And also attracting and retaining talent and investment. Young people want to live in creative and vibrant communities. And if we don't offer the type of services and experiences that these type of people are looking for, we risk a brain drain and just not being as attractive as many areas that are taking the initiative to, be a leader in the live entertainment space. So it is, with this, I would just like to thank all of you for your time in listening to this presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dallas. And again, just to remind that members of council, if they have questions, we will ask all of those after the staff report. And we'll move now to 5.5, Jordan Gawley, regarding Project Microphone Task Force. Welcome, Jordan. You will have 5 minutes for your deputation. If you have any slides, staff will place them on the screen for you, and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Martin, and councilors. It's an honor to be here, and I'm here to just let you know, as one of the committee members for the public, that we're super excited for this. It's not just the staff at Norfolk, but all the members of the community with experience in live music and events. We're very passionate about this. So my name is Jordan Gawley, and just to give you a bit of background why I'm here and why I was asked to be on the committee. I own Black Creek Music. We're a small event DJ company, wedding company, and we're getting into full AV and live music and events. Our new office is now Capital 33, where we purchased a building in Delhi, brought it back to life, and instead of watching it go away and fall apart, we bringing back the theater, we're bringing back live music and concerts, and we're really excited about that. So everyone on the slide that Dallas showed, there's some really talented people who see the big names that are coming to Norfolk County. It's high probability that one of the folks on the screen had something to do with bringing those people here. So they put a really good team together to make this objective really successful. And then just to maybe avoid some questions later, 2 big events. Why are we doing 2 big events? The committee went over this, and one of my ideas was, well, we've got some beautiful wards. Why don't we have a great event in Dover? Why don't we have a great event in Delhi? Why don't we do something big in Waterford and Langton? And live music used to be huge. The big artists that came through Delhi and played Port Dover on the beach. So to really make it successful, we came to the goal approach so there'd be 2 events that we could really focus on, make them amazing, and then later on in 2024 and 25 really expand this initiative all across Norfolk. Thank you so much, and it's an honor to be here today.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for your information, and I'm sure that members of the committee will have some questions after. Moving on to 8.2.1 project microphone update, CD 22-122. Brandon Sloan, our General Manager of Community Development, will introduce the report. Go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you, and through the chair. So before you, this item is about Norfolk's live entertainment strategy. As you've heard, a very passionate description of Project Microphone and Amplify Norfolk. It's a focus is on bundling and to help our local businesses drive some more overnight stays. This is a council-approved initiative from 2021, including an annual contribution over 3 years. We had an update report earlier in 2022 about the implementation plan and about striking this committee, and the committee has met several times. We do expect the committee to be ongoing and to help us with planning the various aspects of the events. And so we do need a member of council to join, and that's one of the reasons for the report today. We're also looking for a few community members in the sector as well. The other intent is that we're at the point of where the partners are looking at booking acts, and we want to finalize our grant agreements. And so we're just looking for the council authorization for that, as it was not part of any of the previous reports. But now that we're at that point, we want to make sure that the county has some agreements to that effect that has gone through our legal review. So that's the purpose of the report today. And also to start launching Let's Amplify Norfolk for next year and start to get a little bit of the buzz going as well. More information and details to follow as we get into next year. Teaser. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. And now some questions of committee. Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you, I do have questions, but I was smiling at you because I was just raiding your drawer for a pen that works. So, so I was making eye contact with you. Would you like for me to?
Mayor Martin, I thought I could trust you.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Would it be appropriate to maybe start with questions of Mr. Golly, just assuming he has a work day to get back to, or how do you?
Yes, I think I do have a little bit of a list here. Councillor Huffman, is your question for Mr. Golly? Perhaps if anybody does have a question for him specifically, we'll go to those now.
Thank you, Chair. My question, it could be, Jordan could answer it. I guess what I'm wondering is for the fall event at the Old Town Hall, obviously October is busy. The first part of October is busy with the fair, and then there's Pumpkin Fest in Waterford. Is there a date determined for the fall event at the OTH?
Through the chair. So the idea that has been floated is an injection into Pumpkin Fest. Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Columbus.
My question, Is there a booking agency involved in this whole project microphone?
Through the chair, there is not a specific booking agency. Now, certain people within this in the committee have their connections. I actually personally also went to attend a networking event at Feldman Agency just last week. And these connections, we want to kind of have our own understanding of what's going on, but there is no agent in the committee, and we're not bound to any one agency.
Okay, second question is, this big event at the Norfolk Fairgrounds, I do think it's probably the ideal spot in Norfolk to have that, underutilized for sure. How many visitors would you expect to come to that big event? I guess it's June the 10th.
In our first year, we're hoping to have at least 5,000 each day. So hoping to have around 10,000 at the fairgrounds. That will be a two-day event.
Thank you.
Councillor Vantage Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Obviously you've thought through the logistics of where are these people going to stay, what do we do with parking and all these things. So all of that has been determined using the dynamic of about 5,000 a day, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that seems like that would be manageable at that number. Many people have brought up about Gentlemen of the Road losing money being just too big for what Norfolk County has to offer. So yes, in the realm of 5,000 is certainly a lot more manageable in a single day.
And do you have capacity, like how many motels or rooms are available for the general public if they do want to stay the 2 days?
Yeah, through the chair. This is partly why we have the ongoing committee as well, is to help out with some of the detailed logistics. And it's also why the committee wanted to push it into earlier June. Because as you're in later June in the summer, a lot of them are already booked up. So in the initial outreach and the feedback from the committee was early June, that's a time where there's some availabilities. This is part of driving it too, because we do need some more overnight accommodations built here. So this is part of a driving factor to get us to that point, that tipping point for that next hotel, that next accommodations as well. So this committee would help us out as well in terms of looking at what are the various accommodation options and the logistics of the site. Like obviously the fair is put on a large scale event of more than 5,000 or 10,000 people there at one time. So there's certain logistics that can be accommodated. And as Councillor Columbus said, that's why this became the ideal site to do it outside of the fair time. Let's use this resource outside of the fair time and work with the Ag Society on that.
Is there a potential for a camping situation? Like,
yeah, through the chair, I was about to mention that too, but I think that's what we would work with the group and some of our local providers on as well. I was going to mention that.
I think that would be an excellent idea to start to pursue that type of thing. And if you have to even next to events being outside, that you can get areas where you could have camping designation as some sort of overnight stay.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to toss a few questions to Mr. Gawley. I'm wondering if you can share with council what your experience has been working on that committee to bring this project to fruition, and if there's anything in general you think we should know, being at an arm's length from that committee before we look to endorse the plan overall or not.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Martin. It has been, that's why we're so passionate about it, just the amount of talent that's sitting in one room at this committee level. These are the people that are already doing these big things at Norfolk. I grew up in Niagara and came from Niagara, so I always compare it to my previous experience. The big, huge concerts, and on New Year's Eve when they have the huge bands and the huge stages, and now to see what's happening at the Norfolk Campground with the huge bands and at Burning Kiln and these huge names that are coming right here in our backyard. Camping has been brought up. We talk about that at every committee meeting. We have big visions for what's going to happen. It's been really great. The committee listens, and I've learned a lot, and I definitely feel heard. And when we narrow it down to what comes on the screen, we have talked about all the questions that you're presenting. We've really gone through and taken apart. So it's been a great experience.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Through you, Mr. Chair, my next question for Mr. Gawley would be, do you have any comments? I don't want to put you in a weird spot here, but you work all over Norfolk County, you have relationships all over Norfolk County, but you've invested in the West End right now. And I think that's amazing, by the way, the work that you've done there. So here council is looking at endorsing a project that is in Simcoe and Waterford, as well as some other community events throughout the week. What kind of conversations happened with the committee to make sure that, you know, we were spending these dollars kind of equitably, and that we were going to present an all Norfolk initiative that would benefit everyone in Norfolk, although we've isolated it to 2 locations? Is there anything you can kind of share from the committee level or your own 2 cents with us?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Martin. I really think that through these nonprofits that we've chosen these 2 spots to start, because they do have the infrastructure and they do have the experience with the larger scale events. And the purpose of this is not to just, again, sprinkle some cool events throughout Norfolk. We do that, and the Port Dover Board of Trade does that, and the Lions groups, and we are putting up these stages and doing these great events. But these are to amplify Norfolk and to really bring some really big things. So I think this is, for me especially, it's just a starting point. It's the first year. It'll be the first experience we all have. And once we build the success from this, then I truly want to see it in the West End and everywhere in Norfolk. We've picked places that have done big musical acts before, or that have the ability to expand on it. So really passionate about 2024 and 25 too.
It's great to hear you in particular endorsing it, just based on your personal initiatives. I try not to blur the roles here, but it creates a bit more belief in the project for me personally. I wonder if you could just kind of close up. What my 2 final questions for you, Jordan, would be, what is your expectation of the role of the county in moving this forward? And I say that because I'm not convinced that this is something that this term of council may look to continue with. The term of council after us, they may not look to continue with. But whenever we spend dollars or invest in something in the community, we kind of want to leave it better than we found it and give you the supports you need, that maybe this is now a private sector initiative in 2 years' time, and the county's no longer involved. So with that being said, what would be your expectation from Norfolk County for our role in this event, and then in coming years, if we would look to phase out, what kind of supports can we offer and make sure we're spending our time wisely?
Right. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Martin. I think that the county can really, the assistance of just the logistical setups for these events, just having Norfolk County on board and be a part of it is really going to help, any timeline issues and just the logistical back end things to have a voice for Norfolk County. And that, coupled with the strong public team that we're putting together, can be led down the road into a private venture for sure.
My only comment left for Mr. Golly, my remainder of my questions can wait there for staff, would be, are there any closing remarks or sales pitch you want to give to council? I know that you had a limited deputation, but just open it back up. The floor is yours if there's anything you want to sell us with before we move to staff. A lot of pressure.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Martin. We were getting goosebumps before, and when we talk about live music and moving to Delhi, for me personally, the old Belgian club used to have Chubby Checker and Rush and these massive events. And again, the thing that this is now happening in Norfolk, and it happened before, and just bringing it back and amplifying it. There's so many great venues. I think everyone I'm looking at has been to one of these events before and is passionate about Norfolk and the live music and all the revenue it brings. And coming out of COVID, as a business owner, it was pretty dark days for the entertainment industry. We were contemplating, are we going to go bankrupt? What are we going to do here? So the fact that we took a risk and that now this is happening to really strengthen it gives me goosebumps as well. So thank you so much.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Actually, my question is for staff. My apologies.
Councillor Barrett. Any other questions for solutions? Thank you very much, Jordan.
Thank you so much.
Then may I have a mover and a seconder to receive both the presentation by Dallas Waldy and the deputation by Jordan Golly for information? Moved by Councillor Duffy, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And questions of staff? Or Huffman?
Thank you, Chairman Shelley, through you to Mr. Sloan. So am I to understand correctly today then that we're looking to appoint a council member to the, I guess I'll start with the Amplify Norfolk name. Is that what we're looking to do today?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we have a format as to how we're going to do that, or can I make a recommendation?
I will defer to the clerk on that topic, Councillor Huffman.
So through the chair, with respect to appointing a member, no, we have not determined how that will move forward.
Councillor Huffman, you have a suggestion?
Yes, I would like to make a recommendation that we support Councillor Duthie in that role.
Is that being seconded by Councillor Van Andriessen?
Yes, it is.
And most importantly, is Councillor Duthie, does he consent to that suggestion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. I do a lot of work already with the Norfolk County Fair, and I'm chair of their entertainment committee, and was involved to a degree as well in Gentlemen of the Road.
I would agree, Councillor Duthie. I was going to approach you about the same topic, so I think there's consensus that you are the one we should choose. Councillor Van Passen.
Mr. Chairman, just a technical question. We are sitting as committee account. Immediate after this, we have special council meeting to deal with this subject. So are these minutes already going to be ready to go to the council meeting we're having immediately afterward, or do we just sort of postpone this motion until we're actually sitting as council and it can be done then?
Again, I'll defer to the clerk.
So through the mayor to council, when we scheduled the special council meeting, what we resolved to do was council committee would make a decision on the matter. And then when we go into the special council meeting, we'll just put the same motions on the floor to be ratified, because the rest of the minutes won't be ready until next week.
I had great faith that the deputy clerk would have them prepared.
Any other questions for staff? Councillor Barron.
Yeah. So I understand we're de-risking here. Do you have any grants or sponsorships already in place?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Does this project go forward without grants and sponsorships?
Through the chair, no one is expected that the recipients will have to come together with funds through either fundraising, grants, and private sponsorships to fulfill the obligations.
Okay. Has there been any discussion on what the cost is to participate in this? So for a business to sponsor, or a vendor to participate, or a patron to go, I assume these are going to be ticketed events. Has any line been paid to that?
Through the chair, no, these details have not been finalized yet.
If the tickets are sold and the county is paying for a portion of the fees associated with this, is there a share of that ticket revenue back to the county?
Through the chair, it was not expected that the county would. This also has not been finalized, but it's not something that we anticipated, no.
So I guess, okay, so my concern, I suppose, is that there are so many things that are competing for municipal funds, and just, I guess I was asking out loud if this is our taxpayers getting a full value for their dollars, if it's cost prohibitive for them to participate, or they're not seeing a specific return on the investment the county's making. I guess that would be a concern I would have going forward. So maybe if we can't answer it today, we can answer that at a later date.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just make a comment on Councillor Berry's comment, I think staff can report back to you at a later date, but I think the plan would be to be endorsing the project and moving forward. So it might be redundant for you might not get that information in a timely manner that's going to help you feel supported or supportive of the initiative. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that staff would be going ahead after it's ratified. But my questions would be, if staff could educate me a little bit more on the immersive experience and the bundling packages. My concern is that as we move forward, I understand that we're still in the preliminary stages here, and this is essentially to release funding to get acts booked so that we can build out those plans like ticket prices and sponsorship and so on. So can you fill me in more on the county's role and the immersive experiences and the bundles, so that I have a better understanding of how we're supporting economic development in the community and not just paying for musicians to come?
Through the chair. So I will start with the bundling, I guess. So bundling would be more in the form of, for example, if you purchase a ticket, you could receive a percentage off in accommodations, or you could receive a percentage off of, for example, axe throwing at Long Point Eco, or something of that nature that encourages somebody when they come down to the festival to then go check out something else around the county. Now, the exact system of how that's going to be worked out hasn't totally been finalized. We have platforms like Shop Norfolk. We are also in the process of getting iPads into a number of businesses that have the Visit Norfolk app and other options available, and a coupon system already in place on those iPads. So we are still in the process of finalizing exactly how that would be carried out.
And just through the chair, so the Norfolk County staff role is part of facilitating that. That's kind of our economic development piece, while the partner organization that's used to putting on the shows would be putting on the shows.
Okay, thank you. So not enough information yet. I like the direction you're going. I like that's how we're directly contributing to the economic development spinoff. But I guess I want to take this opportunity to express some hesitancy around the big question mark for me is, how is it going to be done in an equitable manner so that businesses are either sponsoring to opt in, or we're ensuring that the same opportunities have been made to everyone across the board, so that we're not just cherry picking, where we're bundling. My next question is so I guess through the role of staff, building on your comments, Mr. Sloan, Norfolk County made cuts to tourism and economic development by way of funding and a staffing position. So in a roundabout way, this funding is an investment in economic development and tourism, but which I am comfortable with to a certain point. But what is the metric of success for this? Is it a dollar value in sponsorship? Is it a threshold of ticket purchases per event? Is it a certain level of artist that commits to coming? What is the metric of success, so we can say at the end of this, yes, this was worth it, or it was a learning experience and we're not going down that road again because?
Through the chair. So this is partly why we're doing this, right? This is an example of doing new partnerships, working on new items, because we have chosen to take that route for economic development over the past couple of years. So we cannot do all of these things in-house, and that's exactly why we're doing this as one of our many other partnerships that we're doing. The metrics of success is something that the committee is talking about and looking at how we could formalize that. I would suggest there's short term and longer term. So immediately, for working with the partner organizations on these and with these agreements, they would have to contribute to an equal amount that the county would be providing in the grant or greater, and do sponsorship, driving sponsorship. So it's at least minimum double of what the investment is from Norfolk. We could also be looking at doing some surveys afterwards in terms of the accommodations. Obviously, we'd be looking at numbers of getting feedback from businesses, how many attendees, But we also have to look at long term. That's the more difficult one to quantify as to the longer term impacts of having people that could choose Norfolk as a great place to come back again, to move to work at. That's a little bit difficult to quantify. Dallas put some numbers up there, so I don't know if we're going to target the 15 million investment or a Coachella-sized investment, but that's a little bit on the short term and the long term.
Okay, and you lead me to another excellent point. So the sponsorships and the doubling, initially when council got behind this proposal and determined that we were going to spend money for Project Microphone, there was a alleged commitment of community sponsorship coming in. What is the status of that community sponsorship that was referenced around the council table, and what is the level of sponsorship in general currently, which I think you've slightly touched on?
So through the chair, there's no specific sponsors that are signed on right now. We were working on the plan and to come up with Amplify Norfolk, and that would be a little bit more of the task of the committee and the partners that would be doing these events. We can assist with that, but we needed to have an event so that we can now seek out partnerships and sponsorships. And so we have that now, and that would be one of the next stages once we can start to move forward.
So no large funding came in after council decided that we would put this money aside, I guess, to be direct.
Through the chair, I know as staff, we didn't necessarily pursue things right away because we need to have something to go to. There were some initial conversations and there were some large groups. However, they needed to know, what are you doing and when? And what do I get for the sponsorship? And now we're getting closer to having that so that we can roll that in.
Yeah, and to clarify, I'm not putting that on staff as a negative there. That wasn't a commitment of staff. It was a commitment of council or a counselor. So, okay, closing remarks through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. I would just like to hear or plant the seed for consideration to be given to off-ramp this program. This isn't something that I believe is a long-term program for Norfolk County. We're making these relationships. We're working with the community. We're building in these bundling and these experiences through our apps and so on. So if staff could please give consideration, I'm sure you already have, to how we make these groups successful to do these initiatives without us in the future, and what that looks like with less of a financial contribution from the county going forward.
But through the chair, I mean, Norfolk is helping be a bit of a catalyst, facilitator, and then the hope is that things are going to steamroll from there. And Norfolk, as we know, doesn't have extensive resources to do this. I know previous municipality I worked at was a larger municipality and did have a special events group and did this type of a role, but in Norfolk, we're not structured for that currently. And just I guess another note, I know that, you know, at Norfolk, through our budgets, you know, we invest a lot in infrastructure, like 300 or 400 million over the next 10 years. And we're talking about less than 0.1% for doing something that's for our community and for the future of our community and a healthy, livable community. So there's some other items that we can do there in addition to that. And this as a springboard to future growth and potential for Norfolk, I see as an amazing investment.
Councilor Van Pass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the mayor's questions have covered a lot of what I had meant to ask, but you know, I remember the discussions we had early on about Project Microphone, and it was one of the ones I even agreed to it, even though I've never been to a live music show. I've never been to a theater. I got a show a few years ago. I've never been to an art gallery. It's not really my area of expertise, but I accepted it. It was put to council by staff as a bold move from the Economic Development Department to kick everything back into gear post-COVID. And we recognize it's not a long-term thing, but it also is more than a one-year deal because of the length of time and organization and booking. And we've already found that. We never even made it through 2022. It's at least going to be 2023. And, I think to the mayor's comments, I'm not looking at leaving this in the budget 3 years down the road, but, and I think that's what staff is looking for. They want to be able to roll over some of the 2022 money to make sure that 2023 goes off and get that ball rolling with our economic development department's concept of that one bold move to bring Norfolk County back on the map to the rest of North America. So that's where I see it. And if I'm wrong and we're going to sit down and discuss whether we even want to proceed with Project Microphone at this point, I'm happy to do that in January as well. But again, even though it's not something that I really have any expertise whatsoever with, I still support it because I appreciate that staff were willing to, and council were willing to take that giant leap. So like somebody told me, when I get across the stream, you can't do it with a bunch of little steps without getting your feet wet. You got to jump, right?
Councillor Very, followed by Councillor Duffy.
So I have a couple of follow-up questions just based on the mayor's questions through the chair. So I understand that the grants have not been received yet. Have they been applied for? Has any group applied for funding?
Through the chair, no, we haven't applied for funding yet, as we now have a plan and events. So if there's members of council, if there's others, and part of the planning committee and the organizations, now we are at that point where we can start to apply for grants that open up. So if there's awareness of some, because there was some in previous years, and that's why a local venue was able to kickstart some big activities because they were successful in the grant. The municipality could not apply for that grant previously. But if there are things that are coming up for 2023, 2024, we'd be all over that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, perhaps maybe just a piggyback there on Councillor Very's point. My guess would be in terms of grant applications that if there is no signed partner agreement, the partner likely will not apply for a grant yet. So perhaps that is holding back. And maybe just to touch on Mayor Martin's point as well about off-ramping this, I can tell you that in the planning of Gentlemen of the Road in 2012 and 2013, one of the pillars of that initiative, that concept, was to have a legacy fund that would be put back into Norfolk County. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way and have as many dollars in it as anticipated, but perhaps as an off-ramp sort of strategy, that might be something that we could consider. And if I am so appointed to so, I'll bring that to their attention. My question to staff in this case is, I just want to confirm, that you said organizations will need to commit to an equal spend. I want to make sure that they are aware of that, and that will then be included in their partner agreements.
Through the chair, yes, they are aware of, and that will be part of the agreement.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I must admit, when I first read this, I thought we were getting new microphones on our tables here. I thought that's what it was about. But I think it's a great idea. And I think we proceed or push ahead. I hope that Councillor Duffy, if we put him on this committee, with his experience, will put this thing in the right perspective. And hopefully the money, if we get the grants and everything, that this money that we identify in here won't be used. Hopefully, or at least not all of it, and that we can wean ourselves off this type of program. That's what I'm hoping down the line. Anyways, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councillor Very.
Thank you again through the chair to the staff. Does the $125,000 commitment a year include the staff time that goes along with the work that's done on this?
Through the chair, in 2020, it did not, because we were able to secure some other grants that helped pay for staff time. Our member Dallas here is working on the other project as well. So we were successful such some grants, so we didn't have to use any of the funds from Project Microphone for that. Moving forward, there is a percentage of the funds that would be required for the temporary staff to continue to at least get the 2023 rolling.
Okay. Because I guess I'm just trying to compare like to like in a way, because the Gentleman on the Road was a private event, the Burning Kiln events are private. and this is a now public project. So I guess, again, my concern is I guess just on behalf of the people who are paying taxes and make sure that we're using their dollars where they want us to. That's all.
Yep, through the chair, and we're aware of that as well. So we've been trying to minimize it, and part of the staff time goes towards, of course, the marketing and the bundling and the working with the organizations locally, not necessarily just planning events. That's for someone else to plan the event.
Any other questions of committee? Seeing none, does someone wish to move the staff recommendation for staff report CD 22-122 project microphone or propose an alternative? Councilor Brunton, go ahead.
Maybe, I don't know if we need an addendum, or can we be brought up to date on this on a regular basis? That's my concern. I don't want to sit here and find out at a later date that something's gone awry.
I'll refer that to staff.
Through the chair, we can either take that as some direction to staff to bring quarterly updates or semi-annual updates, or I don't want to add to the clerk's referred matters list in terms of an ongoing item, but can take that as staff direction if you would like us to report back quarterly, and possibly you could even bring, see if we can have a member of the committee could attend each time as well, if that helps.
Madam Clerk, do we need to establish that as an official direction?
Through the chair to council, that would be council's decision. Clerk always says everything in writing is always the best, but that's up to council.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Councilor.
I would like to, on a, maybe every 2 months, have a good update how the financing grants or whatever we might get are coming. So I'll make that addendum that perhaps Councillor Duffy or the committee report back on every 2 months.
So, Councilor Brunt, you're moving that direction. Okay, as an addendum to this report. And is there a seconder for that direction? Councilor Huffman has a question. You're not seconding?
Well, I possibly will. I just wanted to say that, thank you, Chair, through you, that maybe what we could do is we're looking at other business and announcements on our agendas. That might be a perfect time for Councillor Duffy to give a verbal update. And it could probably, you know, if something is going on a certain month, I'm just saying that Councillor Brunton had said bi-monthly, but let's say there's 1 month that falls not on the month that's scheduled for the update, but there's been a big meeting and there's been developments done. So we could leave it to Councillor Duffy's discretion to keep us updated through those two avenues. And that way it doesn't put any additional workload on our staff.
And so we then don't need to give staff that direction. And so, Councillor Huffman, then you are not seconding Councillor Brunton's motion.
That is correct. I am not.
Okay. So, Councillor Brunton's motion, should he wish to keep it on the floor, would need to second it. Seconded by Councillor Columbus. Any discussion about providing direction to staff? Councillor Columbus.
Well, Mr. Gawley mentioned earlier that Norfolk County is no stranger to live entertainment. If you go take your phone to Google, that's what I go to the Delhi Belgium Club performers, you will find more than 150 different entertainment groups that performed at the Belgium Club in the 1960s and 70s. And at that time, they would attract 500 to 1,000 visitors every weekend, weekend after weekend. Ronnie Hawkins, Roy Orbison, Paul Anka, Lighthouse, Chubby Checker, Bobby Curtola got a start there. April Wine, and even Stompin' Tom Connors was there. So I'm glad to see that we are bringing back some good live entertainment for our people.
Any other discussion on this motion? Councillor Van Passen?
Yeah, just to support the motion, I can see the difference between staff bringing my monthly reports. Those are going to be the dry ones on paper with status of grant applications, things like that. And Councillor Duffy would be coming every month, giving us the highlights about all the cool stuff going on. So I can support the motion for the reasons of the Councillor Brunton, that he wants a little bit of tracking of how we're doing the paperwork, and Councillor Duffy, I'm sure, will update us every month on all the cool stuff. So I can support this motion.
With the caveat that there may not be something to report every month, so that he doesn't feel that he's obligated to speak each month.
And maybe once in my life, I might even attend something that's a live content.
Councillor Van Passen, there is so much of the world you have missed.
Quite honestly, Mr. Chairman, if it's beyond the borders of Norfolk County, I've missed it.
Any other discussion on this direction? And all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we have now, we'll move on to presentations. Our next presentation today is by Mr. Matt Bowen in agenda item 6.1 from the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. Welcome, Matt. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great.
Ready.
There we go. I think that's good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Martin, members of council, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation's 2021 annual report. It's a special day for us. We had the opportunity to bring the team from the Housing Corporation here today up in the back bench. We have our finance manager, Gary Moret, our manager of continuous improvement, Louise Jones, and our property management team, Tricia Feist and Todd Smith as well. We're double privileged to have a board member here as well, Ms. G. Montgomery. So thank you. I guess I'll be asking for next slide. Invested in a clicker. That's not the one that didn't work earlier, is it?
I think it was the tree.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have a better angle at it. But thought I'd just take a quick second with a new term of council in to, as I open the presentation, give a little bit of a backdrop in terms of who the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation are. Our governance structure is comprised of an 8-member volunteer board of directors, 4 comprised from Norfolk County and 4 from Haldeman County, each with a elected official on the board. We have a 12-member staff team and currently over 215 years of combined experience at the Housing Corporation. So you're in really good hands. It's not working. Thank you. Next slide. So about us currently, the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation owns and manages over 65% of the rent geared to housing stock that's available in Haldeman and Norfolk, and that's just over 544 homes, 17 apartment buildings, 171 family homes, and HNHC's properties are valued at just over $63 million. As well, our managed properties for the nonprofits we have the pleasure of managing are just over $28 million. So, a total of almost $90 million worth of assets in the hands of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. Next slide. Sort of looking at the composition, we're really privileged to serve some of the community's most vulnerable folks and over 950 residents, in fact, across Haldeman and Norfolk. Units are comprised of a 60-40 split, so 61% of the housing stock resides here in Norfolk County with 39% in Haldeman County. 93% of the rent revenues that are made up for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation are rent geared to income. So that's the partnership with the municipality and the service manager that makes that funding up. We do have a small market complement, specifically in Delhi at the Del Gold building. That's a 50-50 split. And the composition of the residents we serve is very dynamic. So we, 29% of the folks that we serve are seniors. Adults make up over 42%, and that's single adults or coupled adults between the ages of 18 and 59. Most of the folks at the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation are on some type of social assistance, whether it's ODSP, Ontario Works, CPP, or old age. But we do have a percentage of folks who do claim employment, and that's around 14% of the folks that we serve. Next slide, please. Looking at some of those metrics or key performance indicators, these are things that really excite us because we like to tell the story about what's happening at the Housing Corporation with facts and data. The average market rent at Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation for our residents is around $380 per month. The number of move-outs we average per year is around 57. The unit turnover rate is approximately 10%. And two really good targets here that we like to brag about when we get the opportunity is our occupancy rate. So re-rental of units is at 99.9%. And our rental collection rate, or in the industry, what we would call the arrears rate, which is at 99.6%. So we have a small chart there that looks at what the provincial average is. We're lucky to be a part of a larger and broader housing community, the local housing corporations group, and that's made up primarily of the largest municipalities in the province of Ontario. And collectively, we manage around 45% of all of the housing. So the target is around 10% provincially. Our in-house target set by our board of directors, is at around 5%, and we're currently at around the 2.9%. So just wanted to share that with you. Next slide, please. Looking at our finances over the year, and Millards Roush is our auditor of record. And looking specifically at the rent revenues, you can see that 47.2% of our total revenues is made up from that rent revenue. So just over $1.7 million. Other revenues coming in at 6%. Those are sundry revenues, expenses like the property management services that we provide, laundry, and other ancillary services. Our municipal subsidy is 44.9%, or just over $1.6 million. And some provincial and federal funding. I just want to comment that this isn't regular ongoing funding. This is funding that, working through Heidi and other initiatives that come up through the province and federal government that we take advantage for. So in 2021, we did have an extra $65,000. So our total revenues for 2021 were $636,153. Next slide. Looking at the expense side, 20% of our expenses go to maintenance and repairs, and I can say that this is really a vulnerability moving forward. Maintenance costs, supplies, are rising, so we look to see that increase in the coming years. But we spent $723,000 from our capital repairs. $643,000 was allocated to that. Our utilities made up just over 12%. At $464,000. Actually, I need my glasses, but our property taxes coming in at 12.4%, just over $445,000. Our insurance just over 2% at $97,000. Salaries, wages, and on-call just over $740,000. Our administration 6%. At $226,000, just a little bit over that, and 7.3% for benefits and pension, just over $263,000 for a total of $3,603,080. Next slide, please. This was a slide, and I'd certainly like some feedback. This was a slide that we introduced to the last term of council because they really like to see how the years stacked up. So I'll work you through this, and certainly if there's any feedback, if it's not necessary moving forward, I'd be happy to take that out. But you can see on the rent revenue side, the comparison from 2020 to 2021 rent revenues are down. And the reason that they are down slightly is because of the homes that we currently have on hold right now. So That's why that happens. The other revenues are slightly up as well. Our municipal subsidy slightly up as well. Last year we received a 2% increase, so that's where you see that. You can see a dramatic drop in OFI funding, which again, that is something that we apply for and work with Heidi and her team to see what's available. Our expenses, you can see a significant increase from 2020 moving into 2021, over 19% for maintenance and repairs, and that's again labor costs, maintenance, and those other costs as well. Utilities climbing as well, 3.7%. Our salary, wages, and on-call are actually down 11%. And really a lot of that had to do with a right-sizing reorganization exercise that we took several years ago with our board of directors. So looked at our operations, looked at where people were and the positions that we had, and as we move into 2021, we start to see that benefit. Property taxes up, as you know. Insurance costs, again, this is another vulnerability. I know the municipality is impacted as well, and we have already learned that in 2023, our insurance costs are up significantly, over $60,000. So administration is down as well significantly, and again, that is as a result of our reorganization. Next slide, please. Looking at our capital funding, our allocation was slightly higher here. We did move money into our 2021 capital budget from operating. Typically, as you know, our capital budget is $625,000, but that was slightly increased with additional funding that we had through OFI, as well as some other investments that we had at the bank. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight one of the great projects that was done by our capital team. We had installed a new elevator modernization program at 11 Arthur Street. Looking at some of those key outcomes like improved safety, reduced maintenance costs, and lower operating costs, and providing services really that our residents need. Next slide, please. So continuous improvement is something that I'm really passionate about. It's really embedded in the culture at the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. We have a staff member who is a certified green belt, and through all of our processes, we're always sort of looking at how we can lean out and bring the most value to the process. So this year in 2021, we focused specifically on the financial side. So I know, we did switch payroll services from Norfolk County to a private company, which was Ceridian, that saved us over $14,000. As well, we consolidated all of our health benefits that provided us another $22,000. So, that total of $36,000 may not seem like a lot of money, but for us, when we're turning over units and preparing homes for residents that need keys to a new place to live, we really take every dollar seriously. The operations team is sort of always looking at ways that we can improve, and one of the ways we did that was with a bulk purchasing program and our internal maintenance program. So quite often we're looking at deals on fridges and regular appliances that are at their end of life cycle, and when we find them half price or on sale, we'll buy multiple appliances so that we can save money as well. Next slide. Tenant communication, again, another focus of our continuous improvement. Our ability to communicate with our resident, our ability to build meaningful relationships with our residents is why we're in business. So a lot of our focus goes into reaching out to our tenants and making sure that we're relevant and we're meeting the needs of them. So some of the things that we had the opportunity to do was really look at the literature that we put out, standardized tenant notices with simplified language. We added contact forms. If you've had the opportunity to visit our website, it's very easy to navigate. It's built in a way that tenants can have their say, and they're able to file maintenance requests, give us just ideas and give us feedback in terms of what we could be doing differently around the building. We also, throughout COVID, set up site offices directly in the community. As many of you might know, our corporate office is on 10th Street, and with the geographic location across Haldeman and Norfolk, it's very difficult for residents from Haldeman, from Delhi, from Port Dover and Port Rowan to access. So we made a conscious effort to deploy some of the office resources into the community so we can be available directly at the properties where tenants reside. Next slide. Some of those results, it's important to tell the story. These are sort of remarks directly from our satisfaction surveys that tenants have submitted. You can see there that 56% of the tenants that were engaged were completely satisfied. 32% were somewhat satisfied. 2% were dissatisfied. 3% somewhat satisfied. Yeah, sorry. Next time I'll bring my glasses up. And 7% there are dissatisfied. Thank you. I wanted this to be a collaborative event, so I'm appreciative of that. Yeah, so I mean, there's work to do here. We recognize that, but what I can say to council here today is that you have our commitment to always put the needs of our residents first and to engage them in a meaningful way so that they have a voice. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, some of the key priorities for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, its staff and its board, our regeneration plan, looking at developments in Simcoe, our Dunville development, which is moving ahead, approval to sell singles and semis, our laser focus on continuous improvement and process improvement in the office, as well as our employee and resident engagement. Next slide. And that's it. So at this point, I'll answer any questions or
questions of committee. Councilor Van Matrushie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through your excellent presentation. I'm curious when the new building comes on board, you're anticipating, what would be the potential rent? Like, what would a single unit go for?
Well, it depends, sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councilor Van Matrushie. It would depend on the unit itself. So, and again, there's lots of discussion that need to happen, but we're looking at a mixed income development on both sides of the county. So the rent geared to income rent would be different than the affordable rent, and the market rent would be different. So we look at things like the MMR, and we look at what the affordable rents are at the time, and then we look at what the rent would be based on the tenant's income, and the rent would be determined that way.
So just to move that forward a bit, when do you look at raising the rents? I see, because it generates close to 50% of your revenues. Is there like, when was the last time you raised rents? Is that because you use that structure to kind of define what the numbers are, like for rent costs?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor, we don't raise rents on rent geared to income units. We do raise rent on market units. So the opportunity, the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation for a lot of years weren't moving rents ahead with the annual indexed rental amounts that we were able to, and we've just started to move that needle ahead because the market rents, the few that we have in Delhi, were significantly low. So our strategy wouldn't be to increase rent geared to income rents, but in a new development, the market rents that we bring in will significantly offset and provide additional revenue. And that's how we built the financial model.
If I may, just one more question. How do you qualify people to be on the program?
It's a good question, through you, Mr. Chairman. So we don't qualify people to be on the rent geared to income program. The Housing Services Division has a certified wait list and a process that a tenant would apply. If we were talking about affordable housing wait list that's outside of the centralized wait list, then we would, have an internal system that we would use, an application system. And we would do the same thing with market rent applications, no different than a resident would do, looking to secure housing in a private market building.
Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The singles and semis that you're going to be unloading that have been vacant for quite some time, how soon are you going to be putting them on the market? Because there's hardly a week goes by that I don't have somebody ask me whether they're available for it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Councillor Columbus. Well, we're working with the county. At this point, we don't actually have council approval to sell them. So I know that that is, one of the pieces that we're working with. We've been tasked to come back to council, to council, and I know Heidi and I are having that discussion. So, I would, like to see that happen sooner than later, but I know that there's a process, and I know that, we want to do it in a way that is meaningful and we don't create homelessness, and, we're focused on making sure that happens.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, I noticed you're 93 or 95% of your rent year to income of your tenants. Is that a normal amount? You say Heidi tells you the people you are to take, but do you have any say in that, or do you have any, and your rent's what, $380 a month average? So, I can see the revenue is, it's not a lot for when you look at rent year to income for that many units. Do you have any say in the other type of tenant you can take? I read this article, and I tried to understand your audit here a little bit. I'm not an accountant by any means, but I see on page 98 in our agenda, it says in here, deferred revenue, and it goes on to say about you had to get funding because the tenants were at risk of eviction due to the cleanliness of their units. They're not cleaning themselves at all, or? Bad question.
No, I just wondering when I should jump in here. You've asked a few good questions. So through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Brunton. So the program that you're secondly referring to in terms of the dollars that are available to support folks, maintain their homes and do some good repair work is a program that's actually delivered through the Housing Services Division. So we work closely with them to support very vulnerable people, and we will always play that role in this community, and there will always be residents in the community that will require additional supports. To your question about do we have a say in how much rent we charge? Essentially, we don't. The Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation is a legacy social housing provider. So the money that we receive from the province through the service manager is benchmarked, and it's based on a service level. So the number of RGI units we have are essentially what we receive. Most municipalities, and the recommendations that we've put forward on our regeneration plan, is to change that, is to introduce mixed income communities that are not 100% rent geared to income, because we know there's a lot of benefits in a lot of different ways. One of them, of course, is revenue, when we can maximize several different revenues coming in, we have more income. But what it also does is it balances out the portfolio and enables us and the community to have a wider range of people living in one community together, and that in itself provides a great benefit.
So we got to shake Heidi up then. Is that what you're saying? Well, then, eh?
Well, I think Heidi's doing a really good job. I think that this is and I heard this a lot with councils. It's a change, and it is a change, but it's a modernization that in my humble opinion, needs to happen in the housing sector, because continuing to go on the way we have for the past 40 years isn't sustainable. So we have to come up with different ways, different initiatives to bring in different types of revenues, different ways of doing things. And that's really what our regeneration plan, which Heidi was a part of helping us develop and certainly supports. But we recognize there's a big price tag on that. So we're working through in a way that, we can move this very important work forward, but create housing that's sustainable for the next 40 years.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I mean, the program, we're there to help these people. I agree, and I don't question that at all. But somehow, and we went through the issue last week with your gentleman, I can't remember his name, but you know, it's somehow like $380 a month. Somehow we've got to get the finances, I think, a little better, so if we can all sleep better, maybe. How's that?
I believe we've got a comment from staff. Go ahead, Ivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to supplement some of the comments that Mr. Bowen has said. So just to provide council with some additional information about the provincial context and funding framework and legislative framework under which Mr. Bowen and I work as it relates to housing. As Mr. Bowen said, when the housing corporation stock was transferred to the municipality, it was originally built and operated as 100% rent geared to income, meaning that if a tenant, meaning that all tenants have to apply through our office, they have to meet the eligibility criteria as determined by the province, and their rent is calculated either using 30% of their gross monthly income or specific provincial maximums for recipients of social assistance. So all of that calculation is done, the eligibility calculation is done by our office. The rent calculations are done by staff at the Housing Corporation. Once someone is a tenant, when they are an applicant, they work with us. When they are a tenant, they work with Mr. Bowen and his team as their landlord. But those rent calculations and the amount of rent that a tenant pays is calculated based on a formula that is embedded within the provincial legislation, the Housing Services Act, that governs social housing operations. Not just that the Housing Corporation operates, but that all of our nonprofits operate for their rent geared to income units. Within the last few years, the provincial legislation has been amended in order to permit local housing corporations, such as the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, to change from 100% rent geared to income to these mixed income communities that Mr. Bowen and I have been talking about. And so through the Regeneration Master Plan, we've been having those discussions about what that might look like in Haldeman and Norfolk, and balancing out those financial impacts with also any service impacts that may or may not occur. And what are the service impacts that might occur? And if they are, how do we plan for those so that we can ensure that we have adequate levels of deeply affordable housing for those who are most vulnerable and for whom that even the affordable levels of rent would not be affordable. So those are the discussions that we're having. It's the same with the sale of properties. We want to time it and phase it in such a way that the Housing Corporation can move forward with their regeneration goals, while also making sure that our supply is stable to help us meet the demand as much as we can. So hopefully that helps to provide some additional information for you from the perspective of the Housing Services Department and the provincial framework that we work within.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you to Matt. I just wanted to make a comment that I appreciate in terms of the continuous improvement, the creativity and stepping outside the box and looking at securing some extra dollars in terms of bundling benefits and some restructuring and things like that. I know in this market, every dollar counts, so that's much appreciated. And on a personal note, I look forward to in January becoming an active member of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's right, you're going to have a fierce advocate with Councillor Huffman. starting very soon. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for the information. I think that that's really beneficial for all of us to just touch base with you and have a good understanding of what's happening and what the priorities are. Obviously, the maintaining service levels and supply and demand are well outside of the wheelhouse of what I do in the day to day, and I leave that to you and Heidi. And obviously, if there was, I know you're not here to talk about it today, but if there was an infinite supply of money, I would be more than happy to get behind your new project, because the work that you all do is very important and appreciated and meaningful. But I did just want to take this opportunity on the heels of Heidi's comments to say, when it is appropriate, when the two of you can get to that point, I wanted to throw my full support behind selling a couple of those first units, especially with the reduction that we're seeing in rent right now, to keep all options on the table for you moving forward with the regeneration strategy, whether it's in Simcoe or elsewhere. I think that's important. So I just wanted to take that opportunity and say that I fully can get behind keeping the ball rolling on that for you, and giving council some more time to identify where our priorities are and how we can help, even if it's not the big full plan. But thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I don't see any more questions. Matt, thank you very much for your presentation today. Very informative. And now, can I have a motion to receive the presentation as information? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? It's carried. We're moving on to communications.
Sorry, through the chair, we need to go back to consent items.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am suggesting perhaps we'll take a 10-minute break if we go to the washroom. Welcome back, everybody. No, it's okay. I just want to get them going. Welcome back, everyone. We have some items connected to the presentation from the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation that I will let the clerk explain how we're going to handle those today.
Thank you through the chair to council. So part of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation's presentation included some resolutions that I guess need to be passed annually. And so I apologize for the error of not putting them on the proper area of the agenda. But there were actually, they were attached as part of the presentation, the 3 attachments looking for motions from council. So I can put them on the screen and we would need a mover and seconder for the motions, and I would just suggest if council has any questions of that, I'm sure that Heidi Van Dyke, General Manager of Health and Social Services, could answer the question. So the first motion is there are some whereas clauses, which I won't read unless you want me to, but it's really just saying that we want to approve the, receive the financial statements for the fiscal year ended December 31st of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation, approving them as presented today.
And I believe Councillor Columbus removing that. So moved. And seconded by Councillor Berry. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor? Unanimously.
So the next motion is resolving that the Corporation of Norfolk County hereby appoints the firm of Millard, Rose and Rosebrew, Chartered Accountants, Simcoe, Ontario, as the auditors of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022.
Mover. Councillor Vanadrishi, seconded. Councillor Brunton, discussion. All those in favor? Carried.
And then the last motion is that the Corporation of Norfolk County reappoints Jeff Miller to the Board of Directors of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation effective December 15th, 2022 for a term of 3 years. And further reappoint Brian Snyder of Haldeman County to the Board of Directors of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation effective December 15th, 2022 for a term of 3 years.
For mover, Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Discussion. Vote. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. As we discussed previously, we have 8 items in total on the consent agenda. The item number 4, the summary of bid awards, was pulled previously. That will be put down into reports. And Councillor Brunton had a question about the drain construction building, which is item number 4.5, which will be placed in the staff report section. So we have the 6 remaining consent agenda items. And so I would ask for a mover and a seconder to pass those. Councillor Duffy is the mover and Councillor Huffman is seconding. Any discussion? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. If you'll just allow me this moment here to clarify something in regards to consent. Do you want to finish the motion first and then I can ask my question?
I think that would be more.
Okay.
Thank you. Any discussion other that to the vote? All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Huffman, you can ask a question.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you to, actually, I guess, our clerk, Ms. Olson. Just, can you reiterate for all of us here at the table what you want us to do in terms of the procedure with consent items and items being pulled? Can you just reiterate that for us, please?
Sure, through the chair to council. So the purpose of a consent section on an agenda is really to help make your meetings a little more efficient. So it's usually for routine and standard reports or information that council supposedly won't have a lot of conversation. It's pretty standard in nature. And if you have questions, you would then pull that item from consent. What we ask is that the matters be pulled 24 hours before the meeting so that the clerk can prep the agenda properly, make that notification, get the right staff in place, because we move it actually into the report section where we actually have all of the discussions. And then it allows us to prep the meeting chair as well to get everything in order. When councillors are pulling those items last minute, then it rearranges everything. It's a bit of an administrative challenge for us. We can do it, but if we could get that notification ahead of time. Also, sometimes councillors simply have some questions that staff could just very easily clarify through an email or a phone call. That doesn't necessarily need to be discussed during the meeting. And so we would really encourage councillors, if they seem like simple questions, to reach out to the general manager or the CAO to ask those questions in advance, or shoot them to me and I'm happy to field them to the right general manager. And if we can help get you the information you need prior to the meeting, or at least we're aware of the information, you can still ask that question at the meeting, and then we can have a prepared response and have the information ready for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Then we'll move on to communications. We have one communication item listed on the agenda today. Does any committee member wish to pull that item for further discussion? And seeing no one, I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive communication item 7.1 regarding the January 2023 Friday the 13th event as information. Mover, Mayor Martin, and the seconder, Councillor Duthie. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And staff reports and discussion items. We are going to move down to 8.4 to operations, and 8.4.1 request for further information on electric vehicle charging stations, OPS-22-045. Bill Cridlin, General Manager of Operations. Will you introduce this report for us, Bill? And I understand you have Sydney Clarsey here with you.
Yes, I thank you. Through the chair to county council, I'll do a very brief introduction before I turn it over to Sydney and Michael, who had written the report. So, yeah, OPS 2204-5, more information on the electric vehicle charging stations. So some of you councillors will remember being on the last council that ops staff did bring a report in July of 2022. Staff had applied for a grant, and we're planning on moving ahead with 6 additional electrical vehicle charging stations, basically one at each hockey arena and one at the Simcoe Recreation Center. Council had heard the report and had some debate and instructed staff to come back at a later date this fall with options on EV charging stations. And, some of the questions were good, or question the location. Are we going to charge fees? Are there alternative models to deliver this service and such? So this report that Michael and Sydney have put together, a lot does change in the last months, I think, in electric cars and electric vehicle charging stations are definitely one of them. So what staff have been able to put together, I think, is a bit of a good news story.
in that we're still able to take advantage of the grant money. And what staff are recommending is to upgrade the electrical vehicle charging station here, introduce a bylaw, a user fee bylaw, so we can charge for the use of that. And as well, there was a project done at another facility, the Port Dover Harbor Marina, which this grant can be used for. So it's kind of a wash in the middle that we still get all of the grant money. And we will bring another report back to council, probably Q3. I'm thinking, Michael, maybe Q4 of 2023, because the world of electric vehicle charging stations have changed. I know at the Canadian Tire Mall, staff will hopefully talk. There have been 5 units put in there since this report, so it is a fast-changing world. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael and Sydney, who will add a little more detail to the report, and all 3 of us are here for any questions council might have. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Well, Madam Mayor and County Councilors, the purpose of this report is to provide additional information requested by Council at the July 12th meeting regarding electric vehicle charging stations. Staff have provided the requested information regarding the expected operating maintenance costs, as well as the existing use of the EV charging station here at the County Administration Building within the body of the report. Further, I'm now happy to report that Norfolk County was successful with their grant application, which was proposed in the previous staff report. However, due to the stringent timelines related to the grant funding, it is no longer feasible for staff to complete the installation of the proposed charging station at the 6 arenas as originally intended. Staff have commenced discussions with the funding group to ensure that the grant funding would not be lost by pivoting the scope of the funding to other county facility projects that we have mentioned. These projects would either been completed or can be completed by the grant deadline. This pivot would allow for the continuation of the pilot project here at the County Administration Building and would allow for the additional data to be gathered through the installation of a pay-per-use charging head, which will assist staff with potential grant applications in the future. And there was for council's some additional information regarding the Tesla chargers that were recently installed at the Canadian Tire Mall here in Simcoe. They are pay-per-use charging heads. They are superchargers essentially. So that service is being offered by Tesla to EV vehicle users. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions of council.
Thank you, Michael. Questions of committee, Councilor Van Andriessen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So the gist of this is we've got some funding, but we can't use it where we wanted to use it, which was at the arenas. So where are you now? I've read, I've forgotten more than what I've read actually, but where are you proposing to put them, and are they being equitably serviced out in the
So through the chair to Councilor Van Andriessen, the proposed project of installation at the 6 arenas is still on hold. We are recommending that we push that to 2024. So there's still the intention with some potential grant application or funding streams coming online in 2023 that we will be able to continue to provide that project in 2024.
So is there any ones going anywhere else or no? Okay. And so then the proposal of charging for it, I saw some different numbers and I saw some different places. Around the $2 amount was the issue. It sounds good to me. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mary Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wondered if staff could tell me, probably take a minute to look it up, but what the status of the reserve is that we fund. I'm trying to blank on what its name is. That we fund. Initially, we were going to fund these additional charging stations out of? What do we call that reserve and what is the status of it?
Through the chair, I think finance staff are, you don't have to, Michael, you get that worried. Like, I think finance staff are looking that up. Thank you all. CEO was just reminding me, we have a new council here, and I'd like to introduce Michael Smones, the Director of Facilities. Michael, hand up there. Michael, he placed Marlene Watson probably about a year ago and is doing a fantastic job. And with Michael's move to Director of Facilities, we had an opening. That's when Sydney Clarsey came in as project lead, energy, and facilities. Thank you about that. We get what I'm saying. So yeah, both Michael and Sydney have some pretty good dynamics working there. Items like electric vehicle charging stations are right up their alleys, and that's going to get on really well. And for putting some good work out, we're quite happy with them.
Sorry, is there a dollar value on? Okay, then I have another question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Michael or Sydney. This might be a silly question, but are the Tesla charging stations limited to Tesla vehicles only, or is the handle, does it work on any?
So Tesla has been rolling out, through the chair to Madam Mayor. Tesla has been kind of rolling out a pilot project where they provide adapters for other electric vehicles to charge with their charging stations, but that hasn't come to Canada. That's strictly in Europe. I don't know when it would be coming to Canada. Tesla vehicles themselves, the electric vehicles, they are provided with an adapter, whereas other additional electric vehicles, they don't come with an adapter to be able to use a Tesla charger.
Okay, perfect. So those, although it's great, we have 5 new Tesla chargers that are really only serving Tesla owners. So, okay, well, that's helpful. I'd be interested just in general on what the status is of that reserve. And my 2 cents in general, I think this is great. I thought it was great when you brought it forward the first time around. It has an economic development component to it, a tourism component to it, an energy conservation component to it. And I think charging $2 an hour is extremely reasonable. And I know that there are businesses across Norfolk County who have also been looking to invest in these, but for fear of the feedback essentially from community members is that they would not be able to charge should they get too far from home or too deep into Norfolk County and not find another location. So I think it's a great initiative, and I thank you for bringing it back and look forward to supporting today's recommendation and again that budget.
Councillor Columbus.
To the chair. If in fact in 2024 we can put EV stations at the arenas, as has been mentioned, will that be for county-owned vehicles, or will that be for anybody, the general public, to utilize?
Can take that one. So through the chair to Councillor Columbus, this would generally be for public use. We don't have any electric vehicles in the fleet, but that being said, if they are dual heads like what we have at CAB, a Norfolk County vehicle could use that should they be at that facility.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. I guess my question is, before when this issue came forward, I thought it was a great idea, and for all the aforementioned comments by Mayor Martin in terms of the benefits, there was some discussion that as a county, we couldn't quote unquote sell hydro. So how has all of that changed? How was it just the comparators? I noticed that there were some other municipalities and areas that they were doing that already. So how have we been able to overcome that issue?
Yeah, so I think it was late 2021 where the OEB and the provincial legislation changed, where municipalities could charge for use of a public EV charging station if they're publicly owned, of course.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to get some clarification on that and move forward with this initiative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was one of my questions, but I also have what's the cost to convert it so that it can collect money? I know it's in the report and I just can't find it right now.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. It's approximately $3,000.
I know I had suggested before, why don't we just take one of our leftover parking machines from the pilot project and charge $5 an hour to park in those 2 spaces? They get the hydro for free, but they're paying for parking. And it doesn't cost anything to convert that.
Any other questions? And I'm seeing staff. Kathy, go ahead.
Through the chair to council, to Mayor Martin's question, if we're talking about the energy reserve, the December 31st balance of 2021 was just over $107,000.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know one of the recommendations from the PERCOG committees was to merge the Energy Conservation Committee with the Climate Change Adaptation Committee. And I just want to clarify that is the energy reserve is where we put in rebates and the money from the solar panels in Waterford and things like that. And then the Climate Change Adaptation Reserve would have a both equivalent amount in it as well. We put 0.1 of 1%. And I think projects like this are something that you could probably tap into that reserve on the arguments that it's the plan. Okay? So I think we've got 2 things, and those 2 committees are supposed to merge into one in 2023 anyway. So we can get together on a few of these.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. One of the recommendations in the report is, and to be fair, I should start by saying I appreciate the work that you've done on this and think it is a great idea. And certainly if the federal government gets its way, we will have no choice but to go to electric vehicles in relatively short order. So the third recommendation in there is to impose a charging fee of $2 per hour for the duration of the pilot project. I guess my question would be, should this continue on, will that $2 per hour fee then be reassessed on an annual basis? Where does that fall so that we can drop that and increase it where necessary?
Take that one. So through the chair to Councillor Duffy. I think I stated in the report, we could reassess that as EV adoption grows. If there's more demand for the charging stations, we could use the monitoring infrastructure that we are proposing in this report, look at the number of hours it's used, how many people are using it as well, and then we could reassess and bring that back to council to raise the rate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one more question then on that. So does that mean it will not become part of our standard user fees that we would be looking at on a regular basis?
Through the chair, yes, it would become a standard user fee, and each not each year, but as we go through and staff have time and things are identified, we would do a review on that, and that like Sydney says, and also I think we would look at what other municipalities are charging too, because we don't want to charge ourselves out of the market. If somebody is in Brantford and paying X amount of dollars, we hope they come to Norfolk and be the same. So we'll be reviewed.
Any other questions of committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Michael. Thank you, Sydney. Can I have a mover to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Huffman is the mover and seconded by Councillor Berry. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Just look to the clerk. Madam Clerk, are we going to deal with the consent items that were pulled under the Corporate Services Division first? Okay.
Actually, through the chair, I would suggest we deal with them in order. So I would say we would do the 8.51, 8.52. Summary bids will become 8.53 and drain construction 8.54.
Very well. Then we will begin with staff report 8.5.1 2023 Insurance Program Renewal CS-22-203. Kathy LaPlante, General Manager of Corporate Services. You introduced the report, and I understand that Ryan Knappman, Risk Manager, is with you today.
Thank you. Through the chair and to members of council, the report before you tonight is an annual report. Intact public entities approaches the council on an annual basis to renew our insurance premiums. As you can see at the very beginning of the report, it states the amount percentage increase that is being proposed. We do have here tonight, as you mentioned, Ryan Knappman. He is our risk manager. And Amy Fanning, our deputy treasurer, our interim treasurer for financial management and planning, and they will provide further details on the insurance premium that's being proposed by Intact and answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. So as Kathy mentioned, the purpose of this report is to advise council on the anticipated costs relating to the 2023 insurance program renewal. This report comes to council every year as our insurance renews on January 1st of each year. Our insurance premiums for 2023 will increase our insurance premiums budget by 13.9% as compared to the 2022 insurance premium. Our property and general liability have seen the biggest increases for 2023. For property insurance, some of the main factors for this increase are high inflation on building replacement costs and more frequent catastrophic weather events, resulting in more claims worldwide. For general liability insurance, the costs associated with defending and settling these types of claims has increased substantially in recent years. Staff research did identify that this increase was very comparable to other municipalities also renewing insurance for 2023. So with that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Questions of committee? Councilor Van Dusen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, the one that bothers me the most, I guess, is the cyber issue. I do understand the issue of claims are probably happening everywhere. We talked about some action or that we would do something that would try to bring that number down. Is there anything that we can do? Or to maintain it, at least not so it would increase year over year? Oh, right. I was. Yeah, sorry. Oh.
So through the chair to Councillor Van Den Driesch, yeah, so it's a great question. Cyber is definitely an emerging area in the insurance industry, and there has been an increase in the amount of cyber claims throughout the industry. That has resulted in it becoming a more difficult coverage for the county to obtain. But we are working with our IT group to make the necessary upgrades to our cybersecurity so that we can secure a quote for cyber coverage. But yeah, certainly those internal cyber security measures have become even more important with the increase of these types of claims in the industry.
If I may, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. So I think the council is referring to the NBI that was discussed, and part of what was discussed was the fact that without the county taking some more proactive action in terms of defending against potential cybersecurity attacks, we were vulnerable to either the insurance carrier pulling any insurance coverage in that area or a much larger increase to our insurance premium, and that's the NBI is attempting to control the costs in cybersecurity coverage.
Mr. Chair, if I could, one more question. When you review the insurance policies when it comes to, do you look at increasing any deductibles to try to maintain or mitigate some rate increase?
Yep. So through the chair, to Councillor Vanden Drieschie, yeah, absolutely. We look at that, every time we renew each year. And, we actually do have a, report going in closed session later today, where we will, be looking to discuss, insurance deductible levels.
Any other questions of committee? Seeing none. Do I have someone who wishes to move the staff recommendation to propose an alternative? So Duthie, the staff recommendation. Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Van Passen. Any discussion? Seeing none, to the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And next, we have 8.5.2 proposed 2023 user fees and service charges. CS 22-185, Kathy LaPlante, General Manager of Operations. Will you please introduce this report?
Through the chair, thank you. We have another annual report that comes before council, and that is the proposed user fees and service charges for 2003. It will be the fees that we will build into our proposed budget that will be presenting to you in early January to mid-January. Again, we do have a policy in place that has also been attached for council's review and to see what we're basing our user fees on. I must say for this year, unfortunately, we have not, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, I do not believe there's any fee that we have been able to have the time to actually go through a thorough, comprehensive analysis of these fees. We usually try to pick a number of different fees annually and do that review in the summertime with council. So we are proposing to bring that forward again and reinstate that in that annual review in the summertime before council break. So with that, I'll pass it over to Chris Everett. He is our manager for financial management and planning, and I've already introduced Amy. So they'll provide you more details. And through the GMs up here, you see there's 625 fees. So we don't have, we may not be able to answer all of them from finance, but we do have a good group here that if you do have any questions, we should be able to help you out understand them. So that'll pass it over to Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, members of council. So as Kathy mentioned, the report before you is our annual update to user fees and service charges. This report lists the proposed rates to be incorporated within the proposed 2023 levy supported operating budget, which is scheduled to be presented to the Budget Committee on January 18th and 19th. The intent is to utilize the approved rates to determine the associated revenues for 2023 based on anticipated usage of the services. It is recommended that the proposed rates take effect January 1st, unless otherwise noted within the schedules, and this is in order to maximize revenues and avoid unnecessary revenue shortfalls throughout the year. So the report only addresses the fees and charges related to tax-supported operations, as the recommended rates for water and wastewater operations will be included at the January 11th Budget Committee meeting, where we'll review the 2023 rate-supported operating budget. So for 2023, actually an inflationary increase is generally applied to most, if not all fees, as outlined in the user fee policy that Kathy mentioned. And that's in an effort to keep fees at full cost recovery or at approved subsidization rates as costs increase over time. After an analysis of prior year budget drivers, preliminary 2023 budget drivers, as well as a review of the consumer price index changes over the past year, we're recommending a proposed inflationary increase of 7% for 2023. This figure is in line with inflation at the time of report preparation and supported by the significant increase in costs that we've been seeing at Norfolk County over the past year. And while it is a substantial increase, staff do feel that it is prudent to attempt to keep the fees at cost recovery rather than placing an additional burden on the tax levy. So we have some fees that are recommended to have exceptions to the inflationary adjustments, and those are recommended by staff in their respective departments. So those have been listed in attachment 1, tables 1 and 2. And this includes fees that are under comprehensive review, so they'll be coming forward at some point in the new year. So at that point, we're proposing to keep most of those status quo, and then they will come forward with the update in the year. And new proposed fees have also been included in Table 3 for consideration, with rationale provided by the department as well. And Table 4 outlines any fees that are recommended to be removed with a brief description of why. So to conclude, the estimated revenue impact of adopting the proposed fees as compared to the 2022 levy-supported operating budget, which also includes adjustments for expected occurrences in these fees, is estimated at approximately $400,000 for 2023. And with that, we would be happy to take any questions.
Questions of committee? Mayor Martin. Mayor Martin, you're deferring to Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is the West Street soccer fields out there. How are they administered? How do you bill for them? How do you, I guess, collect your funds? Like, do they come in for individual games? And what I see in the book here, it says field type C, type D. Where do they fall into that category? Can we answer that question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let's see the counselor. Could you give me the number of the, I'm working off my phone here.
Well, I'm on page 187.
Okay.
And I'm looking at, it just says rentals, field rentals. Well, there's all these here.
340.
Yeah, and then it goes, like, where I'm talking out on West Street?
Yeah. Through the chair, I think the best I can do that, the Simcoe Soccer Club, it is partners with Norfolk County. So we do certain maintenance items and they do, for their players, there's a set fee that they pay Norfolk County and then they in turn charge their players for that. So they have their own business unit on what they need to supply what they do for the county, and then also to make sure that they have the coaches and the refs and things like that. So that's a separate deal. And then these other costs that you're talking about, these could be various fields, across Norfolk County, ball fields, soccer fields. So that is with another group was to rent them. That's what they would pay.
Okay, so I'm clear on that. Like, and I know there's the soccer group out there, but so you're telling me they don't rent when there's a field by the hour? That this soccer group run the whole organization? I guess we ran into this issue a few years back. I want to know, do they pay the county a revenue for the whole season, or how do they operate out there?
Through the chair, that's a really good question, Councillor. And I think like we do get revenue from them, and I think it's based on the association, the number of players, and the number of hours on the field. It is what they do. So that to answer your question, we don't necessarily get revenue from a Friday night game. It's more through the season with them, and then in turn the other groups can come in and use certain fields as well.
Well, not to put you on the spot, but I would like to know, and I know we do a lot of maintenance out there. I think, do we cut the grass and pay to maintain the facility, basically? And then we argued, I'm going back a couple of years now, we would receive a certain revenue for doing all that from the soccer organization. Because I believe they're the only group that run out there. I can't go out and used to be one person couldn't go out and rent that field. I guess I won't drag it out. I just wonder if I could get some form of report at some point, how that whole facility functions and what kind of revenue we make versus our expenses.
Through the chair, if I may, suggest, I mean, I have staff members that will have that information very quickly with, an email to all council, later this evening, suffice on that and get that, because I just don't have it to put my fingers, but that's
fine.
Brett was right. It's a certain amount of revenue that comes to us, and I just don't have that number and how it works, so.
And our expenses, what we spend over there.
Okay, that may take a few days, but I think we.
Yeah, I know rush. I just, I like to know how it's operating compared to what we had a problem years ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, through you, there's a couple that I would like to draw some attention to. One, I'd like to make an amendment to. One, I'd like to withdraw entirely. Sorry, any changes entirely. Page 159 of our agenda, which is this for staff, it's the chart. Table 1, proposed fee increases and decreases. T1 point 11, community center rentals. So 362 to 364. Do you need those numbers, staff, or? Do you need me to staff list off all those user fee numbers, or is that enough information if you're good? Okay. The recommendation is to implement a minimum 2-hour rental limit based on the underlying minimum costs of a function. I have some concerns that we're going to price people out entirely if it's a $150 rental fee and it's a small group that wants to get together and play cards. It's now $300 for them to, even if they only use it for an hour. So initially I thought I wanted to leave it as such, but then after chatting with staff, I think what we should do, unless there's a better suggestion, is amend that it is only for large meeting spaces, not for the meeting rooms. So sorry, large meeting spaces, I mean like the entirety of the hall. If you're booking out the entirety, sure, 2 hours is reasonable based on the staff requirements. But if you're just booking out the meeting rooms, I don't think that 2 hours should apply. And specifically, it shouldn't apply for senior groups and not-for-profit groups. That would be my concern. If there's somebody who's, booking it out to host a particular event that's a fundraiser or whatever the case may be, then I can understand staff wanting to recoup some of those costs by the 2-hour booking rental limit. So I'll leave that with staff as my feedback. I don't want to pass it the way it's currently presented. Number 2 is on the same page, T1 14, which is community center rentals, specifically the Victoria District Community Center. I don't want to see any changes to that fee for this year. On page, is this okay how I'm doing the staff, or do you want to stop? Okay. Page 165 of our agenda, which is table 3, the new proposed fees. T3 01, which is clerk and bylaw. We just discussed this last week with Councillor Berry's motion for the $75 expedited fee, but now I can see here staff have provided more of a fulsome explanation that cost recovery on this service is $143.19, and that is not for expedited services. That does not include calling in staff if they're needed to come in for overtime to get this done. So I would recommend that we increase that fee for the expedited service only. Councillor Berry's motion for $0 on the not-for-profit municipal significance letter can stand, but the expedited municipal significance letter be put up to as close to cost recovery as we can, which staff have identified as $143.19. The item underneath that is the expedited municipal information letter, which is not for not-for-profit groups. It is for profit events, is listed as 75. Staff have estimated that cost recovery is $79. I would suggest we move it up to 79. We're being consistent with other user fees and moving them as close to cost recovery as we can. I think we should do the same in those 2 departments. And I believe I have one more, sorry. T310. Oh, I apologize, that one can stay. That's it, thank you. Sorry, I recognize what it was. T310, which is page 166, is the programming after school activity fee. There is an error. It's listed as 14 and it should be 16, and that is a staff error that staff did catch in an email to me, so that might need to be amended. $16, not $14.
Councillor Van Drishy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through your, I just would request a clarification. The rental rate for the boardrooms for nonprofit organizations or the ones that have been using it in the past, is there a proposed rate to be adjusted to that now?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Drishy, I'd have to look a little closer at that one. I'm not 100% sure how they use that space right now.
Sorry.
You're asking if we need to adjust.
Is there a fee attached to a nonprofit or church groups or whatever that use the boardroom once a month? We had a policy. Is that included in here that there is a change or there is not a change? Just a clarification thing, because I don't think there is a change, but I want to check.
Through the chair, to council, I do not believe there was the change.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Beer.
Question through the clerk for you, Chair. I picked through this and I can't find the lottery licensing line. Is that in there?
I hope so. So lottery licensing.
What section's in it? I'm looking at the wrong chart.
You can just give me a moment. I have to get on the same agenda.
Somebody else have.
Councillor Berry, while staff is looking that up, could I go to Councillor Columbus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of general questions first. Are we, Mr. Cridlin, are we in line with neighboring municipal rates for arenas and swimming and all the other use of facilities?
Through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, with the reorg, I'm not necessarily the expert on that. I think Mr. Sloan's going to bail me out here, so thank you.
Through the chair, and it's noted in the finance report that we're currently conducting a comprehensive review of recreation fees where we are looking at comparable municipalities and best practices. So right now, what's before you, I think, are just aimed at the current inflationary pressures that we have, with a few exceptions. And then we'll be coming back with more of that package in 2023 about any other larger structural changes to that.
The big one that I always hear about is arena ice time use, and are we compatible with Tilsonburg and Norwich and Caledonia? That's because we're going to get questions on that. Like the report says it's an incremental increase of 7%, but incremental, when I looked it up on Google, it said small increase. So anything over 5% to me is very significant. So I just want to make sure that we are kind of right in the ballpark with some of our neighboring municipalities on these charges.
Just quickly through the chair, what I'm hearing from our director of recreation is that we are generally lower than all of the municipalities surrounding us, and so this what's proposed here of the inflationary increase is still not quite there.
Okay, I'm pleased to hear that. The other one that I question is when somebody doesn't get a building permit, and there's a lot of building going on, I believe, without permits, I understand that we charge double the fee. Is it shown in this, document anywhere?
Through the chair, I'll look to my finance colleagues if that is in there, but yes, if someone builds without a permit, there is a fine and a fee for that, and that's kind of somewhat outlined under the Ontario Building Code Act, and it does get comparable to the cost of the permit. So they've paid for the permit, you build without a permit, it's essentially, as you indicated, it's double.
Okay, great, thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you find Councillor Veera's information?
So I'm going to bring it up on the screen. I think on one of your agendas, it's either page 203 or 239. But I will bring it up on the screen in the version I have. So it's line 561 and 562 of the license fees.
Thank you, through the chair, to the clerk. I don't know what the correct, this is the time where we can sort of question these fees. I'm gathering from some of the comments that the mayor's made. So I do want to put on the floor that some of these lottery, essentially they're fundraisers for not-for-profits and charities. And so for Norfolk County, again, to be taking a percentage of those, it sometimes becomes troubling for me as I've worked with these groups, especially where you're looking to maybe increase some of the tickets you want to sell. We charge 3% on the total value of the prizes, not on what they sell. And so if group's looking to try to increase the number of tickets they're going to sell, there's a considerable risk to say, okay, look, we have to pay the percentage of what the increased prize pool is and not necessarily what they've made. So I guess what I'm getting at is I would like to know, if you know, what do those lines represent, those 3%? Like, what do we bring in every year, if you know that? And I guess philosophically for council to discuss if we'd rather have that funding stay with the groups that raise it rather than charging that 3%. I personally would rather just let them have it. I did look at the AGCO rule. That's okay, sorry. I did look at the AGCO, and we are not obligated to charge fee if it's below $50,000. So this is an optional fee that essentially the county charges to, like I said, the charities and not-for-profits to run fundraisers in the community.
So through the chair to Councillor Berry, I'd have to come back with the numbers of what that looks like for us. I don't have that top of my head. I wasn't prepared for that question. I would have to also review the AGCO a little more because my understanding is that there is an obligation for us to charge some of a fee, and the AGCO really gives us the kind of parameters for what that should be. So this council passed a bylaw to provide for the licensing for under $50,000 raffles for community groups. I think in 2016 is the bylaw, and we set those rates. I just want to, make sure that council understands that we're always welcome to look at different perspectives, but there is a cost to staff doing these functions, and a lottery license application process is a very extensive process, and that is mandated by the AGCO. From what we have to accept for applications, what we have to review, to the reporting and financial statements that have to be provided after every raffle, there's a significant staff resource time to that. So I would be remiss to say if I didn't think there was a cost to that we should be, recovering. I understand the charities are making the money to put back to the communities, but they're also, charging individuals who are participating in that are picking up that cost as well. So I think it's perhaps something we could look at, but I know that most of the municipalities that we communicate with in our lottery licensing group, that most are at the 3% cost recovery, and that may not even be recovering all of our costs for that service.
So I guess I would suggest I'm not opposed to me having a fee just to make sure that these things are legitimate, right? We can't have fake 50/50 trials being sold door to door on some of the things. I understand that. It's the percentage more that makes me question it, because if someone's running a raffle where the top prize is $1,000, then our 3% is $30. It's 10,000, then for the same service, we're charging 300, and I don't know how, if it's a reporting issue, the reporting would be that much different based on the prize pool. So that's where I guess I have questions about that. Is it, why is it a percentage and not a flat fee that is the same service of one would get?
So I'm probably not prepared to give you the fulsome answer on that, but I guess part of it would be consistency and fairness, that we're treating everybody equally by charging a percentage of what they're making. What that one lottery might need on that $1,000, the other charity might need on that $10,000 for the project they're doing. So 3%, treats everybody across the board the same way.
Councillor Van Andrewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I'm looking at item description 564, which happens to be on the same page as we were just looking at. Is there not, it's the peddlers and salesmen door-to-door licensing. Is there not a law that came down in 2018 that says that is banned? Oh, just for nonprofits? But my point is, if the province says it's banned, how do we have it, even if it's for nonprofit? Or am I totally confused?
Through you, looking at the clerk, my understanding is that the legislation changed to ban certain door-to-door sales, not all. I think there were certain specific pieces of people going door to door selling certain products that was banned, but the practice is still allowed. I know people come knocking all the time in terms of water softener sales, things of that sort. So I think it's certain things are still allowed to go door to door for sales.
Is there any chance or opportunity for clarification on that when I'm sure staff will check into who's getting a license to go door to door. Correct,
so through the chair.
Okay, see it? 564 is for peddlers and salesmen. And then there's 565, which
Councillor Van Andrewski, I think we have a response from staff.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andrewski. So I've made a note just to double check that, but I know in our business license bylaw, we actually have clarified that it's really from place to place and not door to door. And so that might just be a terminology error in our user fee bylaw of how we've clarified that. But I will take that question away and I will make sure that we provide a response to council on that.
Councillor Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, a question on process. The mayor brought up a few new concepts, but if I were to ask the mayor to put that on the floor of the motion and I were to second it, would it then get changed in this thing, or are we just going to talk about it? I'd like to see the community center in Victoria remain as a medium-sized hall, not as a large-sized hall. I can understand that single room rental for 1 hour, it's specific to only the smaller rooms, not the main hall. And maybe we throw in the fact that currently not-for-profit groups get a 25% discount, but only if they rent the big hall. Can we apply that to the single room one as well? If they would choose to do that. And those were the three things that you had brought up that there, if you would like to put those first as a motion, I would second it. We could debate it and we could ask staff to change it in the final report.
Madam Clerk, is that an appropriate process?
Through the chair to council, absolutely that is. I guess I would just, if you give me a little leeway, just ask if maybe finance wants to speak to what would be the easiest for them to make all these amendments if we're planning to bring this bylaw back next week.
I don't have any concerns with that approach. I think we can accommodate that for next week.
In that event, then, Councillor Van Passen, I think you are free to make that motion.
If I can, sorry, just, could we, just take a few minutes and maybe, go on to another item? The mayor can itemize her items to give to us so that we can work out a motion.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
One of the things I look at in here, and I don't want to be nitpicky, but if, like page 178 was an example of it. It's under the fire department that, response rate for fire vehicles, at first hour and prorated for each additional half hour, is $505. We have a separate rate for MTO involved accidents. It's $508. When you get to that level, do you really need two different levels of fees that everybody in the staff got to memorize? Or can we just lump them together, pick a number and make them all the same? You know, and the half hour rate, I would suggest, would be half of that. You don't have to categorize another rate schedule number for what a half an hour costs when we know what an hour costs. And there's a bunch of them through here. And I'm just saying this for next year's review and all that. When you have pretty similar kind of charges, you know, they can be $1 up or down. Why don't you just make a bunch of them the same, and it makes it easier for our staff? They only got to remember certain numbers instead of having to go back to the book and looking it up. And it's like, especially when you're getting into the higher numbers like that. What's the difference at 508 or 505? It's a matter between $8 and $5. I got to think in my pocket for go play a game of hockey. That's different than $500 a month.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Is that something that staff can take away?
Through you to council, yes, we can bring that back in next year's report for sure.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions with respect to page 204, the original agenda, and it's about dog tags. And I bring this up every year. What percentage of dogs, I mean, there's a lot of dogs in the county. What percentage of people actually purchase a dog tag? And if we get a little more information about where we're selling dog tags and how we're making out with it, and it's always a question because you're basically penalizing the honest people that buy a tag, and there's a lot of dogs out there without a tag. Who's the dog expert?
Is that that's a question to staff?
Yes, I don't know who the dog.
Which staff would like to take that? It looks like Councillor Van Passen wants to do it, but I'm going to defer to staff first.
If you remember our dog park report last month or last cycle, it was just over 1,000 dog tags got sold. And so that means there's about 1,000 pet dogs in Norfolk County. I believe that.
So through the chair to Councillor Columbus, I have a whole bunch of emails on tags, but I wasn't prepared for that. So I do have the numbers that I could probably send out to council after I get through all these emails on how many dog tags we issue. We sell them at county facilities, as well as we have a number of pet stores that enter into agreement with us to sell them at their locations. We get a lot of uptake at those locations. And I would agree that there is, not 100% compliance of individuals getting their dogs licensed, but we do our best to advertise it. That's where the pet stores come in as partnership in that. For us to go out and enforce for people to have dog tags, we don't have the staff to do that. And that's a priority thing that we would have to look at, what we would pull somebody off to go in and enforce that kind of process. If dogs get picked up and they get taken to the vets, then the vets make the individuals get their dog tag before they release their dogs. And we do have some advocates in the community that do try to promote the benefits of the dog tag. If your dog goes missing, you can contact our office. We can help you track that dog down. People can feel confident that the dogs that they're running into that are tagged have their shots, that they're regularly, hopefully looked after in a health capacity. And, maybe that's something we can step up in the new year, that promotion of the importance of licensing your animal.
I remember when I was a kid, a dog tax collector came around to collect the money, and he'd be looking all over the place for the dogs. Anyway, he was paid on a percentage basis, so for every tag he sold, he got a percentage.
Sorry, through the chair. So we sell, I just found the email. We sell around 1,100 dog tags.
Councillor Van Rishi and Councillor Duffy.
I really didn't have a point, except that it wasn't when I was a child. I myself remember the dog tag man coming, and I had children. So in Norfolk Township, we used them all the time, and they did work on a percentage, and we did make money.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I think this question is likely directed to Mr. Sloan. It's related to item 232 on page 182. Programs, day camps, weekly charge all locations. It's just a question, and I would posit it by saying that inflationary pressures are affecting everybody, and certainly will also affect families. Has there ever been any consideration to aligning things with, say, private sector organizations that have discounts or incentives based on number of participants from a family, etc.?
Through the chair, it's a good question. I think that some of the information that I have from our Director of Recreation, that these are some of the items that we are still reviewing. It's, as I mentioned earlier, with a few of the other fees, in terms of looking at some of the other best practices and what's out there around us as well. So I don't have any definitive information for you right now, and it's also a bit of a balance too, right? In terms of the affordability for our community, in terms of how much fee increase we have at a given time frame. So what's before us now is a little bit of a balance, looking at that 7% increase without going too far on some of them.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Shelley. Through you to staff, page 169, T4 13. I believe that the last term of council initiated this, and now I'm seeing that there's a recommendation to remove the family passes due to a system limitation. Could I get a little bit more information on that? Because there was a good reason why we instituted the family swim pass.
Through the chair, just looking through my notes on if I have any information on that particular one, what I would suggest is that if there are particular ones that members of committee have outstanding questions on, that maybe those are ones that we kind of freeze for now, and then we can come back with additional information if that assists. So that's the swim pass, and I think the day camps, and then Mayor Martin has a few as well that we might be looking at freezing for now.
Councillor Van Tassel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Duffy brought up a question about one of the programs. And I guess to be consistent, because I've whined about this for 4 years already, I'm going to go for 5. At what point do we have a discussion about why the county is even in the business of a lot of these programs? Like why the county organizing goaltender schools, got a listing on it, yoga classes. Why aren't we working more with the private sector and get out of that business? It's not really a core business, I believe, that government should be into. But, do you cooperate with not-for-profit groups, private enterprise, whatever? But, at some point we need to start having that discussion about why we're even in the business of doing those kind of things. So just for consistency's sake, and now I've had a chance to vent already in my new term, and I am having it.
Through the chair, if I may, just a quick item. So I believe on the previous item about the family swim pass, that we still have family swim rates, just not a pass card, apparently. And on Councillor Van Passen's item, Some of those items are what we are looking at with the comprehensive review of the recreation fees. And also I would put forward that we're planning on a rec facility strategy, a bit of a master plan update. And that would be a good time over that coming year or two to look at what things is, what programs, what are key elements that Norfolk counties and the business of helping provide, and what can other partners, nonprofit, private sector provide in the recreation sphere. So we hear Councillor Van Passen's the last 4 or 5 years.
Councillor Vera. I wanted to second Councillor Van Passen's vent about the competition, but I was going to ask if there was a time to get staff direction to bring a report back, but it sounds like you're doing that anyway. So I'll just leave it as seconding the vent for now.
Any other questions? Community to staff? Seeing none. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Mayor Martin moves.
Sure, no, I'm not moving the recommendation. Teresa is just asking for a few minutes to get my motion ready. I've sent her the items that I already identified. I think Councillor Van Passen has said he would second it, and then we would debate. Oh, look at her go. So as a reminder for my colleagues, I looked to, oh, you did a copy and paste, eh? T111 was to a suggestion to change the rental fee on the halls and make it a 2-hour minimum requirement. I do not want to do that here's my question for council. On small and medium rooms, or just small rooms, or just medium rooms, I'd like to see not-for-profit groups and senior groups exempt from the 2-hour requirement. I'd also like to see them be able to go in and book the meeting room for just 1 hour only. But the question I'm putting to council, and I will give some direction to Teresa and ask her to amend on T111 is, do we want to see a requirement to rent small and medium rooms for just the small? How does council feel about that? In my mind, if you're renting the small room, you're coming in for a small group. I don't think you should have to pay the 2 hours okay, so small stays. What about medium rooms? Medium technically is Victoria Hall, right? Classified as medium size. Yeah. So are we going to keep it at small? If you're renting the majority of the hall, you pay the 2-hour double fee? It's my motion. I just decided. No one's answering me. Teresa, could you please remove medium? Thank you. So if you're coming to use the small rooms or the meeting rooms, you do not have to book them for 2 hours, and you are exempt from the 2-hour rule on the large rooms if you are a senior group or you are a not-for-profit group. That is the intent of the first one. The second one, T114, is a request to change the Victoria Hall to classify it as a larger size hall, and therefore the fees are increased. I'm requesting that they do not change that classification right now and do not adjust the fees for this year. T301 is the clerk's expedited fee that we just spoke about last week, municipal significance. I would like to get that as close to cost recovery as possible, which is not truly full cost recovery, but staff have it as $143.19 instead of $75. I do want it to be very clear at Councillor Berry's suggestion to charge $0 for not-for-profit groups when they come in prior to the expedited deadline, which is 5 business days. They still pay $0. There is no fee. The next one, T302, is the municipal information form. That should be raised up to full cost or as close to full cost recovery, and that's related to a for-profit business. And then T310 is a staff error. It reads $14 in our agenda, and it should read $16. So all of those I'd like to see passed and then adopted prior to budget. I don't think that they need to come back. If council is okay with it, if it survives debate, then let's move on with those ones.
So we have that motion moved by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Is there any debate or discussion? Councillor Van Passen.
I'd like to, a clarification, T111, to not change the fee. Okay, wait a minute, no, I apologize. T114 Victoria fee, do not change classification and no increase to user fee. Does that say that that hall specifically has no increase in its hall, whereas other halls will have to have an increase in rental space? Is that what you meant by that? Oh, and rather than, okay. Except. That's right. Changing the classification, making it change the increase. Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other discussion? Just before I go to you, Councillor Britton, I have staff, I think Kathy has something.
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity. I just want for clarification through Teresa. Councillor Huffman had mentioned T413. Should we add it to the same resolution to hold it at last year's rates until it's one of that was we were recommending removing the fee? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
And Councillor Brunton.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to change anything right now. I just want to ask a question. If I may, if we pass this and throughout here, if there's a real issue with something, we can bring it to council and deal with it. If it relates to these fees.
I believe so, but I'll get confirmation from the staff. Correct? That is correct. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Seeing any more discussion?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Or CEO, sorry.
Just wondering if there's an appetite for you, Mr. Chair of Council, that we round up or just round those numbers instead of 143.19. Can we do, 140 or 145, and instead of $79, could we do $80? It's just if someone's paying cash, it's easier to sort of just give a dollar bill versus worrying about change.
That's an excellent suggestion, Al, and I'm assuming the mover and seconder are content with that. And if there is nothing further, we will put the motion. I don't think we need to read it again. So all those in favor? And that is carried. And Madam Clerk, do we still need to move the staff report? With those changes? Very good. Move on to an item that was pulled from the consent agenda and placed.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. We approved that motion, but did we approve the rest of the report on the user fee?
Checked with the clerk and she says we did. I am with you. I do not recall us doing that, but
So
she says we did.
I'll put the motion back up on the screen, and all I did was take the motion and add in the changes right here. So that's the motion that's in the agenda. That it be received information, that we approve the user fee. Here's the amendment and further. That's what I apologize if that's not what you meant to do.
No, Teresa, that I just want to be clear that I thought we were doing that as a separate item.
Oh, so I can take this piece
no,
up.
I am quite content with what you have done. Yeah, sure. Exactly. Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for checking. As I said, I did check the same question, and I guess we did. That then will allow us to move to The consent item that was pulled and placed in the staff reports in the corporate services division, the summary of bid awards for the period ending November 22nd, 2022, CS-22-182. This item, as I said, was removed from the consent agenda. Councillor Columbus has declared a possible conflict of interest related to the bid for the items. No, I would have to do that. And we'd like to have that vote done separately so we can participate in voting on the other matters. So we will now consider staff report CS 22-182 as presented without EIS-ENG 22-60.
So through the chair to council, so we can do this in a couple different ways. We can pull the item and deal with that one item first and then go through the rest, or we could go through all of them with Councillor Columbus here and then pull that last piece and deal with it as a separate motion. Since Councillor left, we can just deal with that one first off. The one.
Okay, that if that's agreeable to council, I see nodding heads. Yes, good.
So the one that Councillor Columbus pulled was the third from the bottom regarding EIS-ENG 2260. So that I don't have this in the agenda. It would be in the staff report, the very first page in the recommendations. Six paragraph down. Page 16 of the original agenda. So the motion would be that the Director of Engineering be authorized to execute a contract with Morley Contracting Brantford Limited for request for tender EIS-ENG 2260 Norfolk Avenue and Eagle Street reconstruction in the amount of $1,128,496.59, excluding HST.
I believe that's being moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded. Councillor Van Andriesch. Any debate, discussion? Seeing none, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favor? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, are we able now to go to the next bold item for the drain construction building?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
I did have a question on that report.
Okay, go
Summary of
ahead.
Bid awards.
Yep, go ahead.
And it was on the item that came back as part of the end of the agenda, the newer demonstrator loader backhoe. Have to delicately here, but what was the make of the one option and the other option? I know we have a loader backhoe that none of the staff like. It has spent more time in the shop than it has spent working in the field, and sometimes less money and cheaper are not necessarily interchangeable. You can buy cheap things for a lot of money, and if it's not the right piece of equipment, even though it's a little cheaper, and is it within our procurement policy to be more selective on the type of equipment to buy?
Through the chair, I know exactly what the councilor is talking about. The tender that was originally accepted, that was a case backhoe. So I think pretty well known name brand, and though after purchasing had made some adjustment, it is a JCB unit that we are getting. So I think staff are quite comfortable with that unit.
Mr. Grant.
On the same issue, my question is, did we tender for this loader, and what happened that it came out in the original agenda one way, and then in the second one, it's a whole different unit?
Through the chair and members of council, it is a human error that took place when we first did the SOBAR report, and we have corrected so that that doesn't happen. We've changed our process so that it doesn't get missed again when reviewing tenders.
Oh, really? Okay, thank you. And, on the same note, how big a loader is that, or backhoe? You know, and that's it. Prices have gone up.
Through the chair, it would be I'm trying to make them equivalent because of different makes, but it's a rubber tire machine, probably about a 15-16 foot reach on the back and a greater than around 100 horsepower. So
you know what the bucket size is on the front? That's all.
Probably no more than a yard, 3/4 of a yard. It's basically a standard backhoe that we really now compared to our. I think we have quite a few John Deeres in our inventory, and it's based on that specs.
Okay, thank you.
And, Madam Clerk, do I need someone to move
The remainder.
Yes, the remainder of the 8.5.3, the summary of bid awards for the period ending November 22nd, 2022, CS-22-12. Do I have a mover? It's Councilor Banninger sheet and seconded by Councilor Berry. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. And now we will go on to the what has now from the consent agenda items being renumbered 8.5.4, the drain construction billing. It's pulled by Councillor Brunton, and he has some questions about that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure who I'm asking, but I noticed in there you've got the 3 years for under $5,000 in your letter that over $5,000 it's going out to the public. What, I guess I don't agree at the 5 years. These people signed the petition, or at least most of them should have signed this petition, and they know what they're getting into, and I don't think we should finance them over a 5-year period, even though we charge a good rate of interest there, I see. I don't look at us as being a bank. I think they should know when they get into this, what they're getting into. It's explained to them. And the other thing is, how much assessment is out there now that hasn't been collected? I understand there's quite a bit. Am I correct on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Breton and other councillors. So for the first question on the letter, it was a policy that was approved some time ago. And I believe we did actually reach out to other municipalities and developed ours similar to that. We can look into that again to see if there's any changes, but we do issue debt for drainage works and charge the interest. So we always say, yeah, we're not a bank, but we are recovering the full funds when we do allow them to add it to their tax bill.
I realize that, but I just wonder how much assessment is outstanding.
The last time we've taken a look, and there's Catherine, Fanning, and Amy here too that may be able to assist me, but I believe the last time we were still looking at that there was a risk of still $6 million, approximately $6 million in outstanding billing drains that Norfolk County would be responsible. that is not including the billing that would go out to, the property owners. That, I'll just have Catherine, if she wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor. So in the November status or in the November billing report, sorry, the update at that time was that there's about 4 million in drain construction billings still on our books. So those projects are at varying progresses through the drains construction process. We have a subcommittee working right now doing a review on each and every one of our construction projects, where they're at, and which ones we feel are at risk. So we're looking forward to bringing that to council in the new year, hopefully by Q2. So our, in November, it was 4 million that was not billed at this time. That number was as large as 8 million when we started the project, so significant progress has been made.
So I'm clear on this. When some of these drains are been around for a long time and their assessment was known, and you mean, did you charge interest back then, or did you just sit on it, or how could you get that far in arrears?
So through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that was a legacy issue, I'm going to say, of Norfolk County, which was brought forward and addressed within the last term of council. So staff have been working hard to catch that up. There are a number of reasons which we can circulate a report to the councillor that was presented within the last term that recognizes those reasons. So a lot of it has to do with drainage engineers. There's not a lot in the province who specialize in this work, and they're very overwhelmed with the volume of work. So the projects don't always progress very quickly. And I'm sure you know from your experience, they're very complicated and try to take into consideration many landowners' considerations before the reports are brought forward with the engineer. And at times that results in many revisions to reports, so a very lengthy process period. So I think you'll be happy to see when we bring forward the comprehensive update, but I'm happy to circulate the report to council that outlined all of the issues, the legacy issues that we were having with not billing out drains in the past.
Excuse me, I'm certainly interested to see that, but I guess I want clarity on something. If you have a drain that can be 20 years old that you've never collected assessments on, is that safe to say?
Through the chair to the councillor, there could be some that are quite old, yes. The ones that are included in the billing today are relatively newer, but yes, some date back to early 2000s.
But they would have never been charged interest back then?
So through the chair, we started charging interest 2 years ago. So prior to that date, no, interest charges were not accrued on drainage projects that were in progress. But I'm happy to report that now they are. So if they're moving along slowly, there are interest charges allocated to the projects for work that's sitting on the county's books and has not been billed to the benefiting landowners.
Let me ask you another question. How about some of them? Did you pay damages or benefits to some of those people? Like, they got their money, we didn't get ours? Is that safe to say?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, when some people are assessed, but they're also paid damages if they're right on the drain. My question is, did we pay? Did we pay them money?
So if I may, through the chair, I think you're speaking about allowances.
Okay,
on the drain, yes. Okay, yeah. So yes, when we bill out drains, we have to follow the engineer's report. So a landowner, if they were awarded an allowance based on the engineer's report, we would reduce the amount that that landowner is paying based on that allowance.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then does someone wish to move the staff recommendation? Thank you, Mayor Martin. Seconded. Councillor Duffy. Any more discussion or debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. The hour, I think, is time for us. We'll be taking a 20-minute dinner break. I believe the dinner is here for us, Teresa. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will continue with our council and committee agenda at item 8.6, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, 8.6.1, new procedure bylaw for consideration, CAO-22-151. Teresa Olson, County Clerk, will you please introduce the report?
Thank you through the chair to council. So before you today is the procedure bylaw that was introduced at the November 16th council and committee meeting for information. Since that time, we have had some informal council consideration on the bylaw, and it is now before you for review. So this is just a few slides to summarize some of the major changes in the bylaw. Just wanted to let council know that we went through a public consultation in the spring, which resulted in 37 responses to the online survey and a few direct emails to the clerk. The feedback related to communications, meeting times, deputation, processes, agenda publication, timelines, public participation, and petitions. Some of this feedback was included into the proposed changes. A couple key takeaways from the public consultation from an administrative perspective is that it was noted that the public would like to see more notification of meeting agendas through social media, print media, and website. And there was a request for more information to be provided by the deputations regarding their topics of discussion, and that deputations are looking for some tips and tricks and guidance on how to present to council. So since that feedback, Clerks has revised our deputation form on the website to provide enhanced information as well as to obtain more information from the deputations. And we will continue to enhance this in 2023, as well as we'll look at ways to provide enhanced communication for council meetings. So these are just a summary of some of the major changes. So in the general rules, just to remind everyone that the clerk provides guidance only, that it's the chair of the meeting who actually rules on the procedures. So this is a clause that I just wanted to speak to. So in consultation with some members as well as staff, and because the clerk is responsible for all privacy matters at the municipality, including any type of audio, video, or recordings to ensure that the protection of privacy is maintained. I would like to take this opportunity to add a clause into our procedure bylaw that provides some parameters around individuals being able to audio, video record, or take photos while in council chambers. And so I've added a clause that no person shall do that unless authorized by council. I do want to make it clear that a companion procedure will be developed to provide better clarity on this as it relates to exceptions, including the media. So it is in no way intended to disengage the media from being able to take pictures or video certain aspects of our council meetings, but we just want to make sure we have some parameters in place to ensure that people aren't inadvertently in any of the recordings or photos, public that may be in attendance, staff that may be in attendance that aren't formally presenting. And we'll make sure that the media has access to appropriate coverage of our council meetings. We also want to make sure that members of council are notifying the clerk of known and late arrivals, because we do need to record who actually voted on matters at meetings. We've added in other business, which is a motion from the previous term to add as part of our order of business. We also have added some verbiage in that members who wish to bring forward a matter or direct staff shall do so through a notice of motion. Just want to remind of that process. We've added in the rotational provision for deputy mayor and chair of CIC, and we've added a clause that it'll be optional for the participating members. So should a member of council not wish to be part of that rotation, that they can, and then just how we'll deal with that. And then just to remind council that in this procedure bylaw, we will be discontinuing with the information package. For the open meetings provision, just we've added that it'll be a 24-hour notification for special council meetings. We will always strive to give more notification, but worst case scenario, it would be 24 hours notification for a special council meeting only. We've added an inclusion selection process for council members for advisory committees. As I'm sure most of you recall it, the last meeting we used a basket, so we've added a few extra processes that could be selected. We've also established a joint meeting provision so that we can meet with other councils. The closed meetings, we just provided some more defined considerations with respect to closed meetings, the protection of information and reports, providing that no utilization of electronic devices can be enclosed unless the agenda is only provided electronically. And then we've added an closed meeting protocol that is also part of this report for council's consideration. With respect to deputations, we wanted to provide strong clarity that deputations are allowed at council and committee and budget committee only for any type of deputation. Deputations are only allowed at council meetings if the matter is time sensitive and it is with respect to a matter listed on that council agenda. We've also defined that the recommendations contained in the committee minutes that are listed on those council agendas are not considered items actually on the agenda for the purposes of deputations. And so what that means is the deputation has the right to provide that deputation at the council and committee meeting, but just because those minutes are being adopted at council does not give them the right to deputate on that matter from CIC. We've also provided an optional tool to limit the number of deputations and presentations per meeting, and that's just an if required. We will always strive to allow the deputations and presentations to appear before council, but sometimes we do have to bump people to other meetings just for meeting management purposes. We provided a little bit better clarity around repeat deputations between public hearings committee and council meetings, and we added a deadline for the submission of deputation materials. This is, I guess, timely to one of the conversations we had during this meeting, but members wishing to pull an item of consent, communications, or a recommendation from a council and committee or budget committee set of minutes on an agenda must notify the clerk at least 1 day in advance of the meeting. For rules of conduct, we've added disallowing the introduction of materials, communications, emails, or matters to a meeting without the consent of 2/3 majority of council. So that's with respect of anything that is not already listed on the agenda or added to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. We also added a clause that allows staff to provide responses to council members' questions without interference from other members. The rules of debate. So we want to allow the chair to resume the chair once that individual has completed their portion of debate. So the chair wants to introduce a motion or enter into debate. As per our procedure bylaw, each member has an opportunity to speak twice in that debate. So after that chair has spoken there 2 times, then they would then resume the chair to finish that discussion. We're providing the local councillor the opportunity to speak first to a matter directly impacting their ward, should they choose to. We're allowing the mover of a motion to have the right to speak last to a motion. And we're allowing every member who wishes to speak to a matter to speak to it once, prior to another member having an opportunity to speak twice to that same matter. For a notice of motion, previously you weren't allowed to speak to the notice of motion when you introduced it. We've added a clause that will allow up to a 2-minute introduction when introducing a notice of motion, but not the opportunity to enter into debate. In the voting procedures, just a reminder to the chairs to ask for all members in favor as well as all members opposed. For committees, we provided direction on how recommendations are coming forward to council from advisory committees. We removed the requirement to live stream or video advisory committee meetings, and we're allowing in-person public attendance at advisory committees. The reconsideration defining criteria related to acted upon, including execution of binding agreements, expenditures of funds over $5,000, and any other significant impact on the county. So these considerations are what are still in the procedure bylaw as is from when we originally presented it, but these were discussions that came up during the informal council considerations that I think warrant a little more discussion and direction from council in order to finalize the procedure bylaw. So one of the clauses talks about loss of quorum in a meeting. So if we lose quorum of council because somebody's left and isn't planning to return, or we have some individuals coming in virtually and the technology goes out, do we wait 15 or 30 minutes before we declare the meeting adjourned because we can't proceed? So that's one of the areas. There was a clause currently in the procedure bylaw that there wasn't, there was some discussion on, not all members agreed to. So there's a clause that says that members shall not be allowed to engage in private or public communications while in a meeting via email, social media, text, phone, or other communication devices. Is that a clause we want to remain in the procedure bylaw, or is that not a concern? We want to know if members should be allowed to remain during the open meeting if they disclose a pecuniary interest, as long as they refrain from taking part in consideration and discussion of the matter and not to vote on the motion in any regard to the matter. So currently we make the member of council leave the meeting in full while we discuss that matter. Just to clarify, the member will still have to leave the meeting for any closed session items that they declare that interest. Our current bylaw says that a recorded vote can be called prior to or directly after a vote is taken. Do we want to amend that to only allow for prior to the vote? There was a lot of discussion around reconsideration. Should we allow a reconsideration of a decision more than once per term of council? Currently, there's only one reconsideration allowed in that 4-year process. And then the last one is just if there should be, as you're aware, deputations are not allowed to present to council for any fee waivers or funding requests. And so should there be an opportunity in the year once or twice where individuals, community groups are allowed to come forward and request funding or fee waivers or have that conversation outside of the budget process. So for example, presentations by not-for-profit organizations who may request funding. So I'm happy to answer questions and see where we go with the procedure bylaw.
Questions of committee? Councillor Van Andriessen.
Do you want to start at the beginning of those that were in the query and then go down the line? I think that would be kind of appropriate.
Sure. So the first one is loss of quorum. Should there be a 15 or 30-minute provision? So that's, you know, how long does council want to wait before they determine whether the meeting isn't going to go forward any further?
Teresa, I'm sorry, Councillor Van Andriessen, just for council's clarity, they can ask questions outside of those considerations, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was just looking at the considerations and thought it'd be more speedy if we went through those and then maybe questions. But anyway, my suggestion is 30 minutes for and then adjournment. That's just a suggestion.
Through the chair, if we could just have a quick consensus, I can amend those quickly for next week.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question on that. Loss of quorum. Are we talking not having a quorum at the beginning of a meeting? I know at the one lunch and learn thing that what we discussed was when members are participating electronically and for technical reasons, you lose one of them. And that loss through a technical problem creates a loss of quorum. How long do we give them to resolve the technical problem? Or are we just talking at any time that somebody gets up from the council chamber, walks out and loses quorum, we're going to wait for 30 minutes to see if they're coming back? I think at that point, if they told you why they're leaving. I don't want to sit around for half an hour knowing somebody's not going to come back anyway. But on the technical part, I would like a clarity on that.
So through the chair, as it is written now, it would be in effect for any loss of quorum. So either at during a council meeting, if individuals walked out and you knew you didn't have quorum, how long would you wait to see if they came back, or during a technical outage if someone was coming in virtually? Should council want two separate clauses on that, we could define that. I guess speaking from experience, I don't know that there's necessarily a benefit. I think it's better to be consistent because although somebody might have left at that point, you know, maybe somebody else was getting here late. So it's just providing a consistent way to manage your meetings and let the public know so they understand what's happening. again, it's council's procedure bylaw, so whatever council wishes.
Councillor Columbus.
Does this apply to committees like the Ag Advisory Board or accessibility as well? It's more an issue.
So it does, I think sorry, I'd have to pull up the bylaw, but I think, we've got a different clause in there for advisory committees. This specific clause is, for council.
In all my time on Norfolk County Council here, I can only remember once where we lost a quorum. So it doesn't happen very often.
So if I may, I would suggest then maybe we go with 30 minutes, and if for some reason it becomes an issue, then we could revisit that.
Mayor Martin, then Councillor Van Tassel.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would disagree. The beginning of the meeting is 15 minutes, and put it 15 minutes throughout for any region. I have two separate rules for the same thing.
Councillor Van Dusen.
But what if it's a technical issue, seriously, 30 minutes? Some of us that are not quite as techy as others are, would take 30 minutes to get back online. I would like to be at least the opportunity. 15 minutes goes by pretty quick.
Somebody needs to put a motion.
And I would need a seconder, Councillor Hoffman. A discussion on the motion for 30 minutes for the quorum absence. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that is carried.
So the next clause is if members should be allowed to engage in private or public communications while in the meeting via email, social media, text, phone, or other communication device.
Mayor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find this one to be silly, to be quite frank. I think we're all adults. We have communication on our devices. I'm not interested in monitoring who's doing what. I would suggest that we strike it.
Is that a motion, Mayor Martin? That is moved. Is it seconded? Councillor Van Dusen? You're seconded. Okay. Debate, discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to strike that consideration? All those opposed? That is carried.
So the next one is just whether members, when they disclose a pecuniary interest, if they should be allowed to sit in the open meeting if they refrain from participating in the discussion and voting. My hope is that we're in agreement to that.
Councillor Hoffman?
I would like to accept the staff's recommendation and put a motion forward.
Duffy, are you seconding that, or did you?
Would happily second that if you can watch it online. I don't know why you can't.
Councillor Van Tassel.
I think that's how it's written in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Why not be consistent with the rules that we operate in? Are you going to create new ones? The Councillor Huffman.
Councillor Van Dusen? Okay, that's my job, Councillor Van Dusen. Seeing no further discussion, apparently. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously.
The next one is about recorded votes. So does council want to leave their procedure bylaw to allow recorded votes to be taken before and after the vote? Or do they want to amend it to be just before?
Councillor Ferry?
I would make a motion that it's only before, not after.
I'll second that.
And
That's fine, but sometimes you get caught off guard if you really want that to be a recorded vote. And how do we how do we address that?
Councillor Columbus.
Well, this one, I've seen this happen quite often, and probably Mr. Judd has too, where people didn't quite understand what the vote was for, and then, and then with this recorded vote, I think it should stay in there as before and after if somebody wants to do it. Just to be safe.
Councillor Van Adrian.
There is an area in the bylaw that if you misunderstood the vote, you could do it over again, right? Am I correct in saying that? To me, if I just continue, if you'd have two options for a recorded vote, one is, okay, we did it to his vengeance, like you're just looking to point people out. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think if you wanted a recorded vote, you're going to ask for it before, ahead of time.
Councillor Berry.
And it's not a vote. It's not a motion. It's only when you go to call the votes. I mean, it's not like we've had the discussion and we're there. You know what I mean? So it's not like as if we had to know at the very beginning of the portal when the discussion starts that you want to record a vote. It's just in that moment. And I don't obviously differ your experience on that. But do you feel like it's in the moment that you would have to change your mind immediately after the vote was changed? To Councillor Columbus, sorry, to the chair.
I'm going to let staff have input on this one.
Through the chair to council. So if a recorded vote isn't called, but a vote is called and council isn't sure what that vote was or felt that maybe the chair didn't capture who voted which way, they can request that the vote be retaken. It doesn't mean you can now ask for a recorded vote because that recorded vote wasn't asked, but the vote can be taken again to make sure that everybody puts their hands up for voted in favor, everybody puts their hand up for a vote. So I don't think there's always a way to make sure we know what the vote was, but it's calling a recorded vote so that on paper we are saying who voted which way.
Mayor Martin, I'm just going to go to Councillor Brunton on this one just because I think it's topical. Councillor Brunton, go ahead.
I think it's very important. I think it solidifies how you voted on an issue, and sometimes there are very contentious issues that the public want to know. And just because a majority passed it doesn't mean anything. If I opposed it by saying on a recorded vote I didn't support it, that to me is important.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Councillor Columbus's point, actually, sometimes the votes aren't even all that contentious. Sometimes they're complex and they become like a double negative and there's confusion, and then we have already voted, and it gives us the ability to seek clarification and request a recorded vote to clean up the record of what has happened. So for that reason, it doesn't even have to be a politically contentious issue. Sometimes we just get messy, and it allows us to bring clarity to who voted for what once the motion was clarified. So I would support keeping it in after.
Any further discussion? And then as the chair, I will make my commentary about that. I would very much concur with keeping it in there as it is. I don't think it's ever intended, or even though it could be used for some kind of retribution or vengeance after it. But just sometimes, as Mayor Martin said, sometimes, you're a little bit unclear. The double negatives in some motions may be asking you, okay, well, I'm not quite sure, but the motion's moving forward, you're not totally positive. This gives you just that extra, maybe second sober thought, or thought that you have to change your mind or to really understand it. So I would support keeping it as well. With that, then I will call the vote. The motion is to have that remain at consideration.
Sorry, through the chair, the motion is to only allow the recorded vote before the vote is taken. That's the motion that.
So we are, if we vote in favor of it, that's what it is. If we vote defeat it, we will have votes recorded before and after.
If you defeat this, then it will stay in as it is now.
Right. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated.
Okay, the next one.
Councillor Van Passen, excuse me, Madam Clerk.
Put forth a motion that it would be allowed for and after as in past practice, just to clarify that, but always confused and ask for recorded voting.
I think I'll just take that Councillor Brunton's remark as a second. And on that motion, any debate, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Teresa, our next item.
The next item is reconsideration. So this one generated a lot of discussion of council. Our current bylaw, which is what the bylaw says now, is that a reconsideration can only occur within 1 year of the vote and within that term of council. It can only happen once. Not do a reconsideration more than once.
Councillor Berry.
Hey, some clarification through you to the clerk. What if there's new information?
So through the chair to Councillor Berry. So with any procedure bylaw, it is the rules and procedure of the council. The council enacts it. It belongs to you. Every procedure bylaw has a clause that says the rules of procedure can be waived by a 2/3 majority of council. Best practice would be that council would use that clause few and far between because you want to pay respect to the procedures you put in place. But if new information came forward and 2/3 majority of council felt it was strong enough to result in a second reconsideration, if that 2/3 majority passed to waive the rules of procedure, then you would then go to the next piece where you would need 2/3 majority to approve a reconsideration. And if that 2/3 majority reconsideration went through, then you would be able to reconsider that motion.
So I want to, I guess, respond through the chair with an example that was specifically somebody I dealt with there. Oh, okay, yeah. It actually has to do with Doug. So many years ago, when I was president of the board of trade, we were trying to get the lights or the overhead wires on the street lights removed. Okay, and so we came to council, we the volunteer group, and yeah, Doug goes on. And so the council of the day would say would hear the deputation, and it was an engineer doing the work and saying, this is how we can relocate these wires. Okay, so then council said no, based on here are the issues. So we went away with those comments and came back with a new plan. And we did this several times. So that's where and eventually the decision was made to put the funding towards doing, because we kept listening to what council had to say and came back. So that's kind of where I'm going with this, is that sometimes a group may have a good idea, but they may not have it exactly the way council wants it. And through that process of making deputations and engaging, they learn enough to come back with a new idea that eventually gets passed. And I don't want every group to come back with the same argument over and over again, but I do want groups that are innovative and take away the comments and work with them to have an opportunity to make a better approach another time.
So through the chair to Councillor Berry, this is, as noted in the discussions we had with council, the reconsideration is a practice that municipalities have adopted in different manners. This municipality adopted it in this manner that they use it. I've seen it in other municipalities. So it is completely up to council if they want to allow reconsiderations more than once, if they don't want to allow reconsiderations at all. From an administrative perspective, my experience is that administration will say that a reconsideration clause helps to ensure that there's not a lot of flip-flopping on decisions, so staff can go forward and do things. So again, it's council's direction on how they want to consider that reconsideration. Ultimately, you always have that opportunity to do it. It's just in the way we have it, there's just a little more hoops to go through, and hopefully it would be a substantial issue that would be reconsidered again. But you can propose alternate measures.
Last one, if you don't mind, Chair. So I guess where I'm trying to drive at this is that a lot of times people in the community have a good idea that makes sense, that is viable, but they don't get it right the very first time that they come. And that's my concern, is that because they didn't happen to nail it that time, that that's it. And that's, so like I said, that's where I'm trying to not shut that down.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Barry. So technically, the council should have, could have not said no, could have deferred it, could have said no for the 2023 budget year, could have said a lot of different things so that it wouldn't have been a requirement for a reconsideration, because then if you're, coming forward or working, they could have sent it your deputation for information with staff. So there's a lot of other ways around that, which I hear what you're saying, that wouldn't require a reconsideration to be made because there's no dollars or resources spent on an issue. So if at that time a deputation comes to us and we don't like their particular situation, we just would receive it as information and go on our way. If they came back to us 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months later and they nailed it, then we could receive it as information and adopt it. And it wouldn't, our rejection the first time around wouldn't result in the requirement for a reconsideration, I guess is what I'm saying. But also, if for some reason we cleared up the record, we could stipulate no with this associated budget year. It could come back at the following budget. So it doesn't have to be necessarily part of the reconsideration in the bylaw, I guess is what I'm saying. The council could handle it differently so that it doesn't lock a position in, but also a reconsideration is limited in, as we've discussed, to $5,000 worth of staff resources. So if the answer was no, we're not going to bury the wires, but $0 have been spent on it, you haven't conflicted with the $5,000. And so at which point a reconsideration would be warranted.
Yeah, it does, through the chair to the mayor. As long as there are loopholes, I am quite happy to let it go.
Councillor Van den Broek.
Mr. Chair, and through you, how long has this been in the books? I don't think, was this a decision that was made just with the prior council? Or is this, because as I remember and recall, that it was always 1 year, and it's just in there, and I don't think people come and try to reconsider things that often. It's just sometimes on a very, very large issue, or an issue that a person would feel it just didn't get it right. And I don't see a problem with having it once per year rather than per term. And I know you explained to me, Madam Clerk, that there was loopholes that you could get with a 2/3 majority, but the reverse is equally important, that we're there to make sure we get it right. So sometimes you have to think about it twice, and maybe it comes up again, and at least you had that opportunity to fix the mistake you made in the 1 year rather than the full term. So I just feel that it should be not used term of council, but per year, as it was in the past. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an issue with it that have to bring forth a motion for reconsideration within a year, because there's other conditions on it, like that staff have worked on it, spent money on it, got paperwork on it. And if we're 3 years down the road and staff have done nothing about a motion that council made to do something, we've got bigger problems than arguing about procedural bylaw. And I have confidence in our staff that when council makes a decision, that staff will implement it. So to have to bring it back up 3 years later, I can't really see. And if you're going to get new information, generally that's very quickly before a staff have had that chance to start implementing whatever the decision was. So if members of the public come forward to you with new information that you can bring to council, that's usually rather quickly after the original discussion. So I don't really see an issue with it this way. And I've often wondered, like, there's another rule in the books that a motion for reconsideration is not, you're not able to reconsider that. So if you're doing it twice, aren't you reconsidering the first one? Yep. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Columbus.
I would certainly support Councillor Van den Broek's thinking on this. A good example we had last term of council was the Road 45 bridge. And where several councillors said we had more information. I think would have thought about that differently. And in the meantime, it held the project up another 4 years and it cost us the same amount of money as a two-lane. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Brun, I don't think we just want to move it yet. It's Councillor Van Trici is moving that and Councillor Very is seconding.
Through the chair, so that's one reconsideration once per year.
Yes. Is that your question, Councillor Brun? Okay. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to enter debate on this one. I'm not going to support this because my concern is if it's an annual reconsideration that we're permitting, we're going to see budget issues resurface within the year. I think that really politicizes a lot of issues. One, two, the way that we do operations here, we approve funding for engineering in year one, and then we go into the project in year two. So does that mean that we're going to spend money on engineering and then reconsider project two because we haven't actually spent any money on the construction element of project two? Does that mean that we're going to, if staff don't get to the engineering on a project early enough before we can reconsider it, that we're going to be reconsidering a budget issue that's technically on year two, but we've spent money on it in year one for engineering? I don't like it at all. I would rather see we leave it as is. It is per term. And every council member has the ability to waive the procedural rules of order at any point in time. I do agree with Councillor Columbus. The bridge on 45 was a mess and a nightmare. Any one of us could have waived the rules with the 2/3 majority to reconsider that. We can waive our rules. We can waive the rules again and again and again. We can waive the rules every time we put a motion on the floor. We can waive the rules whenever we want, but you don't do it out of respect for the bylaw and for the rules. So if there is an issue, I think that by leaving it as a once per term, it's going to really make us only waive the rules of order for reconsideration when it really, really matters. If we adjust this and we allow reconsiderations to happen each and every year, I think we're going to be revisiting a lot of budget issues annually, a lot of decisions, a lot of requests from community groups and so on. So I do recognize that there are needs for reconsiderations, but it would be my preference to leave it as once per term with the option to waive the rules of order when a council member sees fit. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this motion, Councillor Berry?
Holy Doug, come on now. Order. Could we maybe amend it to say with new information, make sure that it's not just the same request, but it's a different request about the issue that was resolved with new information. That makes sense. Asking you, it's your motion to make it better. Okay. Well, like the example I gave, like we came with a new engineer's plan and the wires, it was good. So it was the same issue the council had already decided on, but we had a new approach to solving that problem.
The next speaker is, I'm just going to perhaps to Teresa or our CAO to comment on responsibility.
I don't know how staff would measure that. That would be subjective if we didn't put specific parameters on what subject to a new information is. That's why I added the clause in about defining what action taken meant, because that came up a couple times. What does action taken mean? So I put that to clarify it in the bylaw. So if you're going to add that to the clause, I think you need to put specific parameters so it doesn't become subjective to the person sitting in any spot, a general manager, a CAO, the chair, the council.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you to, everybody. I guess wouldn't the concern be that if it's coming back to council again, and for example, using the one that Councillor Very has talked about in terms of the wires, would it not be up to the clerk to either permit or disallow that deputation? So we wouldn't necessarily, there would be a parameter there that staff would have a control over an item coming back and forth and back and forth. They wouldn't be able to just keep coming back without new information. And so that goes back to the bylaw that we were looking at. And I wholeheartedly agree that there needs to be a lot more information down for deputations. I look at deputations in my agenda and I'm like, I really don't even know what they're going to be talking about. Like, so I think that the clerk would have a say in all of this.
Councillor Barry.
When we did it before, it was subject to the clerk's approval, so we had to make the case to the clerk that like, no, look, this is a new drawing or it's a new budget amount based on, and again, the details are gone, but you know, we asked for this plan that cost this much with this proposal. Now we're asking, okay, based on they don't want to spend this much money, we've got a plan that actually suits the money that they did say, here's the drawing, here's a proposal. That is substantively different than what we had done. So the issue is the same and the problem is the same, but the solution is completely different. And then so we got to the point eventually where it was a solution that a majority of council could swallow. I think that was without, it's not like we had an opportunity to do that before coming here and hearing what the council of the day thought about the issue. Like, it's not like we can't guess at what it wasn't a budget item. It was an idea that the community wanted. We did the work. We got the volunteers to come help. But we did there's no way to know we're going to get it right until we've come and failed and then come again and failed and you work it out. So I didn't come back several times with the same plan saying, well, would you do it now? It wasn't like that. It was a completely different proposal to solve the problem. That's kind of what I don't want to eliminate. So what I don't want, the way this reads to me right now is that, well, we already ruled on the wire, so we're not going to see it again. Well, no, not this plan, you didn't. And that's the difference for me.
Mayor Martin, I'm sorry. Councillor Put, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. One, I don't think I would ever, if we had spent a full year on engineering, switch streams after that for a project. That's only my opinion. But if I recall, we had a reconsideration, Mike, you might recall this, when we dealt with the hospital years ago. I thought we had a reconsideration where the following month we got more information from the province about funding or something, so we had to reconsider our vote. Did we not on that? Do you remember anything about that? I'm just using that. I can't remember.
It's so long.
But that was an example where we, if I remember, we got more information, so we had to reconsider. Anyway.
Councillor Barry.
I guess why I'm sort of stuck on this is that I don't know everything about everything, obviously. And I'm only going to make the decisions that I can make based on the information that we have in front of us at the time. I wouldn't expect any councillor or anybody to know what they don't know. I think Chris or Councillor Passon alluded to that last meeting, the unknown unknowns and how do we get rid of. So once the unknown unknowns become known, it's not the same discussion anymore. And that's where I'm hung up on this.
Mayor Martin.
I can see what Councillor Barry's getting at, but the part I struggle with is that I don't know in a world where council would make a decision based on a hard no of a deputation. So again, I put this back to staff. If a deputation came to us and made a request and we didn't want to execute on it or we didn't like its project, we would receive it as information, they would go away. If they continued, staff would probably bring a staff report forward. Then the council may have voted on it and said no. At which point Councillor Barry is saying a whole bunch of new information came together, the engineering of work of the project changed. Would staff not bring that forward to council? It's entirely, like, if the merits of the project have changed.
I think that's a question maybe for staff who are not here, but all the RCA would do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to council, I think what I'm hearing is that there's a desire to sort of put that adjudication or that decision-making decision on staff in regards to whether there's something materially changed to allow reconsideration. My experience is the following, that if there has been a deputation and for whatever reason or a request or a decision of council made, and the procedural bylaw is such that doesn't allow reconsideration, there's nothing stopping the deputation from contacting their local councillor, start to make the business case as to what has materially changed, and then allow that councillor to bring forward that notice of motion for procedurally allowing that deputation to come again with 2/3 majority. So I'm hesitant to say, let the clerk, let the CAO, let a staff member make that decision whether there's something materially different or not. I think if someone convinced the local councillor, the mayor, a member of council that something has materially changed, that councillor could always bring it to council, make that notice of motion that that's what they're looking for, to have that deputation come back again, or to have council reconsider it based on the merits of the information that councillor has. And then council collectively can make that decision and not leave that in staff's hands. I think we may go down a path where staff will be criticized for making a decision one way or another. And I prefer that it's a decision that council make and not a staff member.
Okay, based on that, I agree with you. If you can get the 2/3 to reconsider the motion in the first place, then you can probably get the 2/3 to waive the procedural rules of order. So my original position to keep it tied to one term stands, and I fully endorse and support any member of council coming forward with new information that would require a reconsideration. I would look forward to supporting waiving the rules of order to hear your case.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Councillor Van Tricia.
We still have a motion on the floor, and I will not rescind, I will amend my motion to put in consideration when we've turned it with new information comes to the board. I just want to say one thing though. I know it's on the floor, and I would reconsider it. Sometimes councillors, when a deputation comes, will make an emotional decision. And we should never do that. We should never allow ourselves to make a decision at the same time that the deputation is on. But this, doing it once a year, gives you sober second thought. I can see it, and I understand there is a loophole there. You get your 2/3 majority, and I can fully understand that how they could work with that. But at the end of the day, I'll refresh your memory. The council before last council did agree to have a 2-lane bridge, and did agree and had drawings done, spent a lot of money on planning, and then it went whoop, and I'm not gonna say anymore. But at the end of the day, I just felt that once a year would be sufficient. And I've been on a council years ago, in a long time. We never reconsidered very often. We did take a lot of time to make decisions, and we didn't. So I don't think it occurs a lot. But at the end of the day, sometimes emotions take over, and you just make a little bit of a decision that maybe under sober second thought would not have been done. So, but there is emotion on the floor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Berry. And any further discussion on the motion? And I would ask now with that amendment, don't know if Teresa can sum up that motion for us.
I believe the motion is that a reconsideration be allowed once per year, subject to new information being provided. So sorry, through the chair. So it would still require the 2/3 majority, because that all we're amending is how often the reconsideration happens. That's correct.
Mr. Chair, now we're going to clarification on the procedural bylaw. Are we discussing an amendment to the motion that was on the floor already? Or was that a friendly amendment to the original motion, like, in which the clerk doesn't like friendly amendment? So like, which one are we voting on first? The amendment to the original motion, or is it a totally different motion?
So through the chair, Councillor Van Tricia, before Councillor Berry seconded the motion, did say that she would amend her motion to be what he had thrown out there. And then he said he would second. So I guess I throw that back to Councillor Berry. Are you just
Is there any other comment or debate? I will just maybe make one comment as the chair, that council and committee may make an emotional decision, but keeping in mind that it's at council where that decision is ratified. So there is an opportunity for sort of second thought built into our system. Seeing no more debate, then that motion is on the floor. Council understands it. I will ask for all those in favor. Opposed? That is carried. Maybe a good example of the value of a recorded vote, because I believe I counted correctly, Madam Clerk. 5-4. Thank you.
so the last matter is with respect to recommendation from a member of whether we should consider allowing an opportunity for individuals to come other than just once at budget to request funding matters. So just looking for clarity on that.
Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, through you. My question is, I thought we got rid of this practice, correct me if I'm wrong, where we did not have individuals coming in pleading their cases to council, is that it was a written procedure that was done, and that's how they request the funds, and that's how we moved forward. So I don't support this, this consideration. I will make that a motion.
And Councillor Vera, you're seconding. Debate, discussion, Mayor Martin.
Thanks. I'll just provide very quick clarity. I think that Teresa did this for me, and it's probably my fault because I said what happens when a community group comes to us and asks for funding and we have to turn them away because we only discuss it at budget. But I can support the motion because it is good to have proper policies and procedures that we all adhere to. So thank you, Teresa, for indulging me, and I will vote against my own suggestions.
Further discussion, Councillor Van Pasten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, there's two parts to this. There are groups to come. Could they come just make presentations without the requesting funding thing? I think for our meeting, I used the concept of the Alice program, and I chaired that we used to make a deputation to council every year just to update council on the status and let them know things. And there's other groups out there that, just as an update or, would they be allowed? Because, the current rules say there has to be some agenda item that it's their presentation related to, but I wouldn't mind hearing from outside groups, a couple of days a year. I think Bert talked about that if somebody wanted to make a presentation to council without asking for anything, just for information.
Let's have our clerk comment on that.
So through the chair, the only time that deputations are allowed to come to council because there's an agenda item is for council meetings. Anybody can make a deputation at a committee in council or a budget committee or a public hearings committee. Any matter. It's just for council meetings only. A deputation can only appear if the matter is on the agenda and it's urgent in nature. We always try to get the deputations to come to the CIC. And then what our procedure bylaw says is if it's a matter in general in nature, we need to receive that by a certain time frame to make the agenda. But then we recognize that individuals might see items listed on the agenda that they now want to provide a deputation to. So we allow a little more time for them to say, hey, I'd like to make a deputation on that matter on the agenda. We just give them additional time before that CIC meeting. So ultimately, absolutely, somebody could do what you just requested at any CIC meeting.
Any other discussion? Then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
So through the chair, unless there's any other matters that council would like to bring up on the procedure bylaw, then we would go to the recommendation.
Thank you, Teresa. I believe we have one from Mayor Martin and then from Councillor Brunton.
I will make these very quick, but there's more than one. 2.21 Deputy Mayor. I just noticed that it doesn't include that it is by appointment of the mayor, despite talking about that. So that's more of a clerical.
Doesn't it say right at the beginning? Deputy mayor shall mean a member of council who is appointed by the mayor.
Good thing you're here. Okay, thank you. Hold on, I have another one though. 3.9, you spoke to that. I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear that there will be a media policy coming. So Mr. Judd and others will still be welcome to council chambers. Sorry, Teresa, on that one. I was looking at my other. 7.2.4, I just would like to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. Which was my apologies. Wait 1 second. It is 7.24, which has been removed, but no deputation shall be permitted for the sole purpose of publicity or promotion. But I thought in the lunch and learn we had a discussion around what if there's a flag raising ceremony or it's a not-for-profit business. Sure, they should be, they don't need to come and give us a deputation, but what if it is a not-for-profit group and they're coming and asking for flag raising, or they're asking for, you know, the month of May to be declared month 1, 2, 3, is that covered elsewhere?
So through the mayor, in my opinion, by removing that clause, that's allowing individuals to come to do that, yeah.
I wanted to draw attention, and I'm not quite sure where it should be, and it might be in here, and forgive me, Teresa, because I was working off that other copy last night. So the motion to be introduced, when you have a notice of motion, you can introduce your notice of motion and speak to it for 1 minute.
So right now it says up to 2 minutes.
Okay. I think 1 minute is suitable because you're going to turn around the next week. We need to be running our meetings more efficiently. You're going to turn around the next week or the next month and you're going to introduce it again. And so this leads me to my second point. When you are in, your notice of motion is now a motion. When you introduce it again, I still think you can have that 1 minute to do so. My question to you, to council for clarification is, I don't believe that introduction of your motion counts as entering debate. I believe that you should still be given 2 opportunities to debate after your motion is put out there, and that has bit me before.
So through the mayor, I believe we would have to add that clause in if we wanted to allow an introduction to a motion with I guess my advice would be then put a timeline on that. Otherwise, you could have somebody introducing for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Same as notice of motion, an introduction for 1 minute, then it becomes a motion at the next applicable meeting. You can introduce it for 1 minute and that does not count as you entering debate. It's not articulated in here.
So if council wants that, I can add that in for next week's adoption. I would suggest that we probably want a motion on that so that.
Okay, So, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move that as a motion. I don't know, I'll just let Teresa put it where she believes it should go, but I would like that a notice of motion includes up to a 1 minute introduction.
So that is already in there. So that's 16.3. So you want me to amend 16.3 to 1 minute, not
Yeah, I don't,
minutes.
I don't think we need to be talking about a motion for 2 minutes and then turning around at the next meeting and talking about it for another 2 minutes. Yeah. So I would like a notice of motion to read 1 minute introduction and further that under motions, wherever Teresa wants to fit this in, that an introduction of your motion is permitted up to 1 minute. And that does not count as your two participation into debate.
That, that motion is on the floor now. Martin, right? And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Van Andruschi? Thank you. Any further discussion?
Just for clarity, it would be section 14.10 that I would put it in. So I would just put that a member may introduce a motion and after the introduction shall not speak more than twice to any motion unless otherwise decided by a majority of council. Introduce a motion up to 1 minute.
Any further discussion? And all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My other point would be, I believe somewhere in here we reference, I don't know where it is right now, but the ward counselor is able to speak first. But later we reference that if it is your motion, you can speak last. The speak last element is done by request. The ward counselor is not, should that read by request, or are you expecting that the chair remember to go to the ward counselor each and every time first?
So through the chair to Mayor Martin, I think that would be a determination of council. Our intent is to start putting the ward on all of our reports. We've added it to the template. So matters will indicate what ward specific it's related to unless it's more than one ward. However, if you want it to be by request of that ward counselor, we can easily put that in.
The reason why I bring it up, I'm not trying to nitpick, but the reason why I bring it up is, do we need to open the floor to the ward counselor after staff have just spent time introducing a report each and every time? If we're looking to expedite our meetings, I think it should be by request. So if a council member raises their hand shortly after Councillor Columbus did, I'm going to prioritize that ward counselor to speak first. But I don't think that we need to just do it as a catch-all. I think we're going to spend far too much time talking about the issues without having a motion or entering into debate. Okay, and then does that need to be by motion, or is that just a slight amendment for you, Teresa?
If there's a consensus of council, to me, it's a slight amendment.
Yes, is that what we're doing? Raising hands? Those are not questions? Yeah, this is consensus. Okay, I get that. Thank you. Okay, that was a question by Councillor Van Pass.
I just want to make sure I'm grasping what the mayor's saying, that the chair of the meeting, when, the debate starts, everybody's hand pops up at once. It's going to be a matter of courtesy to recognize the ward councilor first. When it's a tie, who got their hands up first, right? Other than that, it's not that you have to entice the ward councilor to start speaking on or asking or debating a matter. It's going to be the tie-break method. It's a matter of courtesy. Is that what I'm understanding?
I believe it is, Councillor Van Pass, and that's what I understand it to be. I think that we already use that general approach. Ward councillor usually gets deferred to, I've noticed, over a previous term of council. Occasionally it might not happen, and in that event, I would expect that it would be up to the ward councillor to either not say anything if he or she chooses not to, or to ask for that consideration. But I've not experienced too many inconsiderate attempts circumvent the ward counselor, so I agree with you.
The dicey issue in my ward, I probably don't want to speak at all, because then I can blame everybody else. But
I think that's consensus.
Okay, and then my last one, I promise, is I just would like to give the clerk an opportunity to weigh in and provide clarification so it is very, very clear on the role of the chair when speaking to a motion. In this current procedural bylaw, is the chair required to speak to the motion after the vote has occurred? Or is this term of council allowing the chair to speak to a motion prior to the vote occurring? And let's lock it into the procedural bylaw so that there's an expectation for the next 4 years.
Councillor Vanden Tracy,
Recommend prior to the vote?
Councillor Helpman,
Thank you, Chair. Through you, if Councillor Vanden Driesche would like to make that a motion, I'd be willing to second it.
any discussion of this motion that would allow for the chair to comment on a motion before the vote? Then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried unanimously.
So through the chair to council, the motion on the floor would be that the information memo regarding the procedure bylaw that was provided today received for information, that council approved the new procedure bylaw as amended, and further that council approved the closed meeting protocol as presented in attachment 6. This bylaw would come back next week for formal adoption.
And so we have a mover of that recommendation in Mayor Martin and seconder Councillor Vanden Driesche, and discussion Councillor Columbus.
One thing that's been bothering me is item 3.8, page 8 of the package. No person shall be allowed to enter the bar of council. So I'm just wondering, where is this bar? I've had somebody mention it before. Where's the bar of council? Can you tell us, Teresa, please? They can't. Well, I've seen several people come over the years.
So through the chair to Councillor Columbus, it's a standard clause that you see in most procedure bylaws. It's to show a form of respect that individuals should not be coming in, getting in council space when they're doing their meeting process. So ultimately, our council chambers is maybe not set up the most in the best manner for that, but ultimately what we would suggest is that people coming in, individuals, public coming in, should be staying within the public's seating area. And if councillors want to meet with them, they should go to the public or take them into a meeting room. We shouldn't have individuals meandering around the horseshoe and councillors' working space. So in my interpretation, the bar would be exactly that. It would be, where the little fencing is here. Across the way, there's an invisible pathway to the door, unless council invites somebody to speak with them. But normally you would do that outside of your chambers area.
Thank you for that. I recall one time when Mayor Callback was the mayor. That's way back when, where we were arguing over $250, and somebody from the audience came up, opened their wallet, put $250 right on the thing up there.
So Councillor Columbus, you're content with that response? You understand it?
Right. Now I know where the bar is. I
Okay,
was looking.
thank you. So we will need then a motion to, is already here, sorry. and it is seconded by, I believe, Councillor Van Rishi. Then all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Moving on, Madam Clerk, to motions. We have no motions this evening and notices of motions. Do any council members wish to introduce a notice of motion? Seeing none, we'll move to announcements. Do members have any announcements? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you, I just wanted to make note to the public that this Saturday, December the 17th at 6:30 p.m. is the second annual nighttime Waterford Lions Santa Claus Parade. Great time was had by all last year. And also make mention that prior to the parade down at the Parquet near Shadow Lake, they will be selling hot dogs and sausage on a bun, hot chocolate, and they are taking unwrapped gifts for individuals in our community who are less fortunate. So please come out and support the Santa Claus Parade. And I would like to challenge all of my colleagues for next Tuesday for our final meeting before the Christmas break to please wear your ugliest Christmas sweater. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Any other announcements? We will we do have 3 closed session items for our late session. Councillor Duffy has declared a possible conflict of interest related to item 12.2 Fort Rowan Medical Center lease renewal and will not be present during the closed session when this matter is discussed. I will be asking for a motion to enter into closed session at 7:57 p.m. to discuss agenda item 12.1, proposed property acquisition, Ward 4, OPS-22-C20. Agenda item 12.2, Fort Rowan Medical Center lease renewal, OPS-22-C21, and 2023 insurance deductible levels. A motion to go into closed session. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by...
With an amendment or request, Mr. Chairman, could we reverse the order of 12.2 and 12.3 so that Councillor Duffy doesn't have to wait in between?
Through the chair, that was the plan.
Okay, so that has been already addressed. Very good. So I will still need a motion to go into closed session unless that was you, Councillor Van Passen, as well. And seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor, and that is carried. The clerk will need about 5 minutes to set us up. Right, we're using the old bylaw. Welcome back, everyone. May I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 8:55 PM? Moved by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Carried. And Madam Clerk, you will read those motions of,
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I will need a mover and seconder that staff report OPS 22C20 proposed property acquisition Ward 4 be received as information, and further that staff be directed to proceed as directed in closed session.
moved by Councillor Vandenbrouchy, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Discussion, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously.
The next, I'll need a motion, mover and a seconder that staff report OPS 22C21 Ward 1 property lease be received as information, and that staff be directed to proceed as directed in closed session.
Moved by Councillor Vandenbrouchy, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Any discussion? All those in favor? It's carried unanimously.
And the final motion out of closed, I'll need a mover and seconder that the information memo 2023 insurance deductible levels be received as information.
Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
And just adjournment, Chair.
And a motion to adjourn by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sure. There goes the Christmas tree.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to welcome all members and guests to the December 13th, 2022 special council meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised and ask you to ensure your phones are on silent. With that, I call the December 13th special council meeting to order, and the agenda is before council for approval. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Vandenbrouchy. All those in favor? And that is carried. The special council meeting, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, the special council meeting, today's purpose is to consider the resolution related to project microphone update and agreement that was approved at council and committee today. I'll ask the clerk to put the motion up on the screen for council's consideration. And this is an opportunity for any questions of council. Question? Go ahead. Sorry.
Not particular question, but a comment. I think this is a good initiative and let's amplify Norfolk.
Okay, there you have it. Let's amplify Norfolk. It's on your screen. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Huffman moved, seconded by Councillor Vandenbrouchy. All those in favor? And okay, that's carried unanimously. So we're looking for a motion to approve bylaw 2022-134 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on Norfolk County on the special council meeting held on the 13th day of December 2022, and that the bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and affixed with the corporate seal. Councillor Michelle, Councillor Huffman, all those in favor? Carried. And I have a motion to adjourn 9 p.m. on the dot. Councillor Huffman and Councillor Brunton, all those in favor? carried and we didn't have to go past the full minute of 9. Thank you for a great meeting, everyone. Enjoy your evening.